General Mills, makers of Kix, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Terry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Pete Spielman, Elmo Tanner, Arm Down, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Jerry Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. And now to Melody. Here's Ted Weems and the boys and their music playing Seems Like a Month of Sunday. Like our MC, he's as nice as can be. His laughter never sinks. But when it comes to telling jokes confidentially, he... And I can't think of anything that rhymes with sinks. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ford Shakespeare Pearson. That was lovely. Matter of fact, for that beautiful poem, I think you should win this year's Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
The accent on the first syllable. And you've rhymed more with everything but boring. If you ever do, that's when we part company, bud. Well, now, friends, about this little question of questions here today, we have some honeys, and I think the boys are going to trip over some of them. That's the only way we know to get to people in the aisles. And, of course, the makers of Kix will pay $10 each to those whose questions are used on the program. Now, those who beat the band will, of course, receive a guaranteed minimum of double money, $20 and a case of Kix. But now that sum might grow to $25, $50, or even $100 because we have that $100 bonus. Now, there's a chance for profit to you. So why not send us a question? Send it to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And now here we go into the unrehearsed portion of the program with the boys ready to toss $half into the old bass drum when they miss a question. A letter from Miss Elizabeth Stanford of Los Angeles, California comes up for consideration, and she writes, a gentleman, down on his luck, entered a midnight mission in hopes of getting something to eat. He listened to a sermon which spoke of good folks going to heaven, after which he was served a huge plate of stew. A new tune title will tell you his amazed exclamation. And Red Ingle thinks he's got the answer right away, a split second before Art Winner or Parker Gibbs. All right, Red?
All this in heaven, too?
That's what he said. All right, can you play All This in Heaven, too, in that broken down horn of yours? Thank you very much. That'll be enough, and that gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard, Red. You're doing very well this evening. And Ella Neitzner of Elwood City, Pennsylvania, pens a poem which reads, practice is the hardest thing to make small Johnny do. He'll pout, then sulk until the clock above him says you're through. One day his mother hears a tune. She's pleased, but when she sees that it's not he, why, glory be, it's... And Pete Spielman's got the answer there.
Kitten on the keys.
It's Kitten on the keys. Oh, on a trombone. This should be beautiful. Kitten on the keys. Why didn't you keep your mouth shut until we got around the chopsticks?
I was just thinking of that, yeah.
Huh? If I could be sure you would, I'd be sure we wouldn't get chopsticks on here. But you care to play Kitten on the keys, Pete? Mr. Pete Beelman and diabetes and D flat, if ever I heard it. Gives you 10 points on the scoreboard. I guess other than that, you don't care anyhow. So from Mrs. L.E. Stiles of East Cleveland, Ohio, comes this one. What song title tells you that what Cinderella might have exclaimed if she awakened one morning to find her foot had grown too large for the glass slipper? It's an old comedy tune, and the title asks a question. Here's Cinderella. She wakes up in the morning, and her foot won't fit into the little glass slipper. Her foot's too big. What might she have exclaimed using the title of an old comedy tune that asks a question? And Red Ingle's got it again.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Where is my little dog gone?
No? You think that went up all by yourself, did you, Ed?
Well,
I'll make you feel very
could
silly.
be.
Huh?
Could be.
Could be. Could be, and it is. That's the right answer.
Oh.
That's pretty nasty of me to do that, but we'd like to take a few pounds off of him every program. Yeah, all right, Red, can you play Where Is My Little Dog Gone on your saxophone, please, sir?
No.
All right. Except for about 8 bars too many, that was the right answer, and gives you your second 10 points up on the scoreboard, Red. Very nice indeed. Well, now, bail out, boys, and get back to earth. We have a tune to tinker with. Ted, how's for tempo?
I'd like to suggest a little tune you may have heard of, Gary. It's Our Love Affair.
Sounds like a natural for Perry Como to sing.
Our love affair was meant to be. It's me for you, dear, and you for me. With fun, with sorrow and tears start to grow. But after the tears, our love will smile through. I'm sure that I should never hide the thrill I get when you're by my side. And when we're older, we'll proudly declare, wasn't ours a lovely love affair? Sure that I could never hide the thrill I get when you're by my side. And when we're older, we'll proudly declare, wasn't ours a lovely love affair?
Say, let us suppose, for the sake of making a certain point I have in mind, that you are a pitcher of nice, rich cream. Now, in all the world, there's nothing that you, as a pitcher of cream, enjoy more than being poured onto a bowl full of flat flake cereals, the kind you easily make good and soggy. So, there you are, you old pitcher of cream, you, sitting on the breakfast table and waiting for a chance to stog up the cereal. But curses your double-cross. The missus puts a package of Kicks on the table. Yes, sir, Kicks. The wonderful new kind of breakfast food that's so doggone crisp you can't do a thing with it. Too bad, old pitcher of cream. Better luck in some other home where they don't yet know about Kicks. Spelled K-I-X. the breakfast cereal that really stays crisp in milk or cream.
Thank you very much, Fort, you old ear of corn, you. Wow. Gee. Next week we'll have you do the same thing with gestures and rompers. Now, F.A. Hennessy of St. Paul, Minnesota, wants you to tell him what is found in an apiary in addition to the Apis mellifica. The tune is 12 years old, and you can all go across the street for a sandwich now, if you like. So far, nobody has managed to beat the band. Here's the question again. F.A. Hennessy of St. Paul, Minnesota, wants you to tell him what is found in an apiary in addition to the Apis mellifica. The tune is 12 years old. All you've got to do is know what an apiary is. Red Ingle sitting there chewing his fingernails, and several weeks that we've been on the air, he's already got his right arm chewed all the way up to just below the elbow. Everybody get up. Oh, Parker Gibbs thinks he knows the answer over here. All right, Parker.
Well, isn't the bee?
What?
Isn't an apiary something to do with bees?
Yes, it is.
Well, and would it be the bee?
Are you asking me or something?
Yeah, I'm asking you because I don't know what that apis...
No, is that going to be your answer?
Yeah,
No fair wheedling me down.
Yeah, well, I just want to know what that
you
last
can't
word
ask me if it is such and such a thing. You've got to say...
Well, give it
Here,
to-
I'll
give
tell you
it
what
to-
we'll do. Country Watchman thinks he knows for sure, so we'll get over to Country here. I don't know...
What was the Latin phrase you used there? Or whatever it was, Greek or Chinese
Here we go.
or whatever else. I want to make up my mind whether...
What is found in an apiary in addition to the Apis mellifica?
Well, if Apis mellifica is bee, well then what's left, what else is there would be honey. Huh?
Honey, that's right,
Honey, and
yeah.
that's the song title?
We were getting awful complicated there for a while.
Well, I just...
Thanks very much for coming and pulling me out, Country Watchman, and you get to play Honey on the bull fiddle if you can, huh? Okay, Country, and that gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard. The next time, Mr. Gibbs, you think you have the answer, make sure that you know what you want to say, and then say it. Don't ask me if several answers could be it, please. And now, Harry K. Mascolo of Fort Lee, New Jersey, says, what very famous classical selection is called to mind by Longfellow's poem, The Village Blacksmith? What very famous... and there goes Rosie Carson, hand up in the air, and so did Art Winter.
Anvil chorus?
The Anvil Chorus from Verdi's opera Il Trovatore. Sure, can you? I just wanted to show you I could pronounce that. Has it written down here. Can you play the Anvil Chorus? No, please! There are some things that contact or no contact I just don't have to stand for, and that's one of them. Anyhow, it gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard there. Whirling Birdie, they used to call it. And now Mrs. Sylvia Ferguson of San Leandro, California, offers this witty bit. Grandpa has been wearing store teeth for over 40 years. If suddenly he sprouts a new tooth, what song title might be his natural question to the tooth regarding its belated appearance? The tune is currently popular. So far, we've asked several questions. Nobody's managed to beat the band as yet. 7 questions in all, I think. Did you care to hear that one again? Well, Grandpa has been wearing store teeth for over 40 years. Now, if suddenly he sprouts a new tooth, what song title might be his natural question to the tooth regarding its belated appearance? The tune is currently popular. You can see it's not popular enough, though, after looking around. It's Pete Beelman back there.
Where have you been all my life?
Why, Pete, that's the right answer. I'm amazed at you. Sure. All right, can you play Where Have You...
I might have just as well missed it because I can't play it.
Mr. Beelman. Can anybody in the band play Where Have You Been All My Life? Well, that's fine. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you what we do, Pete. We have to get you to throw 50 cents in the old bass drum. You're the first person to beat the band, and so Mrs. Sylvia Ferguson of San Leandro, California, becomes the first person to receive a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more.
$1 in a drum is just like that guy losing a tooth, too, you know.
All right, Pete, thank you. And now comes poetry. Poetry again, penned by Mrs. V.L. Forsyth of Dickinson, North Dakota. Goes like this. He doesn't hug and he doesn't kiss. He hasn't time for any miss. He will not stroll, nor his eyes roll. Dancing and necking to him are droll. He's perfectly healthy, so stars above, someone tell me what ails this lug. He's alive. Thought you'd be interested in knowing this. The tune's about 5 years old, and Marvel Maxwell knows the answer over here. All right, Marvel?
Wait a minute. The gentleman obviously doesn't believe in making love.
Marvel, you couldn't be right if you listened to the tune yourself. That's right. All right. Could you please sing it for me, if you will?
That's another thing. The lady. The gentleman obviously doesn't believe in making love. That's all I know.
Right. That's all I know. That's right. It gives you 10 points on the scoreboard. You didn't sing much of it. What you did was beautiful, Marlo. We appreciate it very much, and I think you're pretty and all like that. Now, your oral examinations are over for the moment, lads, and will you prepare at once for General Assembly? And, Ted, will you preside?
I'll pass out an assignment, too, while I'm about it, Gary. Boys, make notes on this. Elmo Tenor is going to whistle Romance is Everywhere.
Oh, Elmo, take it, will you? Something, Ford.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I really did.
What idea, Gary?
That little trick you used a few minutes ago there about playing like somebody with a pitcher of cream. Gee, that was cute.
Oh, thank you, Gary.
No, not at all. And look, here, I got another bright idea. Why don't you divide yourself up into 3 equal parts and play like you're a crisp-assured package?
Gary, I will not divide myself up into 3 equal parts, not even for General Mills.
That's a lie.
However, I will talk about the crisp assured package, believe you me, as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, I now hold in my good right hand the sensational crisp assured package, especially developed by General Mills for the new corn cereal Kix. I'm going to open this package like this. There we are. And what do we have here? Merely a wax seal inner sack? Not by a long shot. Inside this outside Kix package are 3 separate cartons of equal size, yes, sir? Each one tightly sealed with wax, yet easy to open. And, of course, you open them only one at a time, just as the Kix are needed. So let's open one. Right? Yeah. Now we see these elegant little round golden Kix bubbles of corn, which this unusual and remarkable package has preserved in practically oven freshness. Yes, sir. That's the purpose of the Crisp Assured package, to preserve the delicious crispness and freshness of Kix. But, whoa, wait a minute. Don't get the idea that this crisp story is the only big news about Kix. Far from it. There's a nutrition story about Kix that is the biggest breakfast food news in years. I'll give it to you later on. Listen for it, will you? Thanks.
Well, thanks very much, Cora. Thank you very much. You talk so convincingly, I just couldn't wait to go get some Kix. You don't happen to have a picture of cream on you, have you? say? So far, friends, only one person out of all the people who sent in questions this week have managed to beat the band. Let's see what we can do with this last group. Excuse me. Mrs. D. Hammerstrom of Springfield, Massachusetts, is credited with the following. If you stop and think of the habits of the firefly, possibly you can tell us what one firefly said to another firefly as it saw the sun coming up. The tune is a popular melody of about 8 years ago. And Ralph Blank over here on the piano's got it, so did Elmo Tanner over on that side.
Let's turn out the lights and go to sleep.
Let's turn out the lights and go to sleep. Ralph, you're perfectly right. Let me hear you play that, will you? Thank you. Your rendition of that was very drowsy. That two-bar ending rhymes perfectly with what I had in mind. A.C. Dornfeld of Collingswood, New Jersey asks, if Elmo Tanner came home on the eve of his wedding anniversary with no remembrance for Mrs. Tanner, who would he likely... Time out. I need another extra kick here. My strength is slipping away. If Elmo Tanner came home on the eve of his wedding anniversary with no remembrance... Philman, you've got to stop carrying your lunch to work in your horn. If he came home on the eve of his wedding anniversary with no remembrance for Mrs. Tanner, who would be likely to be sharing company with him for the rest of the day? It's a standard novelty melody. That time I read it right, and Red Ingles got the answer. All right, Red.
His dog? Whistler and his dog?
Whistler and his dog, that's right. Sure. Can you play that? Everybody together. Thank you very much, Red. May I see your license? Here we come into another question. A letter now from Opal Denny of Nashville, Tennessee. Now listen closely. There's an old expression which says, money talks. A recently popular tune declares that the moon is a silver dollar. However, a brand new tune proves that the moon is not a silver dollar because... Why? Now think of the expression, money talks. A recently popular tune declares that the moon is a silver dollar. However, a brand new tune proves that the moon is not a silver dollar because... I'm sorry, time's up, and the answer is the moon won't talk. See? Couldn't be money because money talks, and the answer is the moon won't talk, and so it looks like the whole band has got to arise, throw 50 cents in the old bass drum. And Opal Denny of Nashville, Tennessee becomes the second person this afternoon to receive a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more, keeping that bonus in mind. And now...
Say time, Gary. Time's up, you know.
This is getting to be a habit, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, son. There's scores to scan, you know.
Well, all right. Now, Ted, will you make the tempo fidget, please?
Righto, Gary, and with a tune titled Little Boy Love.
Oh, that's solid, Pops. Give him the down.
Well, here comes that man with a score again, and I do mean me. We just got all kinds of folding money hereabouts for you folks.
and I'm on the passing end right now. It seems we used some 10 questions for which the makers of Kicks will pay exactly $10 each, or $100. No less than 2 people beat the band, thereby earning $60 apiece. Our grand total expended today for questions is $200. Say now, folks, keep your eye open for stealthy movement in the direction of the old bass drum, because Red Ingle's going to be collecting some half-dollars in just a moment.
Thanks, folks. Thanks, and so long from all of us until next week. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks for all of those grand questions. Keep it up, won't you? Send that question you thought up to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're waiting for them. Folks, we'd like to have every one of you to try to beat the band. You'll have plenty of fun writing one of these funny, fantastic questions with a song title answer. $10 to you if we use your question, a guarantee of double money, $20, and a case of Kicks if you beat the band. But that sum might be much greater. Remember the $100 bonus. It's a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have real fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. So get in the game. Who knows? You might be a band beater. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us again next week. Now, in the meantime, try Delicious Kicks, that new breakfast cereal that stays crisp in milk or cream. It's something to talk about in Taste Thrills. And remember, we want you to try to beat the band.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, the Kraft Cheese Company presents for your enjoyment Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But right now, here's an important message for you. Probably all of you are aware of the efforts of our government to make us a healthier, more vigorous nation by improving our diets. Yes, food, proper nutrition, is as important these days as airplanes. And that's why you should know about Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. It's not only a delicious spread for bread, it's also rich in nourishing food elements your whole family needs. Of course, most people like Parquet margarine because it tastes so good spread on bread, hot rolls, or toast. But health-conscious housewives also use Parquet because it's a protective food of exceptionally high nutritional value. Yes, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And to make its natural, wholesome goodness even better for you, Kraft adds 9,000 units of vitamin A to every pound of Parquet, making it a reliable year-round source of this important vitamin. Why not ask your food dealer for Parquet margarine tomorrow? One taste will tell you it's a superior product made to Kraft's exacting standards of quality. Yes, you'll like its flavor, and you'll like its economy, too. Just say Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Last week, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Fibber McGee's next-door neighbor, left Wistful Vista to become the legal guardian of his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy Forrester, in the city of Summerfield. Relaxing after a hard week's work as father, mother, and big brother to the pair, we find the Great Gildersleeve explaining the finer points of baseball to Leroy.
As a result of that play, Leroy, we have a member of our team on each base. You understand?
Yeah, the bags are loaded.
Yeah.
Come on, gang! Yoo-hoo!
Now, Leroy, don't get so excited. Remember, this is only a baseball game. Why, you robber! As I was saying, Leroy, we mustn't give way to our emotions.
No, sir, Uncle Mort.
Yes. Let's remember to be sportsmen. Get an umpire. Always give the other fellow the benefit of the doubt, Leroy. Strike three, your grandmother.
Oh, shut up, you big windbag.
I am not. The umpire's nothing but a horse thief. Horse thief?
I'm sorry, sir, but I've warned you before. Everybody's complaining.
What do you mean, everybody? I'm not complaining, am I? Hey, Jesse James, where's your horse?
We can't tolerate this any longer. Now, you'll have to get out.
All right, we'll get out. Come on, Leroy. We've seen this newsreel 3 times already anyway. Don't forget your cap. Careful stepping on people's feet.
Hey, Uncle Mort, if you'll give me an advance on next week's allowance, I'll treat you to an ice cream cone.
Yeah. No thanks, Leroy. It's time we go home and fix up for that tea party your sister's giving at 5 o'clock.
Oh, gee, do we have to gotta be at that sissy party?
Well, I'm afraid so, Leroy. Marjorie seems to think a lot of young Ted Wills.
Yeah, they're stuck on each other all right, but why drag us into it?
Well, now that I'm guardian for you two, she wants me to meet Ted's parents under the proper social circumstances.
Couldn't you just bump into them someplace, like in the butcher shop?
You mean meet him in the meat market? No, I'm afraid it's too late for that. Marjorie's worked awfully hard preparing for this afternoon, and she must be all ready by now. Come on, Leroy.
Now, that's all taken care of. Oh, Bertie.
Yes, Miss Marge.
Will you please put the cake in the back of the pantry while I phone?
Yes, sir. My, you sure work hard, and it sure is pretty.
That's my big surprise, and I don't want anything to happen to it.
County Courthouse.
Judge Hooker, please.
One moment. Hooker speaking. What is it?
Hello, Judge Hooker. This is Marjorie Forrester. You remember me, don't you?
Well, should I?
Well, of course. Just last week you appointed my uncle as guardian for my brother and me.
I did? Who is your uncle?
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Who? Gildersleeve. 2 years in state penitentiary.
What?
Oh, I'm in the courtroom, my dear, sentencing a prisoner. What you call about?
Oh, I'd like to have you come to tea this afternoon so you and Uncle Morton get to be better friends.
How can we get to be better friends when we hate each other to begin with?
Oh, now, Judge. I planned this as a surprise for Uncle Mort.
Oh, going to surprise him, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll come. And when he sees me, won't all of his chins drop?
Oh, Bertie, Judge Hooker's coming. Won't Uncle Mort be pleased?
And some says yes, and some says no.
Oh, look at the time. I'm late for my manicure appointment.
Now, I'll walk as far as the store with you. I got some things to pick up.
Oh, I do hope everybody will like my cake, all right.
They sure will, honey. It's just simply friendship.
Oh, thanks, Bertie. It's got to be good. His mother is so discriminating and critical.
Yes, and she keeps her nose up in the air like she ain't been introduced to what she's smelling.
Never mind, Bertie. Let's go out the back way. It's quicker.
Oh, Marjorie, we're back. Hello, anybody home? Leroy, I don't believe anybody's home.
Doggone it, I thought we could get something to eat. It's been a long time since lunch.
Yes, at least 2 hours. Suppose we rummage around in the kitchen. There's bound to be something here.
I usually look in the pantry first.
Ah, the voice of experience. Well, here's a lot of canned goods we could open. Kitchen cleanser, tennis balls, shellac, motor oil. Just call out if there's anything you like. Crunchy cornies. Some genuine New England chop suey sauce.
Hey, what's that in the back of the cupboard, Uncle Mort?
Where? Oh, boy, a cake. Say, it's lucky you saw this. It's a honey. Looks good enough to eat.
Well, what are we waiting for? Here's a knife.
One moment, Leroy. This cake hasn't been started yet. I don't think we should cut into it.
Oh, it won't hurt to take one piece, Uncle Mort.
Well, maybe not. But remember, just a piece apiece.
Okay, here's the knife.
Yeah. Thanks. Here you are. Is that so? Well, excuse me while I try my piece. Yes, sir. Mighty fine cake. That's the end of it. Stuffy in here, isn't it?
Stuffy in where?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Bertie.
Oh, there you are, Leroy. Messing around in the kitchen for something to eat, I speculate. Who, me? I don't want anything to eat. Not now.
Yeah.
Good. You saved your appetite for the tea party. Your sister done put together the most delectable cake.
Yes, we know of her, yeah.
She did it because it's important to impress Mr. Will's mother that she's a good housewife. Look like Mr. Will's gonna get a house and a wife.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Miss Marge worked her pretty fingers to the bone, baking all day. That's the surprise she's been talking about.
Yeah.
Now, you want to take a peek at it? I'll show you.
No.
But she got it so beautifully redecorated.
Yes, now, Bertie, don't go spoiling the surprise.
It ain't gonna spoil nothing.
Oh, yes, it would. Leroy, isn't there something Bertie could go to the store after?
After when?
Bertie, would you mind running down to the cigar store and getting me some Punchinillo Panatellas?
But I got work to do. Leroy can get them.
Oh, no, he's a minor. They won't sell him. Here's $1. Get a whole box.
But Mr. Gildersleeve...
Hurry now, hurry. They may sell out. Remember, Punchinello Panatellas.
Yes.
By George, that isn't a bad name for a cigar, seeing that I just made it up. Oh, my goodness, Leroy. Why didn't you stop me from eating that cake?
Boy, are we going to catch it when Marge gets back? What do you say we take a short walk till about bedtime?
Yeah, that's very good. No, we've got to face the consequences.
Not me, Uncle Mort. I'll see you later.
Come back here, young man. You don't see me running away. I'm going to stick my chin out and take it.
That's not your chin sticking out, Uncle Mort.
Never mind. Leroy, we got to find some way to get an exact duplicate of that cake before that party starts. Oh, my. Who's that?
That's old Lady Snoop, who lives next door.
Oh.
She's worse than an earache, Uncle Mort.
I don't know the lady, Leroy, but I'm sure you're mistaken. I'll just see what Mrs. Snoop wants.
No, Uncle. Her name is...
How do you do, Mrs. Snoop?
Snoop? This is Miss Dinwiddie, Uncle.
But you said...
I stood there to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm the girl who lives next door. Your niece, Marjorie, told me so much about you. I feel we're practically old friends. Uncle Mort. Is Marjorie here?
Well,
No, I remember seeing her go down the street half an hour ago through my front curtains. You'd be surprised at all that I see through them.
Yes. I see what you meant, Leroy.
Anyway, I was looking for Marjorie, but I suppose you'll do instead.
I will? Oh, well, what for, Miss...
Dinwiddie. Henrietta Dinwiddie. With an N, not an M, and the accent on the witty, not on the din.
What do you want me for, Miss Dinwiddle?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Mr... I just stopped in to get a cup of sugar.
Why, of course. Leroy, where's the sugar?
Where's the cup? Oh, dear, imagine me. Oh, I forgot to bring one. I guess I'll just have to borrow a cup, too.
Yeah.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you'll have to excuse a poor little flustered bachelor girl. No, Leroy, not the lump sugar, the granulated, just like I always borrow. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, as I was saying, it isn't often that I get to meet such a handsome man with dark, curly hair and merry brown eyes.
Here's your sugar.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Leroy. It was so nice being introduced to you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't you worry about the sugar. You'll be getting it back sooner than you expect.
Oh, that old hen, she makes me sick.
Me too.
Yeah, and a couple of weeks ago, Marjorie showed her a picture of you, and she said you look like Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman, eh?
Yeah. Can you imagine that silly dame?
Leroy, this is a free country. A lady's entitled to her opinion. Better put the sugar back. Oh, wait a minute. They use sugar in baking cakes, don't they?
Sure.
Leroy, I know how we can save Marjorie's party.
How?
Bake her another cake.
Can you bake a cake, Uncle Mort?
I don't know. I never tried. But it ought to be simple. After all, millions of women bake cakes every day. We ought to be able to do anything they can do.
Yeah, what do you mean, we? I'm not going to get mixed up in no sissy proposition like that.
But Leroy, there's nothing sissy about baking. Look at the cowboys who bake their own sourdough bread. And the Indians grinding their own corn into corn fritters. And the cooks in the Navy making sea biscuits.
Well, I guess you're right. right.
Yes, well, let's get started. Should we use a cookbook or make it up as we go along?
Well, it should be a cookbook in one of these drawers.
Yeah. Here's one right here. Cooking in 6 easy lessons, or the bride's best friend. Well, let me see now. Here's one. A mocha coca tapioca cake. Sounds too complicated. Tomato soup cake with gumdrop icing.
Gee, Uncle Mort, don't they make cake out of cake anymore?
I guess not. Look at this picture, Leroy. Doesn't it look like the cake we ate?
Yeah. Lady Baltimore cake.
Yes, that's it. Now all we got to do is copy this one.
Okay, what do we do?
First, 3 cups of sifted cake flour. We got any cake flour?
Nope. Here's some buckwheat flour.
Well, I doubt if there's any different. Next, 3 teaspoons of baking powder.
Here's a box of baking soda.
Is it powdered?
Yeah, it is.
That's what they must have meant anyway. Now, salt, shortening, sugar, half a cup of milk.
Used all of today's milk, and yesterday's is sour.
Fine. My mother always used sour milk in her cakes. It'll give it that old-fashioned sour taste. Teaspoon of vanilla and 6 egg whites.
Hard boiled or poached?
No, Leroy, raw.
It's easier to separate the white from the yellow if they're hard boiled, Uncle Mort.
Leroy, this is no picnic. Now, you sift the flour, the baking powder, and the salt together. Here, use this sifter.
Okay.
And I'll take the other stuff. Beat egg whites until stiff, it says. Who, me or the eggs?
Hey, Uncle Mort.
Yes?
This sifter leaks.
Leaks? Oh, yes, and look at the flour on the floor. Get some more, Leroy. Wait, I know how we can speed things up. We'll just dump all the ingredients in the electric mixer.
Oh, that's a swell idea.
Yes, it takes a man to figure out all the shortcuts in life. Let's just pour everything into the bowl. There.
Shall I turn on the mixer now, Uncle Mort?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie. She mustn't see this mess. I'll get rid of her. You stay here. Well, Bertie, did you get me those Punchinello Panatellas?
Not exactly, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've been to 7 stores looking for them cigars, and 3 of them was fresh out, whilst the other 4 have them in the morning.
They will, eh?
Yes, sir. Now I better be getting back in the kitchen.
Yes. Oh, no. I mean, I got to have those cigars, Bertie.
Well, maybe after I finish my work in the kitchen.
It'd be worth $1 to me to get those cigars now.
Huh? It would?
Yeah.
Well, maybe in that case I could... what's that?
I suppose it's a truck coming up the hill.
There ain't no hill around here. Sounds like my electric mixing machine in distress. I better go see.
Go ahead if you want to lose that $3.
What $3?
For bringing back those cigars.
Does I get it in advance?
Yes. Here you are, Bertie.
Thank you, sir. I'll just go on out the back way. It's quicker.
No. Use the front door. It's bad luck to use the back door when you're buying cigars. Take your time, Bertie. Goodbye. Wow. That was a close shave.
Hey, Uncle Mort!
Oh, sounds like the boy's in trouble. Coming, Leroy.
Uncle Mort.
I can't hear you. What's wrong with the mixer?
It's throwing the cake batter all over the place.
Oh, my goodness. Turn it off.
I can't. I got batter in my eyes.
Well, I will then. I'm not going to be intimidated by any... Oh!
Get in the kitchen.
Right in the pan. Where's that switch, Leroy?
Watch your fingers, Uncle Mort.
I think I've got it now. Yes. Oh, what a mess. Here's a towel, Leroy. Wipe the cake out of your eyes.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, jumping jelly beans. There's that woman from next door again.
Oh, don't let her in here, Uncle Mort. She'll blab everything to Marge.
Don't worry. I'll get rid of that gargoyle. Coming, Miss Dunwoody. Ah, there you are.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I bet you think I'm an awful pest.
Oh, no, not at all.
But I wonder if I could trouble you for an egg.
An egg?
Yes, an egg. Chicken's hometown. I know just where Marjorie keeps them, so if you don't mind...
Don't trouble yourself. Leroy, hand me out an egg, please.
How do you want it? Hard-boiled or poached?
In the shell. Bright boy. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it?
Yes. It's perfect weather for a ride in the country. I just love to pack a picnic basket and go out.
Your egg.
Thanks, Leroy.
Yes, thanks, Leroy. Thanks very much. Goodbye, Miss Dunworthy. Goodbye.
Did you brush her off, Hunk?
No, she's walking down the steps. Let's hurry with the cake.
All we have to do is pour the batter into the pan.
Fine, but before I mess myself up anymore, I'm going to put on Bertie's bungalow apron. Help me into it, Leroy.
Oh, but gee, Uncle Mort.
Hold it up higher, Leroy. Fine. Now run around the back and tie the strings. Oop, not so tight, my boy. That's it.
You sure look funny, Uncle Mort. Uh-oh. Front doorbell.
What kind of a house is this? Leroy, see if you can get that cake into the oven. I'm going to answer the door.
Oh, but Uncle, that apron.
It's all right. It's dark in the hallway. That's right. Waste the electricity.
Good afternoon, madam. Do you sag and slump over heavy scrubbing? Have you got the dishwashing droop?
Droop?
Are you proud of the shape you're in?
Oh, see here. You nearsighted little nincompoop.
Bad cold you have there, madam. Now, I've got a girdle here that's the answer to all your prayers. It's a Gildersleeve glamour girdle. It'll keep you in, but you'll never wear it out. Yes, sir. Now, as a special inducement, I persuaded old man Gildersleeve to cut the price of this girdle to $3.99.
You persuaded old man Gildersleeve, eh?
Yeah, sure. You'd be surprised how palsy-walsy I am with the old fuddy-duddy.
Why, of all the...
I know, but you should do something about that collating. Now, madam, if you'd care to try on...
No, I happen to own...
You already own a Gildersleeve girdle?
Yes.
Very good. But have you got a spare?
Mister, you'd be surprised how many Gildersleeve girdles I have to spare. Good day. Of all the interruptions. How's the cake doing, Leroy?
Oh, swell, Uncle Mort. It looks better every time I open the oven door.
Splendid. Now, who's that? A man can't even bake a cake around here. All right, I'm coming. Now, see here, you...
Steve, what, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. Come in. This is quite a surprise.
That's what it was meant to be. What are you doing in the apron? Playing house?
Yeah, that's very funny. No, I'm not playing house.
Hey, Uncle Mort, I just took the cake out of the oven. Oh, boy, does it look swell. Hello, Judge Hooker. What are you doing here?
Hello, Leroy, my boy. What have you and your uncle been up to now?
Why, we've been...
Nothing at all, Your Honor. Leroy, time to get cleaned up. And look at me. I'm a mess.
Yes.
I'll go with you, Leroy. Make yourself at home, Judgey.
But I came early just to ask you two a few questions.
We'll be back, Your Honor.
Something funny going on around here. Smells like a cake I'm smelling. I better see what they've been doing in the kitchen. A layer cake. Looks like it would taste good, too. I wish I wasn't on that darn diet. I'd take a piece. Not that one piece would hurt me. By George, I believe I will. Mighty good cake. I think I'll have another piece.
Ah, there you are, Your Honor. That's a bad cough you got there. Here, let me get you a glass of water. Oh, you've been eating our nice new cake. And after I worked my fingers to the bone.
Oh, my goodness, I'm getting sick.
By George, you are white around the gills.
That cake, I ate some.
No good, eh?
Now, my pills, I left them home. You better take me there now.
Oh, why did I ever take up baking? Leroy! I better throw this cake out of the window. There. Farewell, Lady Baltimore.
Oh.
You want me, Uncle Mort?
Yes, call me a cab, quickly.
Gee, what's wrong with the judge?
I've got to take him home. He's suffering from a bad attack of Lady Baltimore.
What can I do for you, sir?
I happen to see that big cake in your shop window. I'd like to buy it.
But that's a wedding cake.
Yeah, I know, but it could pass for a party cake if we knock off the bride and groom. How much do you want for it?
Well, I'm sorry. I couldn't sell it to you.
Oh, baked it for a wedding, eh? But they'll just have to get married tomorrow.
Well, but really, mister, I couldn't let you...
You couldn't, huh? Here's a $10 bill. Now do I get that cake?
Well, if you insist.
Never mind wrapping it. I've got a taxi outside. Just hand it here. Thanks. Now open the door, will you?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Oh, Mama.
Yes?
I just made a big sale and then bought that wedding cake we've had in the window for the last 2 years.
Leroy, anybody in the kitchen with you?
No, come on in. Did you find the cake?
Did I? Take a look.
Oh, boy, that's a dilly.
Not bad, eh? Who says you can't eat your cake and have it, too?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that's Miss Dinwiddie again.
Leroy, put this cake in the pantry while I answer the door. I'll strangle that old seagull.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you must think I'm terrible, running in and out all the livelong day.
Yes.
Borrowing things all the time. Well, it's because the road to a man's heart is through his stomach. And if that's the case, why, your road, it's so wide.
What do you want this time?
Oh, it's nothing, really. I just brought you something I baked for you with my own little hands. A cake.
Well, thank you just the same, Miss Dinwiddie, but I have a cake. A great big, beautiful $10 cake. And furthermore, I'm fed up on cake. Goodbye. That takes care of that.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I've been looking all over for you. Come in the living room and meet everyone. I'm about to serve the cake I baked this afternoon.
Cake. Oh, yes. Marjorie, there's something deep down inside of me that's weighing heavily on my conscience.
What is it?
It's your cake. I ate it.
But, Uncle Mort, how could you?
Leroy, help me.
Oh, Uncle Throckmorton, what'll I do now?
Don't worry, honey. I went out and got the biggest and best-looking cake money could buy.
Oh, but I couldn't deceive them.
It's all right. What they don't know won't hurt them. Well, let's go in and meet the folks, huh?
Well, there he is, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yeah, I got them for you.
Got what for me, Bertie?
Them Punchinella Panatellas. The man, he didn't have none in stock, but he rolled them while I waited, and it cost $8 a box.
Oh, my. More expense. Well, never mind that now. Bertie, get that big cake out of the pantry and you serve it. And remember, no matter how different it looks, that's the one Miss Marjorie baked.
Huh?
Yeah, come on, Marjorie.
Here comes Mrs. Wills.
Will?
Oh, Mrs. Wills, I want you to meet my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Charmed, Mrs. Wills. Excuse me for being tardy, but I had to take home a friend who was suffering from a sick headache.
No, I see.
Yes.
Speaking of cakes, Marjorie, Ted has told me about the angel food cake you've baked.
Angel food? Well, I thought it was more of a Lady Baltimore cake like they serve at weddings.
Oh, really, Mr. Gildersleeve? They don't serve Baltimore cakes at weddings.
Not even in Maryland? Well, no matter what kind of a cake Marjorie bakes, it's always delicious.
Oh, now, Uncle Mort.
Just wait, Mrs. Wills, till you sink your teeth into this one. Bertie's bringing it in now.
Oh, my. It looks quite professional, doesn't it?
Well, I don't believe a pastry chef could do any better. Here, go ahead, Marjorie. You cut it.
Oh, you cut the first slice, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
After all, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be eating this cake.
I see what you mean. Here, give me the knife, Bertie. Well, the frosting's a little thick. Dull knife. Bertie, haven't we got a sharper knife?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, but we've got to act.
Never mind, I'll manage with this.
Oh, careful, Uncle Mort, or slip off the table.
What? Oh, my goodness, it's made out of plaster of Paris.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a minute. But first, I want to tell you something that should make every quality-wise and economy-minded housewife want to try Parquet margarine first thing tomorrow. Here it is. Now you can have a high-quality product made by Kraft that's so downright good as a spread for bread, toast, or rolls that you'll want to use it lavishly as a seasoning for hot vegetables, a shortening for baking, and for pan frying, too. Yes, that quality Kraft product is Parquet margarine. It tastes so good that you'll want to use lots of it at the table and for cooking. And it costs so little, you can use all you want without being extravagant at all. Yes, use all you want for baking. Remember, Parquet is a real flavor shortening that makes better tasting cakes and cookies. Here's what one user says about Parquet margarine. I'll read you a few lines from a letter from Mrs. Emma Hartman of Cavetown, Maryland. Now, we didn't ask Mrs. Hartman for this letter. She was so enthusiastic about Parquet, she just had to tell us about it. Quote, I would like to tell you how well I like Parquet. I use it for everything I want to be especially nice because of fine flavor. Unquote. You see, the secret of Parquet's popularity is its delicious flavor. And housewives with an eye to food value like it because it's such a nourishing energy food that contains plenty of vitamin A. Yes, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So you know it's not only good tasting, but good for you, too.
Miss Dinwiddie.
Yes?
Oh, you're angry. You took me seriously when I was just kidding.
Well, really, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That cake you baked for me. Some people just dropped in at our place, and that cake would just about save the day for me, Angel. Cake.
Oh, it would?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then, take it. By all means.
Oh, Miss Dinwiddie, you're an angel. I'm so happy I could kiss you.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that is, I didn't quite mean. It was so nice of you. Say, where are you going?
In to bake you another cake.
Oh, my.
Oh.
Good night.
Original music was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend. Where the lines on saddle America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because the dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day with picket fence and rambling road. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps acting like a clown. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Who live and love in my hometown. Well, thank you, folks. Thank you very much. You know, this is the kind of a roundup I like best. Yes, sir, I sure look forward to it, and I hope that you do, too. You can't be true here. There's nothing more to say. I trusted you, dear, hoping we'd find a way. Your kisses tell me that you and I are through, though I'll keep loving you, although you can't be true. stray. I trusted you, dear, hoping we'd find a way. Your kisses tell me that you and I are true. Though I'll keep loving you, although you can't be true.
Well, thank you, neighbors. I'm glad you liked it. Say, Patrick.
Yeah?
Here's a letter just came in for you.
A letter? No kidding. Who's it from?
Tax collector, I guess.
Oh, well.
Why don't you open it and find out?
Why didn't I think of that? Okay.
What does it say?
Well, what do you know? It's from Papa.
Oh?
Says, dear son. That's me. Yeah. Says, do wish you would write more often, even if it's only $2 or $3.
Nice subtile beginning.
Yeah. May I continue?
By all means, please do.
Well, thank you. The weather back here has been beautiful, just like spring. Makes everybody want to get up and go. Only there ain't no use to get up because there ain't no place to go.
You know, Buttram, that reminds me of the time that I decided to leave home once for that very same reason. Fact is, I even went so far as to get me a ticket on the Streamliner.
Now, wait just 1 minute there, Bob. No Streamliner ever stops where you live, and you know that.
Are you kidding? I'll have you know the fastest express in the country used to stop there twice a day.
How often?
Well, maybe it was only twice a week.
How often?
Twice a month.
How often?
Okay, so it had a wreck there once.
That's better.
Hey, look, do you two want to hear the rest of Papa's letter, or don't you?
Well, is there any way that we can get out of it?
No.
That's just what I figured.
Good. Guess what Papa says about Uncle Clyde did here?
What?
Well, it seems that he was walking down the railroad track one day last week when a train started tooting its whistle behind him for him to get out of the way.
And what did Uncle Clyde do?
Well, being the stubborn, hard-headed old reprobate like he is, well, Uncle Clyde figured that he had just as much right to them railroad tracks as the train did.
Mm-hmm.
So he just kept right on walking.
Oh, fine.
Not for long it wasn't fine, no. Pretty soon the train started picking up speed, so Uncle Clyde started running.
Mm-hmm.
Faster and faster they both went, till finally the train was right behind him. The engineer leaned out of the window and yelled, "Get off of the track, you old goat."
And what did Uncle Clyde do then?
He just turned right around and yelled back to the engineer. He said, "Nothing doing. You're just trying to get me over in that plowed field so you can catch me."
You're the only star in my blue heaven, and you're shining just for me. You're the only star in my blue heaven, and in dreams your face I see. You're the guiding light that brightens up the night. Till you come inside, my heart is lonely. You're the only star in my blue heaven, and you're shining just for me. You're the guiding light that brightens up the night. Till you come inside, my heart is lonely. You're the only star in my blue heaven, and you're shining just for me. Well, sir, yarn spinning time seems to have rolled around once more, so if you'll all bear with me, I'd like to recall for you the Snyder Brothers story, an experience that I'll never forget. Let's see now. To begin with, Jim Snyder, the older of the two brothers, was one of the state's biggest ranchers, while his younger brother, Frank, owned and operated the prosperous gold and silver gambling saloon in the small border town of Ronson Pass, just a few miles from Jim's ranch. At any rate, I first came into this story when, as a U.S. Deputy Marshal, I was sent to Ronson Pass to investigate Jim Snyder's death. That was on a Friday. On Monday morning, when I arrived, I went straight to the Snyder Ranch, where I was met by the ranch foreman, a puncher by the name of Gil Patton.
Like I said, Mr. Autry, I sure don't know of anybody who'd want to kill Mr. Jim. He is one of the squarest guys who ever lived.
Yeah, Gil, but unfortunately, I'm afraid there's a lot of guys who would do anything for $50,000. By the way, did Jim Snyder always have that much money around his place?
On the contrary, hardly ever. You see, the day after he was killed was payday. So $10,000 of the $50,000 was for that. The rest of the money he got from a cattle deal he closed with the Freeman Ranch over near Carterville the morning before he died.
So. And you say you don't have any idea where Mr. Snyder kept his money, is that right?
No, sir. Not in the least.
Well, much obliged to you, Gil. You hear anything, let me know, will you?
Sure thing. Where do I get in touch with you?
Well, tonight I'll be at the Star Hotel. In the meantime, I thought I might go into town and have a little talk with Jim Snyder's brother, Frank.
Look, Marshal, all I can tell you is just one thing. If you find the guy who killed my brother, you better smuggle him out of town fast, because all I'm hoping for is a chance to get my hands on him.
I know how you feel, Mr. Snyder. By the way, when was the last time you saw your brother alive?
I was just a couple of days before it happened. Why?
Did you know anything about the money he had in his house at the time he was killed?
No, I didn't. See, Jim was a cattleman, I'm a gambling hall operator. Mm-hmm. We didn't have much in common where business was concerned.
How about socially?
Well, we were brothers. Is that what you mean?
Not exactly, but it'll do for now. As I walked out of Frank Snyder's office, all of a sudden an idea hit me. Why not call on the owner of the Freeman Ranch, the man Jim Snyder had closed his last cattle deal with, the same man from whom he had received nearly $40,000 in cash? Perhaps he could throw some light on the subject. And sure enough, my hunch was right. For it was from Mr. Freeman that I learned something that gave me plenty to work on. I then returned to the Snyder Ranch and once more went through the house. The drawers were out, papers scattered everywhere, the safe was open, and the mattresses were cut to shreds. Yet for some reason, somewhere in the back of my mind, there was a doubt that the money had ever been actually stolen. So that night, I decided to try part 2 of my plan. A little after 9 o'clock, I went over to Frank Snyder's gambling hall. Sat down by myself at a table and waited. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group had gathered around me. And then, just like I'd hoped they would, the questions started.
Tell us, Marshal, are you making any progress?
Well, that depends on what you mean by progress, boys. But I have learned one thing.
What's that?
Well, whoever killed Jim Snyder was after that $50,000. Only they didn't get it.
Hey, kind
of looks like somebody killed him for nothing then. Hey, Marshal?
Yeah, kind of looks that way, all right.
You ain't carrying that $50,000 around in your pocket, are you?
I'm sorry, boys. I hate to disappoint you. But I will tell you this much. I left it right where Jim Snyder hid it, and I found it. Now I'd planted the seed. Now it was just a matter of waiting and watching it grow. Anyway, about a half hour later, I walked out of Frank Snyder's saloon and down a side street toward the livery stable where I kept camp. I never got there, though, because just as I reached a dark spot along the sidewalk, something that felt like a ton of lead pipe hit me behind the right ear.
Well, so our little sleeping angel is awake, huh? Is your head clear enough to think yet?
Well, that depends. What am I supposed to start thinking about?
About where that money's heading out at old man Snyder's place, and you better be right.
Oh. You're wasting your time.
Okay, chum, you asked for it.
Now they really started working me over. First one, then the other. So I thought my head was going to snap off. Then all of a sudden I got an idea. Just as one of them knocked me to the floor, I raked the rowel of my spur softly across the toe of his boot. Seconds later, I got a quick chance to do the same thing to the other guy. Now, at least, I had a mark for future reference.
Hold it, Joe. He's out again.
Just as well. He ain't gonna talk anyway. Come on, we're wasting time.
Right. Let's get back over and see the boss. He'll know what to do with him.
As the door closed behind him, I slowly straightened up and tried to shake my head free of the little men with the hammers. It was then I noticed that the back of the cane-bottomed chair I'd been tied to had been partly broken when they knocked me over. So I decided to take a long shot on getting loose. I put both my feet against the wall and shoved myself, chair and all, to the floor. When I hit, it felt like I'd broken every bone in my body. But the back of the chair had snapped loose from the framework. My hands were still bound to what was left of it, but I was free to move. So I kicked the door open and went outside. The cold air felt good on my face. I started to walk toward the main street of town. According to the clock in the car of the railroad station, it was then exactly 12:45. 20 minutes later, I'd gotten the sheriff out of bed, had him fix up the cuts on my face, and explained to him what had happened. Then the two of us headed for Frank Snyder's saloon.
Audrey.
What's the matter, Snyder? You seem surprised.
Well, the boys here and me just going over a little business.
Yeah, I'll bet you were.
What happened to your face?
Why not ask your two chums here? Maybe they know.
This guy's nuts, boss. We never saw him before.
Joe's right, Audrey. Neither he or Tony left this place all night.
You're all three, Line. You know it. Remember what I told you about the spurs, Sheriff?
Yeah, I was just noticing that. Huh? What are you talking about? What spurs?
My spurs, Mr. Snyder.
What about them?
I used them to identify the two punks who beat me up tonight.
What?
You heard me. What's more, if you look at each of your boys' right boots, you'll see my rowel mark still there.
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. You can't involve me in this.
Okay. Then maybe you can explain why you lied to me about not seeing your brother for 2 days before he died. When I happen to know that you talked to him on the very day of his murder at the Freeman Ranch.
All right. Guess I just forgotten that.
Yeah? There's a lot of other things you seem to have found convenient to forget, Mr. Snyder. As for your two chums here, they're going to be tried for murder.
Hey, what is this? I ain't going to take no... Oh, Joe.
Sure, Joe. Don't be a fool. Be a hero. Take the rap for somebody else.
Oh, no, I don't. I ain't taking a rap for nobody. Me and Tony had nothing to do with no murder. You can take your own rap. You did it. Tony and me can prove it. I want to shut up, Joe.
I'm afraid he's already said enough to put you away for a long, long time, Snyder. Come on, let's go. so, Frank Snyder was given a life sentence, and his two henchmen 20 years each. Oh, yeah, about the $50,000. When I said I'd found the money, I was only bluffing. You see, I figured I could trick whoever was guilty into going back to the scene of the crime and trying to find it. Instead, though, I wound up with a busted nose and two black eyes. As for the $50,000, guess where it was all the time? In the chandelier. Oh, well, I guess I came out ahead anyway. I found a 1913 Liberty Head nickel. It's worth $20. You know, ever so often, I just can't help being thankful for all the wonders of nature we're privileged to enjoy in this great land of ours. Of course, being a cowboy, I'm sort of partial to the West. But then I guess that's only natural. You'd probably feel the same way I do if you lived out here in our part of the country and could thrill to the things like, for instance, the singing hills are singing tonight, and echoing a song of long ago. The singing hills were singing that night, that lovely night. You said I love you so. The wind in the valley joined in our sweet refrain. But now the wind and I, each night we cry, come back again. And though you're gone, the song lingers on, still echoing among the singing hills. The singing hills are singing tonight, and echoing a song of long ago. The singing hills were singing that night, that lovely night you said I love you so. The wind in the valley joined in our sweet refrain, but now the wind and I, each night we cry, come back again. And though you're gone, the song lingers on, still echoing among the singing hills. Until we're back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly gently, I'm back in the saddle again.
Listen again next Saturday night at the same time for Gene Autry's Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, Sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew. And by the Danville chapter of credit unions and the 42 credit unions in this area.
The Columbia Workshop. Today's production of the Columbia Workshop brings you Opus for Lute and a Lyre by William Iverson. Mr. Iverson is a young man from Brooklyn, New York, who makes his workshop debut with today's broadcast. The two leading roles will be played by Parker Fenley and Kingsley Colton. The original music is by Alexander Samler, the director, Nyla Mack. The Columbia Workshop production of Opus for Lute and a Lyre.
I don't know this part.
Here, quack, there, quack, everywhere, quack, quack. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. It's getting lighter, Major.
Yep. Sun's up now. Fog's blowing away, too. Good cold northeast wind. Best day in the world for ducks. What are you laughing at, young Lute?
What you just said. What you just said about this being a nice day for ducks. Hey, I don't see any cove around here.
No. If you could see it, wouldn't be much of a blind, would it?
Suppose not.
Set right in them rushes there. Just a couple more pulls.
There it is. That's the cove over there to the left, ain't it?
Yeah, that's it, all right. Only it ain't to the left when you're in a boat. It's a port.
Oh, I forgot.
Just might as well pull her in.
Uh-huh. Gee, that place is hid good. Those ducks is going to have a hard time seeing us, all right.
Here we up. All right, now fasten the line round that old willow branch sticking up out of the water, will you, Lute?
Oh, sure. Just a minute. There you are.
That's it. Now we're all set to do a little plain and fancy duck hunting. Oh, where the Sam Hill did I put them shells? Oh, here they are. Here. Are you sure you told your ma you was coming with me?
Yeah, I told her. Old MacDonald had a farm.
Hush up, Lute. Can't do no singing now.
Why? Will the ducks hear me?
Of course they'll hear you.
What'll they hear me with?
Well, with their ears.
Ducks got ears?
Sure they got ears.
I never seen no duck with ears.
Well, just 'cause you ain't seen 'em don't mean they ain't got 'em. Keep 'em under their feathers.
They do? Yep. Gee, ducks got ears. What happened after that?
Happened after what?
After what you was telling me before, about the bears and you in the Canadian Rockies.
What bears?
What?
Oh, yeah, them bears. Well, as I was telling you, there I was, alone in the Canadian Rockies, with them 3 bears and just one load of shot in my double-barrel gun.
You were telling me before there was 2 bears.
Yeah. Well, there was 2 bears. 2 bears coming at me. Third was the little one I was holding in my arms when the old man and old lady showed up.
Why was you holding the little bear?
I was feeding it a can of condensed milk I had in my pack. 'Cause when I found the poor thing, it looked hungry.
And then its old man and old lady come along, huh?
Yeah. One of them come up on the right of me, and the other one come up on the left of me. So I set down the cub. I tried to get him to go to his parents. Fool thing wouldn't budge an inch, 'cause he was having too good a time with that can of milk, you know.
Just sat there drinking, huh?
Yeah, just sat there drinking. All the time, his folks kept coming closer and closer, you know.
Yeah?
All red-eyed and furious, thinking that I was going to steal the silly old cub. Well, sure, I knew right then and there I had to do something. Pretty gosh awful quick, too.
Sure.
Yep, and I knew blamed well if I turned to shoot the one on my right, why, the one on my left, he'd pounce on me. And vice versa. And all the time they kept edging in close to me, you know, and the cub, he...
Oh, gosh. What did you do then?
Well, I just went to work and I bent one barrel of my gun so's it pointed at the old man, and the other barrel so's it pointed at the old lady. And without so much as a how do you do, I fired at 'em both at once.
Gee. Did you kill 'em?
Dead on so many doornails.
Gee.
Yep. Hear that?
Ducks.
Ducks sitting back there in the marsh. Funny we ain't seen any yet.
What became of the cub?
Cub. Oh, yes. Oh, I kept him for a while. he got to be quite a pet. But finally, he got too big to be dragging around the country after me, so I sold him to a man in Kansas City, Missouri, for $24.
What did he do with him?
What did he do with him? He was a milkman, if I remember correct. Used the bear to pull his wagon for him.
Oh, boy, just imagine an old bear pulling a milk wagon.
Cut that out, Lute. You're rocking the boat here. Rumpus like that would scare away a herd of elephants.
Is that the gun?
Tain't a fishbowl.
I mean, is that the gun you used to kill the bears?
You asking me if this is the gun that I used to kill them bears? Lute, it wasn't no other. No other gun in the whole world but this one. My name ain't Tremont Snickleby.
It's an old gun, all right. You never seen no old gun like that before.
Yeah, it's an old gun, all right. And a famous one to boot.
Famous? What's it famous for?
Well, sir, you ever heard of the shot heard round the world?
Oh, sure I did. Read all about it in my history book. I learned all about that stuff.
Well, son, you're having the rare privilege of looking at the gun that done the shooting.
That gun?
Yes, sirree, Bob. And it was fired by my Snickleby ancestor that fought with the embattled farmers at Lexington.
Jinkies. Holy jinkies all around the world. It must be the loudest shooting gun ever was built.
Well, no, it ain't that it actually made such a loud noise.
No?
No, what they meant by that was that the shot it made was so important. That shot was the one that started off the American Revolution, you know. Got the whole business started with a bang, you might say.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see now. Oh, I got it started with a bang. Oh, boy.
Bang.
You know, you think a gun like that would be hanging someplace special, like in a museum or Grant's tomb or someplace like that.
Special. Yeah. Well, of course it was hanging someplace special. Yep, it hung someplace for a good many years before I got it restored to the Snicklebys after my ancestor gave it away.
No.
Yep, pretty interesting how it happened, too. How he come to give it away.
Yeah?
Yeah, you see, it was right after the Revolution, if I remember correct. And my ancestor, he'd gone back to his blacksmithing business up around Lexington, or Concord, whichever that was.
Whoa there, Whoa, stand still there. Hello there, Mr. Blacksmith. You sure seem busy.
Busy? Mister, I'll tell you something. For one whole year before the Revolution started, I had a standing order to beat every single plowshare in the state of Massachusetts into swords.
You did, huh?
Yeah. And now the war's over, I got a standing order to beat them all back into plowshares. So, mister, don't hold me up.
Here, wait a minute there, Blacksmith. I want to ask you something. You by any chance called Snickleby?
What'd you say?
I said you by any chance called by the name of Snickleby?
That's me, yep.
Well, then, mister, I got business with you. Just let me get down off my horse here. Whoa, stand still there, you old fool. Maybe I better introduce myself. I'm George Washington.
Yeah, George Washington? Well, cut off my wind and call me Wheezy if it ain't. Well, General, I tell you, I never recognized you sitting up there on that horse.
You didn't, huh?
No, sir, not for a second. And after me having seen you before, too.
See, we met someplace before, you say?
We sure did. Remember the day you took it into your head to fling $1 across the Potomac?
Yeah.
Remember how you only had a $5 bill on you?
Yeah.
I was the fellow that gave you change.
Why, sure, I remember now. Well, in that case, I guess you can just call me George.
In that case, you can call me anytime. Well, what's eating you, George?
Well, I'll tell you, Tremont. It's sort of like this. For the past couple of months, I've been galumping all over these United States looking for the feller as fired this here now shot here round the world.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah. Many's the time I thought I had my man for sure, only to have the whole thing turn out to be a fizzle. Now, folks around here have been telling me that you're the man that I'm looking for, so I asked you to tell me straight. Is you or ain't you?
I'm the fellow, Georgie. So help me, I cannot tell a lie.
Jeepers and jumpers, Snick, say.
Call me Snicky.
All right, Snicky. You got no idea how happy I am that I don't have to do no more running around looking for you, Snicky. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, what for?
What for? On account of you're a hero, that's what for. I'm going to see to it personally that you get some really big doings done in your honor.
Oh, well, that's mighty nice of you, George. That's mighty nice indeed, but I got no mind for this here glamour business, not at all. You know, I just want to be left alone so as I can get all this blacksmithing that I'm bound to do done.
Yeah, well, now that's a mighty fine spirit, Snicky. Mighty fine spirit. Somehow or other I sort of knew that's the way you'd feel about it. But I just felt it my duty to look you up anyhow and see if I couldn't knock out a old statue of you or something.
Oh, no. Thanks just the same, though, George.
Well, like your picture on a stamp, maybe?
Ones or twos?
Well, shucks, Nick. I'm afraid all we got open now is the 2-cent postage dues.
Well, I don't know.
I tell you, I may be able to get you something better later on.
Oh, don't you bother about it at all, George. Don't you bother at all. I'd rather we left things just as they are.
Well, sure, Snick. That's the way you really feel about it.
Yeah.
Say, I got an idea. You still got that gun around?
Yeah, I believe I have someplace.
Well, supposing you let me take that down to Washington with me, so we'll have something on hand to sort of remember the occasion by. We could maybe hang it up someplace so folks could see it, huh?
Sure, George. That sounds like a pretty smart notion. Let's see, where'd I put that? Somewhere here. Oh, here it is.
Let's see.
Under this pile of swords here.
Oh, geez. Say, that's a whizaroo of a weapon for sure. You know what? I'm going to hang that up right over the White House fireplace, dinged if I ain't.
Sort of funny to be parting with it, George, but here she is. Take her.
Well, thanks a heap, Snick. See, I tell you, that's right generous of you. Wait a minute. I'll just slide it through the top of my saddlebag here. Stand still. Whoa. There you are. Well, Snick, I'm going to say goodbye. I got to be blowing along.
Oh. Well, that's too bad.
Oh.
Too bad you can't stay on for a spell.
Well, I wished I could, Snick, but I tell you, I got to be back at the Capitol in a week on account I got a date to fly a kite with Benjamin Franklin. I got to stop off here and there along the way, dedicate a whole flock of cherry orchards.
Yeah. Well, you know best, George.
Well, thanks for the gun, Snick. So long.
Remember me to mind, eh?
Yeah, if you're ever in Washington, look me up. I'm in the book.
That's how it was my ancestor give this gun to George Washington, and how it come to get hung up over the mantelpiece down there at the White House.
So he gave that old gun to George Washington, did he? Talked to him and everything.
Yeah, he sure did. Even went to visit him a couple of years later just to see how the gun looked hanging over the fireplace down there.
Did he see it?
Oh, he saw it all right. Only trouble was the general was so busy he plumb forgot to tell folks what a famous gun 'twas and why it was hanging there. So nobody ever knew about it but my ancestor and him.
Gee, that was too bad. Didn't your ancestor say anything?
No, not him. Oh, no. He wasn't kidding about not liking the limelight. No, he never said a word. But he did kind of wish, since nobody knew nothing about it, that he had his old gun back, because it was the only one he was used to handling, you know. Well, you realize how you get used to things that way, don't you?
Sure, just like a first baseman's mitt I had once.
Yeah, well, that's how my ancestor was used to his gun. In fact, he was so used to it, and it was so used to him, folks used to say he could go out in the woods, prop this gun up in the air so as it pointed up the sky, go to sleep, and he'd be woke up by it going off, bringing down half a flock of wild turkeys.
Holy jinkies.
Yep, that's what he used to do, too. I wonder where the ducks is today. I ain't seen a one yet.
Your ancestor never did get his gun back, huh?
No, never could figure out a way of doing it graceful, so he just went on wishing that he had it. Finally just pined himself away, died at the age of 84.
Pretty old.
Pretty young for a Snickleby.
How'd you ever get it back? Get it restored to the family?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Why, that happened some years ago, too. When I was just a young fella acting as a special aide-de-camp to Colonel Teddy Roosevelt during the Spanish-American War. It had just turned July, if I remember correct, in the year 1898. And us Rough Riders was encamped just a few miles east of San Juan Hill.
Well, let's see. If we head south over this way, then according to this here map, we can... No, we can't do that. Maybe if we cuts over here, right there, about 4 or 5 miles, we can... Nope, we can't do that either.
Hey, Colonel Roosevelt, you in your tent?
Yeah.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come on in. Oh, Captain Snickleby.
Yeah. So darn hot, I feel beat out right down to my socks.
Well, here, sit down on that box, Captain. Take a load off your mind.
Oh, well, thanks. I don't mind if I do.
Well, let's see. If we could spread out this way, there, A single line running north like that and south. Oh, blood and thunder, that won't work either. Thunderation.
What's the matter, Colonel? Having a bit of trouble?
Trouble ain't the word, Snickleby. I'm having a bang of a time trying to dope this here business out.
Well, from the way you've been punishing that map with your pen, I thought you was playing tic-tac-toe.
No such thing, Snickleby. I got a problem. A tremendous problem.
Well, let us in on it.
Well, now, you see this place here where that blot of ink is?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's us. Now, you see this other place over here where somebody left a cigar burning?
Yeah.
Well, that's San Diego. That's our final objective.
What's this place in between, where somebody's been drawing pictures here?
Well, now, that's the whole trouble. That's San Juan Hill.
What? Why, sure, doggone it. Yeah, there she is. Good old San Juan Hill. What's the trouble with her, Colonel?
Trouble? I can't figure out a way to get around her. Move on to capture San Diego. I've been trying and trying. I'm blamed if I can do it.
Go around her?
Yeah.
Go around San Juan Hill?
Sure.
You mean to tell me you ain't going to charge up her?
Well, not if I can help it, I ain't.
Well, you just got to. You just got to charge up San Juan Hill. Listen here now, you want to spoil this whole war?
I'll tell you another thing. In case you don't know it, Snickleby, there's a blockhouse sitting up on top of that hill, and that blockhouse is just full of fellers waiting for somebody to come along and charge up her.
Even so. Ain't no other course open to you except to charge up that there hill, win the war, and be president of the USA.
What? Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. All right, then, we'll charge up her. We'll charge right persnickety up her with the bugles a-blowing and the flags a-flying and the guns a-tooting and... Oh, sure, only one thing, though.
What's that?
Well, we got to figure somehow a way of finding out how strong that blockhouse is garrisoned.
That ain't nothing. I'll take care of that little detail myself.
You can't send a man up that hill in broad daylight.
I know I can't send a man. That's why I'm going myself.
Well, Fremont, you don't mean that you're...
That's exactly what I mean. All you have to do is to have somebody get me a Spanish uniform from one of the prisoners, fetch it to my tent just as soon as he can.
Company, halt!
Company, halt! Company, halt!
All right, Snickleby. Here it is. Here's the foot of the hill. I guess this is as far as we goes with you.
Yes, you say, Colonel.
Fair enough. No sense romping around in the open so's they get wind of anything. How do I look in this here Spanish uniform?
Well, Perfect. I didn't know you was Snickleby. I'd shoot you on sight. But for the last time, I do wish you'd tell me how you're able to get up there.
You'll see, Colonel. You'll see. Adios, amigos. Hasta luego. Hasta la vista. Hasta mañana. And just plain old everyday hasta.
Well, so long, Snickleby. Lots of luck.
Brave man, that Snickleby. I was just thinking the same thing myself.
Lieutenant Stanley, Captain Snickleby is a man of infinite courage and tremendous brain power.
Tremendous. Tremendous.
Well, keep your opera glasses pointed on that first clearing on the hill. Let me know what he's doing.
You bet your boots.
Where's Corny Harrison? The bugler?
Here I am, Colonel, sitting and waiting.
All right. You all practiced up on your charge call?
I sure am, Colonel. You want to hear it?
No, not now. Keep it till Captain Snickleby gets back.
Well, I can play Annie Laurie while we're waiting. I can play it real good.
No, thanks just the same, party. Well, I just don't want you to get all wore out.
I see him now. He's coming out in the open.
Great.
Yep. That guy goes creeping up very slowly.
He's
creeping up backward.
What?
Hey, that's a clever thing to do. Clever thing. Oh, it sure is.
Backwards? Why is he creeping up backwards?
Here, take a look through these glasses, Colonel.
Give them here.
Watch it plain as a nose on your face. He's creeping up backwards with his gun pointed at us. So as them blockheads up there in the blockhouse will just naturally think he's one of their men coming down.
Good for you, Snick.
Hey, fellas.
Hi, Snick.
At ease, Colonel. Don't stand up.
Yeah, all right.
Colonel, everything's going to be all right. There's a heap of men up there, but if we act fast, we can count on taking them by surprise.
Delighted, Captain Snickleby, delighted. If my charge up this here San Juan Hill wins the Spanish-American War and I become the President of the United States of America like you said I would, I'm going to see to it, Snickleby, that you're justly rewarded. Corny Harrison. Get set to toot your bugle.
What'll it be, Colonel? Annie Laurie?
No, Corny. Thanks to Captain Stickleby, you can play Charge. Charge, Corny!
After that, Teddy Roosevelt won the day, a whole big hunk of the war, and finally he did become president.
Yeah, but if it hadn't been for you, maybe he wouldn't have.
Oh, sure.
Gee, it ain't hardly fair that you Snicklebys never get credit for none of this stuff in the history books.
Well, Lute, my boy, it's all due to our inherent modesty and retiring dispositions. I did see to it, though, that I got this gun back to the Snicklebys, because I figured I could use it in my business, which I did.
It's the same gun that killed them bears and flocks of wild turkeys and everything.
Yeah, this very same gun. And in the hands of a Snickleby, she's surefire death to whatever she's aimed at. I recollect one time I was paddling up the Orinoco in search of Clinton Fibber, missing biologist, you know. I was making my way up this river.
Listen, Major, you hear that? The ducks is coming, you hear them? They're heading this way.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Oh, sure.
All right, I'm ready for them. Let them come.
I can see them now. If they don't change their course, they're going to pass right over our heads. They're swooping down like a bunch of airplanes.
All right. Don't be jiggling the boat now, Lou. I'm going to stand up in her so as I can perfect my aim.
The way they're coming, we're almost going to be able to touch them. A big flock. It's like a cloud.
Hey, Lou, help me. Here, give me a hand, will you, Lou? Help me back in the boat.
Here, Major. Hand me the gun. Now, come on up over the side.
Careful. Listen, that water's plenty cold.
You missed. You didn't hit a single one. At 15 feet.
Too bad they flew so low. Had to throw my aim off. I couldn't fire on anything flying so close. Most unsportsmanlike thing in the world. Wonder what time's getting to be.
Yeah, I pointed one barrel toward the old man and toward the old lady, and I fired at them both to once.
Lute. Well, undo that line, will you, Lute? I guess we might as well be heading back home.
Yeah. Oh, MacDonald.
At a farm.
E-I-E-I-O.
On that farm he had some ducks.
Today's Columbia Workshop production was William Iverson's original comedy for radio, Opus for Lute and a Lyre. Parker Fenley was the major, and Kingsley Colton was young Lute. Others in today's cast were Arthur Allen, Roy Fant, and Orth Bell. Alexander Samler conducted his own score for the production. Nyla Mack directed. Next Sunday's Columbia Workshop will bring you The Plot of Mr. Greenberg by Lon Shaw. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In the hearts of men. The shadow knows. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. One of the chief weapons in the arsenal of winter is deception. Warm days may lull you into a false security. Well, don't be fooled. There are weeks of bitter weather ahead. Be prepared with blue coal. This excellent home fuel always does a grand job, and especially during changeable weather, because it burns evenly and slowly, keeps every room at a cozy, comfortable temperature, regardless of the weather outside. Get in touch with your blue coal dealer right away. Place your order now. Remember that railroad facilities are urgently needed for military supplies. So it's wise to play safe and be prepared. Phone your blue coal dealer tomorrow morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Speaks Twice. The time, nearly midnight. The place, the state penitentiary. Thousands of weary bodies and tortured souls have found temporary refuge in sleep. Suddenly, from one of the cell blocks, the silence is disturbed by...
Framed. Framed. You were framed, Paul.
Shut up. Shut up, will you?
You yeller. You were framed and you know it. And you're afraid to do anything about it.
What is there to do about it? You won't be out of here for 2 more years.
Maybe yes. Maybe no.
Meaning?
Meaning I found a way out of this crackerbox pen.
No. I told you before, I'm not going to break out of here.
So you want to do your full time, huh? Just an honest embezzler.
For the last time, I'm telling you I had nothing to do with any embezzlement.
Sure, Paul, sure, I know. Your Uncle George Bartow framed you, and you're too scared to do anything about it. But I'm going to do something to pay him back for the life rap he gave me.
Oh, talk is cheap.
Yeah, you're right. But once we're outside...
Sorry, Marty. I said I wasn't interested in escape.
Okay. Have it your way, then. Good night, kid.
Good night.
Prison beds are hard, ain't they, kid?
Yeah.
Say, it's too bad about that good-looking dame whose picture you got on the wall there.
Peggy Sanders? What about her?
Suppose I were to tell you that I know she's Judge Bartow's ward.
Where'd you find that out?
Oh, there's ways, even in prison. Suppose I told you that I heard that your girlfriend, Peggy, is going to marry your stepbrother next week.
Going to marry Edwin? Oh, no. Well, she wouldn't. She loves me.
Maybe your uncle, the good judge, used some pressure. Maybe he's forcing her to marry Edwin. It shouldn't be too hard now to talk her out of marrying a jailbird.
Shut up, Marty. Shut up.
Okay. So I'm talking too much, eh? Good night, kid.
You know, you're a fool to try to make that prison break, Marty.
Strictly.
Yeah. You think you can make it?
I told you it was a cinch.
All right. I'm going with you, Marty. There's something I've got to attend to outside.
All right, fall out, men. All right, kid. Everything's set. When it starts, we hit for the far wall under the watchtower.
I don't see how we're going to get away with it.
And now watch it. The screws keep moving.
Right.
Now, here's the way we work it. We're going to get a little help from the boys. When I give them the signal, they're going to start a little commotion down at that end of the yard.
Yeah.
That's our cue to head for the watchtower. We won't even be noticed. The guards will be busy with that phony fight. Now, this is it, kid. All right, boys. Chip it. Gotcha.
Hey, you keep your hands to your
All
right. Break it up, man. Break it up. Break it up. Break it up.
Not too fast, kid. That guard there's got his eye on us.
He's suspicious. He's coming towards us.
Keep moving, keep moving. If he tries to stop us, I'll take care of him.
Where'd you get that knife?
Never mind.
Just a moment, you two.
Oh, anything on your mind, guard?
You heard the whistle. Now get back to the exercise field and line up.
Sure.
You've killed him.
I'm a little out of practice, but judging by my past experience, I think I've done just that.
Murder.
Sure. Come on, kid. Let's get moving. Now, here, help me lift this stone. Come on, give me a hand. Don't stand there.
All right. All right.
It covers the entrance to an old water main. Leads into a stream outside the grounds. Once we're out, we're in the clear. Here. Now, there's the hole. Come on, in you go.
No.
Hey?
I've changed my mind.
It's too late to rat on me now, kid. You're going through with this. Now get in there.
No, Marty. I'll wait. If I get out of here and find my uncle Judge Bartow has framed that marriage, I'll get him then.
I said you were yellow before, and I say it now. You're going through with this, kid. Right into my arms, Junior. Now I'll drag you through that tunnel. And when you come to, I'll flip you to see who kills the judge.
The two convicts who today escaped from the state prison through an abandoned water main after having killed a guard have not yet been apprehended. The men are lifer Monty Legault and his cellmate, Paul Bartow, who, ironically enough, is a nephew of Judge Bartow, who sentenced them both to prison.
Nothing new
Both
on the radio.
men were
Switch
wearing
it off,
convict...
Margot. And there it is, Margot. That's the reason for the urgent phone call from Edwin to come to Cliff House.
Why, on account of the prison break?
Uh-huh. They fear that Paul has broken out to avenge himself on his uncle, Judge Bartow. I'm inclined to believe that all three secretly fear that they're in for danger.
All three, Lamont.
Judge Bartow, his ward Peggy Sanders, and Paul's stepbrother Edwin. You know, Margot, this whole business puzzles me. I knew Paul Bartow before he was sent to prison. He's not a killer. Not the criminal type at all.
Well, Lamont, wasn't there some talk at the time of his trial that his uncle deliberately sent him up to prison to get him out of the way?
But even so, I still can't believe Paul would do anything to his uncle.
Well, from a little bit I've seen of dear old uncle, I figured him to be rather an unpleasant person.
Well, perhaps a better word would be hasty, Margot. You see, 5 years ago, his verdict against Paul on the embezzlement charge was, I don't know, somebody right up ahead signaling with a flashlight for us to stop.
Well, do you think we'd better, Lamont, at this time of night?
Oh, don't worry, Margot.
That you, Lamont?
Yes? Oh, hello, Edwin.
Edwin, Paul's stepbrother?
Right.
Good to see you, Lamont. Hello, Margot.
Hello, Edwin.
Lamont, Paul is up at the house now.
Oh, I see. Is your uncle in the house, too?
Yes, Uncle John is there with Peggy.
Well, how is Peggy? I haven't seen her lately.
She's fine, Margot. Lamont, things are very serious. Paul has accused Uncle John of trying to force Peggy to marry me. Of course, that's ridiculous.
Well, knowing your uncle as I do...
Well, Lamont, you know me, too. Think I'm the kind of a man who double-crossed someone I like as much as I do Paul? Believe me, Peggy loves me now. Even if Paul never had been sent to prison, she'd still love me.
I see.
But Paul doesn't understand that.
Well, if that's true, it shouldn't be hard to make him understand it.
Margot, 4.5 years of prison can do a great deal to warp a man.
Just what did you want me to come here for, Edwin?
Well, I thought that you could reason with him, Lamont. You could persuade him to go back to prison and finish his term.
That's a big order.
You can do it, Lamont. He knows you and he respects you.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But meanwhile, Edwin, what about Monty Legault?
Who?
Paul's cellmate who made the break with him.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. As a matter of fact, Lamont, I haven't spoken directly to Paul. I've just heard him talking to Uncle John in the library.
Well, let's get up to the house, Edwin. See what we can do about this problem of yours.
Peggy! Oh, Peggy! She's probably locked herself in her room. She said she didn't want to face Paul again.
Can't say I blame her.
Paul must still be in the library with Uncle John. It's right this way, Lamont.
Just a minute, Edwin. Wouldn't it be better if we told Paul that we're here first?
Very well. Just a moment.
You keep quiet.
I don't want to hear any more.
I won't keep quiet.
They seem to be arguing.
Yes, I don't think it'd be advisable to go in now.
Don't raise your voice in my presence, Paul. I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already. You hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it. Stop shouting. I'll shout the rooftops if it pleases me.
I think we'd better go in there.
Get out of this house. This is the last time you threaten me. Oh, what are you doing? Oh!
Lamont, those shots.
Come on, let's go in.
Where are they?
Paul must have gone out through that open window.
Lamont.
Here, Cranston, here on the floor.
All right, just a minute now. Better let me examine him, Edwin.
Uncle John.
Your uncle is dead, eh?
Paul's murdered him, Lamont. I knew he would.
No. Get hold of yourself, Edwin.
Let's get hold of myself.
All right, now. Go downstairs. Phone for the police.
Oh. All right, Lamont, but it's a little late for them.
It seems you were wrong, Lamont, about Paul.
Yes. Looks like I was, Margot. Say, here's something interesting.
What is it, Lamont?
This window is at least 3 feet from the ground. If Paul jumped through here, he should have left footprints in the soft earth outside.
I should think so.
Well, there are no footprints out there.
All of which means he's still in the house. What was that? That's Edwin calling.
I guess you were right after all, Margot. Paul must still be in the house. Come on.
Thought you'd never find me way down here in the cellar.
You all right, Edwin?
Yes, I'm all right now.
Well, what happened, Edwin?
Paul tried to kill me. As I was calling the police, I heard a sound down here in the cellar, and I came down to investigate. Paul fired at me.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He could have escaped by that open window there.
Well, Edwin, I'm convinced now that your stepbrother, Paul...
Oh! Down, both of you. He's still here.
Lamont, you've been shot.
I'm all right, Margot. I'm all right.
Lamont! He's dead. Paul's killed him.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of Death Speaks Twice. You've heard the phrase, too little and too late. Did you ever think that might apply to you in the matter of heating your home? Too little coal on hand and the need realized too late. Don't let that happen to you. Shift the problem right now to the shoulders of your blue coal dealer. Get in touch with him. Tell him how much coal you have on hand and let him estimate what you'll need and take care of that need now. Blue coal, you know, is especially efficient because it's prepared particularly for home heating. It is delivered to your home in exactly the right size to suit the requirements of your furnace. There's nothing hit or miss about it. And for this reason, you enjoy more comfortable heating with blue coal. Every room in the house is kept at just the right temperature for both health and comfort. Not only that, but you'll save money, too. Yes, and here's something else. With the addition of the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator, you'll also find you save time and effort in heating your home. The regulator will save you countless trips up and down stairs. When you talk to your Blue Coal dealer, ask him about the Blue Coal Heat Regulator. He'll tell you all about it and show you how it will save fuel and save steps for you. Call him tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow.
Now just lie still, Lamont.
Where's Edwin? Is he all right?
Yes, he's going to get the doctor.
And Paul?
He's escaped.
How did I get up here?
Edwin carried you up here to Peggy's room.
Oh.
What's that?
Sounds like it's coming from that closet. I'll see.
No, don't try to get up, Lamont.
I'm all right, Margot.
Lamont, please.
Oh.
It's Peggy. Here, quick, Margot. Untie her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
All right. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can get this untied. There.
Oh, Lamont. Margot. Oh, thank heavens.
Lamont, she's going to faint.
Here, Peggy, may I?
No. I'm all right now. You, Lamont, you've been shot.
It's nothing, Peggy. Just a flesh wound.
How did it happen?
Paul fired at him.
Oh, no. No,
Yes, Peggy, I think he did.
I was afraid.
Oh, Peggy, you better sit down.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. How do you feel? Well enough to tell us what happened?
I don't remember much. I was downstairs. There was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Paul was standing there. And another man. An ugly, terrible-looking man.
Did Paul call this man's name?
I
I don't remember.
Marty LaGorte?
I don't think he called him by name, Margot. Paul asked where Uncle was. He was acting so strangely. He hardly recognized me. I was afraid to tell him, but he hurried Uncle in the library and forced his way in.
Did this other man go with him?
No, he didn't. He clamped his hand over my mouth and started choking me. I guess I must have fainted because that's all I remember until you found me in the closet.
Well, Peggy, did you know that your uncle was murdered?
No. No, that can't be. Who would want it? It wasn't Paul. No. No, it couldn't have been Paul. You hear me?
Well, Cranston, we checked the gun against the bullets that were used to kill Judge Bartow, and this is the murder weapon, all right?
There's no doubt in my mind, Commissioner Weston, that Paul did it.
No. No, Edwin, you mustn't say that.
Well, it's true, Peggy.
Commissioner, I think that
Cranston, this is an open and shut case. Paul Bartow murdered his uncle, and that's that.
Margot,
we
you're
can
not paying attention. I bid 2 clubs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I bid 2 spades.
What's that?
You know,
I'm
it's the silliest
sorry.
thing, but
I'm so nervous I must have switched on the recording machine by mistake.
those voices on that record familiar?
Well, they ought to be, Margot. They're yours and Lamont's.
What goes here?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. I have a recording machine. I like to catch fragments of conversation and play them back later, just as a joke.
Oh.
I made that record of you and Lamont over a year ago, Margot.
Aha! Keeping a permanent record that I don't pay attention when playing bridge.
Well, this
huh?
isn't getting us anyplace. Miss Sanders, you've known Paul Bartow since he was in his childhood. Now, where do you think? I know he's still somewhere in the neighborhood.
Hyde. Well, he... Why, I wouldn't know.
Commissioner, if you'll forgive me, you do know that Marty LaGorte escaped with Paul Bartow.
That I do.
Well, it may have been LaGorte who murdered Judge Bartow and took that pot shot at me. After all, LaGorte had equal motive to kill Judge Bartow.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm convinced it was Paul Bartow. I'm going to send out an alarm, and I'll have him here in 24 hours.
Margot, keep watch at that window, will you, please? I'm sure that Peggy Sanders will try to leave this house tonight. I'm going to follow her. She knows where Paul would be hiding.
So that's why she acted so strangely when Commissioner Weston questioned her this afternoon.
It was obvious that she was covering up.
Well, then you think that she's still in love with Paul.
I'm sure of it. In spite of what Edwin says, she's...
Wait a minute. Lamont, you're right. Peggy's just slipped out the side, and she's taking the path that leads down to the ocean.
I'm going to follow her.
Oh, no, you're not. The doctor said you're not to leave this room.
But I've got to follow her, Margot.
Suppose I follow her, Lamont.
Oh, it's too dangerous for you.
If I were afraid of danger, I wouldn't pal around with you. I'm going after
Now,
her.
Margot, you...
And you're staying right where you are.
You know, Marty, my head hurts.
I told you, Paul, you heard it when you fell down.
How did we get here?
You brought me here.
Funny, I don't remember anything after we made that prison break. Funny, though, this place.
It's a cave.
This cave and this beach look very familiar.
Yeah, they ought to. You grew up around here. Back up there in the cliff is your uncle's house.
Oh. I remember now. Peggy and I used to play here when we were kids.
Hey, now look, we haven't eaten for 17 hours. I'm going to go and get us some grub.
Oh, they'll spot you in a minute in those prison clothes.
Not if I stay out of sight. I'll be back in an hour.
Oh, my head hurts. Everything's so jumbled up.
Paul?
Huh?
Paul!
What was that?
Paul.
Oh, Peggy.
Oh, my darling. I waited until that man left. Paul, you look ill.
Hey, it's just my head. Marty said I fell.
Did he bring you here?
Yes. No, I brought him here. I don't remember. It's so hard to think.
Oh, you've got to get away from here. They're going to arrest you for Uncle John's murder.
Uncle John's murder?
Yes.
I don't remember. I wanted to. He was forcing one.
Paul, did you kill him?
I don't know, Peggy. Maybe I did. Who's that? Who did you bring with you?
Why, I didn't bring... Margot Lane, you followed me here.
Peggy, forgive me for spying on you, but I want to help you.
You can help me by not mentioning this to anyone.
Well, what will you do?
I'm going to help Paul get away from the police.
Oh, running away won't help. He'll be caught eventually.
She's right, Peg. It's useless. We can't stay in this cave forever.
Margot, Judge Bartow tried to poison my mind, make me hate Paul, make me marry Edwin. But I can't.
That's a sad story, Miss Sanders.
Oh, Marty.
Yeah, Paul, your old friend Marty. It was nice of you to invite company to our hideout cave while I was gone. Too bad you're not going to be around to enjoy it.
What do you mean?
I mean that I just called Commissioner Weston on the phone and made a deal with him. If I bring you in, they'll go easy on me when the case comes to trial.
What?
You're clever, aren't you, Marty?
Sure I am. My story that I told the commissioner on the phone was that I tried to keep you from breaking jail. And when you did go, I went after you to bring you back. Simple enough?
Just a little too simple, Marty LaGorge.
Oh, so you got a gun. Why, you don't think that I'm going to be afraid
Stop coming toward me, or I'll fire.
A dame with a little pop gun?
I warned you.
And your little pop gun won't work, eh? That's too bad. Now I'm boss around here. I give the orders and my revolver works. What?
Marty LaGorge.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow, Marty LaGorge. Don't look for me. The Shadow cannot be seen.
What do you want of me, Shadow?
I want to commend the leopard who changed his spots. So you're working for the police, eh, Marty?
Sure. Sure, that's right.
Good for you.
Shadow, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly, Miss Lane. Come, Marty. We're all going back to Cliff House where Commissioner Weston and Edwin Bartow are waiting for you.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
Don't you understand, Marty? Bring your prisoner back to the police and receive the reward for your efforts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Shadow. After all, I am working for the police.
But, Shadow...
This should be interesting, Miss Lane, and quite surprising.
Marty LaGorge promised that he'd be here in 15 minutes.
And he said he was bringing Paul with him?
Yeah, I don't get it. Here's this lifer, Marty LaGorge, turning straight and helping the police.
All right, get in there, you.
Well, Marty, I see you brought Paul Bartow with you and Miss Lane and Miss Saunders.
Commissioner, here's your prisoner.
Why don't you say something, Paul? Defend yourself.
Oh, what's the use, Peg? I haven't a chance.
Not a chance, Paul Bartow. The law gives every man a chance.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
The Shadow?
Thought I might be of some assistance, Commissioner.
Well, you're too late. I've already solved this crime.
Sure of that, are you?
I've got a corpse, witnesses, and the murderer. What more do you want?
Who is the murderer?
This fella here, Paul Bartow.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner.
Now listen, Shadow, this is an open and shut case.
I agree with you.
You do? Well, that's very nice. You agree.
The murderer is right in this room. But he isn't Paul Bartow.
Now look, Shadow, my witnesses heard Paul Bartow threaten to shoot his uncle, and they heard the shots.
Did it sound like this?
But I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've said enough to me already, do you hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it.
Stop shouting. Turn that off. Turn it off.
Shout to the rooftops if that pleases me. You can't stop me. Get out of this room. Get out of this house. This is the last time you'll threaten me. Paul, what are you doing? Paul!
Is that what your witness heard, Commissioner?
What was that?
A recording. Played from that loudspeaker concealed in the wall. A recording that was devised by the real murderer, Edwin Bartow, to make his stepbrother Paul look guilty.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Edwin, with the aid of his accomplice, Marty LaGorge.
Edwin, you...
Stop LaGorge, Commissioner. He's trying to get away.
Stop or I'll fire. I kill him?
No, Commissioner. He'll live to pay his debt to society. As for our friend Edwin Bartow, I think you'll have no trouble getting a confession out of him now.
Coming. Oh, Lamont, come in.
Thank you.
Well?
Good news, Margot. Edwin Bartow confessed to everything, even the embezzlement. Marty LaGorge confessed to killing the prison guard and attempting to kill me in the cellar that night. Paul will be a free man any day now. And, Peggy was at police headquarters this morning. I don't believe I've ever seen anyone as happy as she is.
Oh, I'm so glad, Lamont.
Well, I guess I'll be running along now. You see, I have...
wait a minute, Lamont.
What?
You promised to tell me all about the case as soon as it was cleared up.
But you know the whole thing, Margot. Edwin had killed Judge Bartow before we even got there that night. The quarrel we heard was a recording that Edwin had made a long time ago of a dispute between his uncle and Paul. He played it for us to make us witnesses against his stepbrother.
And Paul wasn't even in the house at the time?
No, poor chap. The crack that Marty LaGorte had given him over the head when they broke prison had given him temporary loss of memory. He was in the cave unconscious while Edwin and Marty LaGorte carefully built up a case of murder against him.
Well, what did Marty LaGorte hope to gain by helping Edwin?
His parole for catching a so-called murderer. Edwin had talked him into persuading Paul to escape. You see, they needed their framed murderer close to the scene of the crime to definitely pin the crime on him.
Came close to succeeding, Lamont.
Yes, Margot, much too close. But you know, there's an old saying that murder will out. No matter how cunningly planned or brilliantly executed, murder has a way of pointing to the guilty one and demanding payment.
An important real-life drama of America at War will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On blustery, windy days like we've been having lately, I sometimes hear folks say, we just can't seem to get our house warm, yet we burn plenty of coal. Well, friends, most likely they're losing all the heat up the chimney instead of getting it in their rooms where they need it. That may sound serious, but it's really easy to overcome. 9 times out of 10, it's due to the turn damper being set wrong. And this can be corrected in a jiffy. So if you are getting all the nice, cozy warmth and comfort you want in your home, just do this. Call your Blue Coal dealer and tell him about it. He'll send a John Barclay serviceman right over to help you. You see, this man's whole job is to look over your heating plant, find out what is wrong, and tell you how to fix it. He sincerely wants you to get all the useful heat possible from the coal you burn. And remember, this friendly Blue Coal service is yours for the asking. So if you have heating troubles of any kind, by all means call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send his John Barclay serviceman. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. What are you doing to aid civilian defense?
I'm an air raid warden.
I'm helping the Red Cross.
I'm an auxiliary firefighter.
Every civilian, regardless of training, regardless of occupation, has a place waiting for him in civilian defense. Don't be a shirker. Don't expect your neighbors to do the whole job. Get in touch right away, today or tomorrow, with your local civilian defense headquarters. You'll find there is a place for you in America's all-out war effort. Remember that it's up to you to help prove to the gangster nations that in the world, just as in the community,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
This is Loretta Young.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight, Liberty's a Lady. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer welcome you to as timely a story as we've ever presented in the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The story is Liberty's a Lady, and it was written by Charles Tazwell. Our star tonight is Loretta Young. You'll hear her in the unusual portrayal of not one, but 6 roles. In just a moment, Oscar Bradley's fine musical score will introduce Liberty's a Lady. But before we hear about Liberty, I'd like to say a brief word about victory. One all-important lesson that every nation at war must learn is that victory begins at home. Victory begins, for instance, in America's industrial plants, in her oil fields and refineries, and with every man or woman who is helping supply the armed forces of the nation. Perhaps you've never considered before the essential part your good Gulf dealer has in this great task. The good Gulf dealer helps supply the trucks that move food and war materials, and the cars that carry workers to and from their jobs. And through his specialized knowledge, he also helps conserve these cars and trucks. And that has become doubly important now that so much of our industrial effort is aimed solely at producing war equipment. Thus, the Gulf oil companies are performing two important jobs, supplying both the defense needs and the families of the nation. And today, thanks to Gulf's research and foresight, and to the experience gained in time of peace, we can promise you that your car will always be able to get helpful attention and the highest quality products available at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ladies and gentlemen, Loretta Young in Liberty's a Lady. On late February days, the thick white fog comes rolling in through the Narrows, clothing New York Harbor in a ghostly shroud. Familiar landmarks disappear, one by one. That bright torch of liberty on Bedloe's Island, the great skyscrapers, the custom house, the aquarium, until even the nearest bench in Battery Park becomes only a vague, unreal shadow. On nights like this, old sailors will tell you, there are ghosts who walk the Manhattan shore. You may hear the voice of Henry Hudson. Or the deep laughter of Peter Minuit. Or perhaps the rap of Governor Stuyvesant's wooden leg. Fantastic story, isn't it? Yes, and they tell even a stranger one. The curious legend of a beautiful and mysterious ghost lady who, on nights like this, suddenly appears on the shore out of a foggy nowhere. Of course, it's only a sailor's yarn. Ghost lady, indeed. Why, you and I would never believe that this woman coming down the path isn't real. She's as real as this fog. And just as real as that little girl curled up on that park bench. The little girl with the snuffly nose and the two eyes red from crying. Why, would a ghost lady pause, as this one does, to take a quick notice of such an unhappy fragment of humanity?
Hello there.
Hello.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Nothing? Oh, I'd never believe that. Not even if you said it and crossed your heart and hoped to die.
I wish I could die. Right now.
Oh. Then it's terribly serious. Come now. I'm awfully good at keeping secrets. What is it?
I'm a girl.
Yes?
That's it. I'm a girl.
Oh. Oh, I see.
And I hate being a girl.
Why?
Girls never do anything.
They don't?
Anything big, I mean. Boys can be soldiers or sailors and fight and be heroes and get medals and everything wonderful.
You know, it sounds very much to me as though you've been listening to some little boy. Why, girls are every bit as wonderful as boys.
They are?
Certainly. And they've done just as much to make this a great country. Now, look. The very next time some little boy starts talking big, you say, "Pardon me for pointing, but a certain man named Columbus would have looked pretty silly if it hadn't been for a certain lady named Isabella." And then, if you really want to put him in his place, ask him what would have happened to John Smith's head if it hadn't been for an original American girl named Pocahontas.
I never thought of that.
No, of course you didn't. Girls have sat back and let the boys take all the applause and attention because we like them, and it makes them happy.
Listen, what's that?
Music.
Where is it?
It's coming out of the fog.
Land ho! I claim this land in the name of the Queen. I claim it for Spain. And I for France. This for England. For the Netherlands.
And what were those voices?
They're coming out of the fog, too. It's the same old fog that's been rolling up and down this coast since time began. From the Florida Straits to the Bay of Fundy. Since the first explorers. Since the first settlements.
Really?
Yes. You see, child, no word is ever really lost. The fog holds and keeps whatever it touches.
But I didn't hear any women's voices.
Oh, but you will if you listen. I can always hear their voices very plainly on nights like this. Listen.
Hannah Dustin, Priscilla Alden,
Sister Madeline,
Virginia Dare.
Virginia. That's my name.
Really, dear? Well, that Virginia was the first white child born in America. So you see, the boys didn't get ahead of us there, did they?
Are there any more?
Oh, there are lots more. Why, girls have been pioneers and teachers and soldiers and great humanitarians. Listen, child. Listen very carefully and hear how their voices were heard through the years. Speaking for tolerance, for freedom, for mercy, for justice, for America.
Anne Hutchinson. Anne Hutchinson. Anne Hutchinson. Anne Hutchinson, will you take the stand, please? Quiet. This court will tolerate no disturbance. Now, Mistress Hutchinson, can you defend this blasphemy you've been teaching in Boston?
What I have taught needs no defense, Your Honor. There is no blasphemy in the covenant of grace.
The covenant of the devil? To me it has the smell of witchcraft.
Silence! The covenant of grace. What does that mean, Mistress Hutchinson?
It means that holiness is a spiritual state and not a matter of outward appearance. I have told the people of Boston they might go about in their plain clothing, acting soberly and decently, avoiding all semblance of vanity and luxury. But that was no evidence of their Christianity.
Indeed.
Christianity is founded on one's inner life. If you have the grace of God in your souls, you cannot displease him.
The woman's possessed. She profanes the scriptures. Silence!
Mistress Hutchinson, are those your words, or were they whispered in your ear by the devil?
They were given to me in a revelation from God.
Silence! Silence!
Mistress Hutchinson, I find you guilty of traducing the holy word. I hereby expel you from the church for having told a manifest lie, and I sentence you to perpetual banishment from this colony.
Your Honor, this colony was founded by those who longed for freedom of worship. Where is that freedom now? Tolerance has been killed by bigotry.
Silence, Mistress Hutchinson. I'll have you whipped and driven from the town.
Your Honor, there is no evil in me.
No evil? Is there no evil in a woman who believes herself wise enough to interpret the scriptures for men of great intelligence? Evil? Anne Hutchinson, you are the personification of evil when you say that God revealed himself to you. Why, you know as well as I do that God speaks only to men.
1776. In Congress, July 4th, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. Molly! 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 Molly!
Yes, Martin?
Quick, hurry! Drop down behind the wall!
Here, take the water bucket. And be careful now, don't spill it, or I'll have to run all the way back to that spring for more.
Tell me, have you gone clean out of your head? Running across the field with those British, filling the air with lead like a swarm of bees.
Oh, pooh. Those redcoats can't shoot.
Well, can't they now?
No. And besides, they're awful shy. One poor fellow was hiding down by the timber lot, and when I lifted my petticoats to cross the fence, he shut his eyes and dropped his musket. Ah, the silly.
I swear I don't know why I love you. You're a shameless wench with no respect for the dignity of the tactics of war.
No, not at all.
What? I suppose General Washington had seen you.
The general has eyes in his head. He'd say that Molly Pitcher displayed the trimmest pair of ankles in the colonies at the Battle of Monmouth.
You're a brazen hussy, vain, empty-headed, who'll end up on the ducking stool of the stocks.
Nah, you're behind the times, Martin. Tell me, how goes the fighting?
The British have retreated to reform ranks. General Washington's certain they'll attack again. I'd better look to my powder and...
Martin! Martin!
See, you were wrong, Molly.
Martin.
Some British can shoot.
Martin. Oh, Martin,
Don't cry. I don't want to close my eyes. And remember, you're crying.
I'm not crying, Martin.
Battles can't be won with tears.
Oh?
And we've got to win, Molly.
Yes, Martin.
When the attack comes, they mustn't take this gun.
They won't take it. I promise you, they won't take it.
That's...
Martin! Martin!
Is that her? Yep, that's Moll Pitcher herself. What was it she done at Monmouth? Took over the gun when her husband was killed by the Redcoats. Congress made her a sergeant. That just goes to show you what kind of empty heads we got in Congress. Hero, shucks. Nobody know how and nowhere ever heard tell of a woman hero.
1836.
An article which I feel should be written down in the Congressional Record of 1837. Women's place in society. Where, I may be asked, where is the true sphere of woman? My answer is home. Home, the highest, holiest place in which human agency can act. There was much wisdom in the advice given by an old mother to a younger one. Stimulate the sensibilities of your boys and blunt those of your girls. I would not have woman hide herself.
Mary Lyon. Mary Lyon. Mary Lyon. Mary Lyon.
Yes?
The gentleman will see you now.
Thank you.
Ah, come in, Miss Lyon.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Here, do take this chair by the fire, Miss Lyon.
Yes, do. It's cold out, isn't it?
It's cold for November. I'll wager the year 1837 will go down in history as the coldest
Gentlemen, please. I didn't ask for this appointment to discuss the bad weather. Shall we come to the point? What is your decision?
Yes. Well, Miss Lyon, it's quite impossible.
Yes, girls have no use for a college education.
Our colleges ought to prepare young men for careers. Yes, and girls don't have careers.
But don't you think they might have careers if they were given the opportunity?
Miss Lyon.
Oh, yes, I know. It's an indelicacy for women to aspire to an equality of intellect with men. You would stick her darning needles through her heart, wrap her in her quilting, and bury her quietly among the pots and the pans of the kitchen.
Oh, no, really, Miss
In the
Lyon.
Orient, I believe they have a much easier way of dealing with girls. They simply throw the superfluous ones in the river to drown.
Miss Lyon, may I say that your astounding behavior merely proves our point. Women have no place in our colleges.
And let me say I think you're perfectly right.
What?
Knowing your attitude, I would be afraid of any learning one of my sex received in one of your institutions. Therefore, gentlemen, I propose to build a college exclusively for women.
You're not serious.
Oh, I'm entirely serious. Since I last saw you, I have received promises of assistance. And if you gentlemen will make the journey to South Hadley next week, you will see the beginning of Mount Holyoke Seminary.
I don't believe it. Who would finance a wild scheme like that?
Sheer nonsense.
Perhaps the Lord himself has remembered our low estate and felt sorry for us. Good day, gentlemen.
A college for women.
It's the craziest idea I ever heard. Why should a girl want to be educated?
Gentlemen, believe me, no lady will ever set foot in Mount Holyoke Seminary.
1863.
Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield.
Clara Barton. Clara Barton. Clara Barton. Clara Barton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
That soldier in the cot in the corner. He's hardly more than a boy. Nothing can be done for him, but if you'd speak to him, Miss
Yes,
Barton.
Lieutenant. I'll talk to him.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be... Oh, God, my head. Stop the pain in my head.
Quiet. Everything's going to be all right very soon, soldier.
What? Who are you?
Oh, someone you know.
You're Josie. That's who you are. You're Josie.
Yes, I'm Josie.
I kissed you, didn't I? I kissed you that night down by the gate. Remember Josie?
Yes, that's right.
And there was a mockingbird singing up in the oak tree. Remember Josie?
Yes, I remember. And he's still there. He sings every night.
Oh, I'm glad. I was afraid he'd gone away. Oh, my head. It's hot. It's on fire.
Here, I'll brush away the pain so you can go to sleep. There.
Oh, your hand. So cool. Where your hand is, there's no pain at all. No pain. No pain. No pain at all.
Oh, God, please take care of him. Along with all the others.
Miss Barton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There's a new lot just being brought in. I don't know what we're going to do with them or where we're going to put them.
Neither do I, Lieutenant. But things like this must never happen again. Something must be done to care for the wounded and the sick at time of war, or pestilence, or fire, or famine, or flood. We can't stop these casualties, but we can lessen the suffering and the pain they cause.
We could if we had bandages and medicines and proper medical help.
And we will have them. There's a new organization in Geneva they call the Red Cross, and it was formed to give volunteer aid wherever it is needed. Lieutenant, I'm going to organize an American Red Cross, if I have to devote the rest of my life to bringing it about.
1903.
Gentlemen of Congress, this country ain't going to the dogs. It's going to the ladies. Clara Barton's running the Red Cross Society. Dr. Mary Walker's sailing around in men's breeches by an act of this Congress. Susan Anthony has defied the Constitution and cast her vote just like a man. Yes, and out in Chicago is a woman named Jane Addams with some kind of devilment she calls social service. And down in Kansas is a lady hatchet man who goes around disturbing the peace by busting up saloons. Gentlemen, it's high time that us lawmakers...
meaning of this disturbance? You, madam. You in the bonnet. Who are you?
My dear Mr. Speaker, the honorable representative just referred to me as the Lady Hatchetman from Kansas. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Carrie Nation, and I'm here to tell you that John Barleycorn will be the ruination of this country. I promise you I'll never give up the
Women in business? Preposterous.
Hetty Green.
Well, sure, but don't you see she...
Women in sports? Ridiculous.
Helen Wills.
Yeah, I know there are exceptions, but...
Women in airplanes? Impossible.
Amelia Earhart Putnam.
Yeah, sure, there's her, but what I say... Women in Congress? Fantastic.
Senator Hattie Caraway.
Oh, yes, that's right, but don't you see... A woman in the White House? Impossible. Impossible.
Well, I reckon you never can tell, can you?
No, mister. You never can tell.
What's happened? The music's faded away.
The fog's lifting. Moving on down the coast to wrap up some more American history. Now tell me, dear, are you still sorry you're a girl?
Oh, no. I'm glad I'm a girl. Why, girls are wonderful, aren't they?
Yes. And you've only heard of the most famous ones. Why, there are so many more. The thousands on thousands whose names are unrecorded. American women, unsung, unhonored, who, with their men, pushed back the wilderness, beyond the Allegheny, beyond the wide, muddy waters of the Mississippi, beyond the Rockies to the setting sun, cooking over campfires of buffalo chips on the Santa Fe Trail, knowing the desert heat and the upland cold, the driving rains and the blinding snows, bearing their children in Conestoga wagons that rolled over the dusty trails, singing their babies to sleep in Comstock, Silver City, and El Dorado, drowning out the war cries of the Sioux Indian with their lullabies, and fighting shoulder to shoulder with their men against the savage Apache, carrying on alone when the guns of Gettysburg were silent, knowing the agony and the pain of waiting for husbands and sons to come marching home from San Juan Hill, putting gold stars in their windows and locking up tears in their hearts after the Battle of Argonne. And today, still hoping the casualty lists were wrong, and knowing the lists were so efficiently and so inevitably right, after Guam and Wake and Pearl Harbor and Midway and Manila, greater love hath no man who lays down his life for his friend. Well, no greater love hath woman who gives up the one she loves for her country.
You know so much about women. Who are you?
Oh, I've been standing out there on Bedloe's Island for a long, long time. Another American woman who carries the torch for civilization. I was once a dream that was shared by a valiant few. A dream that 130 million people have made into a glorious reality. A reality that will always be invincible. I, child, am liberty.
Our thanks to Loretta Young for a performance that will always remain a highlight of the Gulf Theater series. Miss Young will be back with us in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, I know you'd like to hear just how you can get more miles and a longer life for your automobile.
You know, friends, on the chassis of an average car, there are more than 3 dozen vital wearing points. that should be checked every 1,000 miles by a trained lubrication man to stop destructive friction before it starts. Yet, as much as you're interested in saving your car, you can't be expected to know about all of them. That's why so many motorists these days rely on the neighborhood good Gulf dealer. Because the Gulflex registered lubrication specialist knows just how and where your car should be lubricated. And in addition, he has just the right protective lubricants for the job. For instance, there's one that, unlike ordinary grease, won't injure or soften the rubber parts of your car. Then there's another grease specially designed to make your car steer easier and to prevent dangerous wear in the steering mechanism. In all, there are 6 special Gulflex lubricants that have been tested and have outperformed the pick of the field in the laboratory and on the road. These 6 lubricants are available only at your good Gulf dealers. And by the way, while you're having your next 1,000-mile checkup, ask your Gulf dealer about his additional Gulflex services. He can save you repair bills, too, by properly packing front wheel bearings, by lubricating your transmission and differential, and by several other Gulflex services. Just remember, to save your car, it's a good idea to let the Gulf man Gulflex your car.
Loretta, I really can't tell you how splendid was the performance you gave in Charles Tazewell's Liberty a Lady. Or should I say your 6 performances?
Thank you, Roger. And I enjoyed playing all of them. Before saying good night, I'd like to tell you it was a privilege to be a guest on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater once again. Because in return for our performances here, Gulf contributes so generously to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Thanks again to Gulf, to Oscar Bradley, the fine radio cast, and to you, Roger.
Thank you, Loretta. Good night.
Good night.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Love is News. Yep, that's the name of the sparkling 20th Century Fox comedy which is our offering on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater next Sunday. Starred in Love is News, we'll have a star combination that can't be beaten. Kate Kaiser, Betty Grable, and Jimmy Gleason. So don't miss it, friends, for it'll be one of the radio hits of the season. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying good night, everyone.
Here's a little item that we wish newspapers in Berlin and Tokyo would copy. Every day, more and more American companies are making it easier for their employees to buy United States defense bonds through the voluntary payroll deduction plan. Among the first, we are proud to say, were the Gulf companies, who rushed a truck through to Washington especially to get the necessary forms and papers as quickly as possible. If your company has a voluntary payroll deduction plan, be sure to take advantage of it. Then you can contribute regularly to an American victory by buying defense bonds and stamps. Don't forget your date with the Gulf Screen Guild Theater next Sunday at this time, when you'll hear Kay Kaiser, Betty Grable, and James Gleason in Love is News. Loretta Young can now be seen in the Columbia picture Bedtime Story. Larry Chatterton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Marine's Hymn.
Jell-O spells grand enjoyment, friends, whether you find it on a box of Jell-O or on a package of those other wonderful dessert flavors. Jell-O puddings, Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings, you know, are made by the makers of Jell-O. And like Jell-O, they're easy to prepare, thrifty to serve, and delightfully good. They give you all the mellow richness of homemade puddings, the tempting old-fashioned goodness of Grandma's creamy masterpiece. Yet, how much less time and trouble they take to make. You can make such a variety of desserts, too, with Jell-O puddings. Butterscotch pie, for instance. All you do is prepare a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding according to directions. Then cook, cool, and turn into a baked 8-inch pie shell. Serve plain or garnish with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never made an easier butterscotch pie or tasted one more delicious. So get a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding and make the family this rich golden butterscotch pie for tomorrow night's dinner. In pie or in pudding, you'll find Jell-O butterscotch pudding a swell treat. Just like Grandma's, only more so.
That was Marine's Hymn played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, February 14th, was not only Valentine's Day, but also the birthday of Jack Benny, who was exactly years of age. So, let us show you what happened. The time, 7 o'clock last night. The place, Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants, my mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you...
Gee, it's my birthday, and I don't know what to do tonight.
Why don't you go to a movie, boss?
That's an idea. Let's see. I'll look in the paper and see what's playing around.
A woman will sweet talk and give you a big eye. But when the sweet talk is done...
Maybe there's a bank night someplace. No, not on Saturday. Now, let's see.
A woman's a two-faced, worrisome thing to leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Gosh, I don't know where to go. Now the rains are falling here, the train a calling, woo-wee.
My mama done told me.
Here, that lonesome Say, here's a movie I could see. I could see Ball of Fire.
Yeah, Miss Barbara Stanley's in that.
Oh, yes. I saw her in the Brown Derby today, and she walked right by me. Well, what other picture can I see? Hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle.
Hoo-wee!
My mama done told... Oh, here's Ida Lupino in Ladies in Retirement. No, she never speaks to me either. Now, what else?
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. What a hit I used to be in that town. Boy.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Very good, Rochester. I wish Johnny Mercer could have heard that. Now sing Rose O'Day.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, I said sing Rose O'Day.
Well, Mr. Benny, if you're in the mood for entertainment, why don't you turn on the radio?
The radio's out of commission.
Did you kick the tubes out of that thing again?
Well?
What a temper you got. Every time Mr. Allen has a funny program, crash, bang, zowie.
Listen, Rochester, Fred Allen hasn't had a funny program since the night his pants fell down and he had Portland's underwear on. They live in a very dark room, you know. Oh, say, here's a swell double feature tonight at the Bijou. Gary Cooper and Sergeant York, and Jack Benny and Charlie's Aunt. I think I'll go there.
But, Mr. Benny, you've seen Charlie's Aunt over 20 times.
I've never seen it at the Bijou. I might as well take a girl along with me. Give me my little red book, Rochester.
The one Mr. Harris sold you when he got married?
No, my red book. The one I've always had.
Oh, the thin one.
Never mind the book, Rochester. I know who I'll call. She'd like to go to a movie.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, they love me there.
Wherever the storm blows, I've been in some...
Hold it, Rochester. Hello? LaBelle Tour Apartments? I'd like to speak to Miss Scheherazade Crump. Yes, please. I've been in some big home and her... Hello? Hello, Scheher? This is Jack. Jack Benny, Blue Eyes. Say, honey, how would you like to see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York tonight? The other feature, Charlie's Aunt. Okay, some other time. So long, Scheher. I don't blame her. She's seen it so often, you know. Oh, well, I'll go to a movie alone.
On your birthday, boss? Why don't you call that girl you took roller skating last week?
Oh, yes, Thelma Stronach. She might be home now, yeah.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, I can still hear that applause.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Hold it. Hello? Say, Thelma, how would you like to go to a movie tonight? Oh, goodbye.
Didn't she want to go, boss?
How do I know? A man answered. Oh, well, I'll think of somebody to take along. I wish I could remember some...
Say, Mr. Benny, look who's here.
Well, if it isn't little Miss Lee. Well. For heaven's sake. Hello, Carolyn.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Thank you, honey. Say, what have you got in that box?
Some candy for you, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, some candy, a present. Isn't that thoughtful? My, it's fudge, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to eat a piece right now.
It would taste better, but my mommy told me I mustn't use sugar.
Oh. Well, it certainly is delicious. Here, Rochester, have a piece.
It ain't my birthday.
Howard. Well, Carolyn, it sure is tasty. And, oh, look, here's a piece with a nut in it.
Where?
Right here, see?
Well, thank heaven, that's the eye I lost out of my dolly.
Oh, here, take it, Carolyn.
Thanks. Well, I gotta go home now. Goodbye, Jack.
Good night, sweetheart.
See you tomorrow.
Gee, she's a cute kid. She comes in every day. 7:30. Well, if I want to take a girl to a movie tonight, I'd better get going. Oh, I know. Why didn't I think of it before? Rochester, get me Miss Ginger Rogers home.
Miss Ginger Rogers?
Yes. Don't be so surprised. Never mind. I've got her number around here someplace. I'll find it. My mama done told me when I was a knee pain. My mama done told me son. Da-dee-da-da-da. Hello, is this Ginger Rogers' house? Good. I'd like to speak to Miss McGuire, please. Jack Benny calling. I said, Miss McGuire. Oh, she's not working there anymore? Oh, okay, goodbye. Guess she must have married that policeman. Well, I can scratch Ginger Rogers' name out of my book. I think I'll just stay home and read. Hand me that Radio Guide magazine, Rochester.
Here you are. Oh, by the way, boss, there's a story about you in there.
I know. I mean, there is? Well, let's see it. Say, Rochester, while I'm sitting here reading, you might as well give me a haircut. Then you won't have to do it tomorrow. Get the scissors and everything.
Right with you, boss.
Let's see. What page is that interview on? Oh, here it is. Jack Benny, The Real Him. Good title there.
All set, boss. Hold still.
Okay, don't take too much off the sides. Get a load of this, Rochester. Jack Benny, the sophisticated comedian, is in real life just an assuming country boy from Waukegan. That's me, all right. And this may come as a surprise to you readers, but Mr. Benny is so modest that he has yet to see himself on the screen. Well, Rochester. When interviewed at his Beverly Hills home, we found... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Many happy returns.
Thanks.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you doing with that bowl on your head?
I'm getting a haircut. What do you think? Rochester, leave my sideburns long. I'm taking rumba lessons.
Oh, Jack, will you stop trying to look like Cesar Romero?
I'm not trying to look like Romero. My goodness, just because I'm an unassuming country boy from Waukegan, I don't have to look like a hick.
Oh, you read that article, eh?
What article?
Right there in that magazine. Jack Benny, the real ham.
That's him. The real him. It's a pretty good story, but I don't know where they get those photographs of me. Get a load of this one. Look like I've got a double chin.
Well, you have got a double chin.
I have not.
And what's that hanging under your jaw, a cocoon?
No, it's not a cocoon. All I say is, woo, woo. Say, Rochester, woo. Rochester, there's something tickling me on top of my head. What is it?
Wait a minute, boss. Well, how could I ever be so careless?
What's wrong?
I left a goldfish in the bowl.
A goldfish? Well, get him out. Take the bowl off.
If I do that, I'll lose my place.
I don't care. Take this goldfish bowl off my head.
It's stuck, boss.
Stuck? Well, take the handle of the scissors and tap it a little.
Yes, sir.
Well, you did it. Are you happy?
Now, where'd that goldfish go?
Never mind the goldfish. Finish cutting my hair. I can't understand how that bowl got stuck.
I can. Every time you read an article about yourself, your head swells 2 inches.
That all depends on whether the article is good or bad, Miss Livingston. Hurry up, Rochester. I want to go to a movie.
A movie? Oh, Rochester, will you please come in the other room? I want to talk to you a minute.
Yes, Miss Livingston.
What do you want to talk to him about?
Never mind. Look for the goldfish. I'll be right back. Now, Rochester, the gang's coming over here pretty soon, and we're going to throw a surprise party for Mr. Benny.
A surprise party?
Yes. Now, it's up to us to see that he stays right here in the house.
Oh, he won't go out tonight unless he gets a date.
And what am I worrying about? Come on, let's go back.
All right, Mitzi, if you gotta work, you gotta work. Goodbye. Oh, say, Mary, would you like to go to a movie tonight and see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York?
I saw that. What's the other feature?
Oh, I don't know. Let's take a chance.
I thought so.
Well, it's a swell double bill. Are you all through with my haircut, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, just put a little bay rum on so I'll smell sweet.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, what became of the bay rum?
The which?
The bay rum. Where is it?
Well, the bay is in San Francisco. I don't know what happened to the rum.
Oh, my goodness. I wish you wouldn't drink everything in this house. Well, I'm going to the movies even if I have to go alone.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Why don't you let me give you a manicure?
I don't want a manicure. I'm going to a movie. It's Saturday night, and I... Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Surprise! Surprise!
Dennis!
Am I too early?
Dennis!
Surprise? What are you talking about?
Well, he's surprised because you've got long sideburns and you look just like Cesar Romero.
Oh, thanks, kid.
You're welcome. Gee, I nearly spilled the beans, didn't I?
Quiet!
What are you doing here anyway, kid?
Oh, nothing. Say, Mr. Benny, you and Abraham Lincoln both have the same birthday, don't you?
Well, not quite, Dennis. You see, my birthday is February the 14th, and Abe Lincoln's is February the 12th.
Yeah, Lincoln is 2 days older than Jack.
Mary, we weren't born in the same year. In fact, I barely remember him. Well, thanks again, Dennis.
Oh, say, that reminds me, Mr. Benny. You know what I'm going to sing on the program tomorrow?
What?
Jerome Kern's new song, Abe Lincoln Had Just One Country.
Well, that's very appropriate, Dennis. Well, so on, kids. I'm going to a movie.
Wait a minute. Don't you want to hear the song? Sing it for him, Dennis.
I can hear it tomorrow.
You'll hear it right now. Come on, Dennis.
Okay. I'm sure sorry I let the cat out of the B.A.G.
Dennis, will you please sing your song?
What's all the mystery about, for heaven's sake? Oh-ho! I think I get it. I smell an R.A.T.
Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln in times of stormy weather. Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln. Let's face our storm together. Abe Lincoln had just one country and one banner to wave. One union of brave brothers when no brothers enslave others. We're still marching along with Lincoln with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to save. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching, still marching along with Lincoln, with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to
Well, Dennis, that was positively thrilling. Well, if I'm going to a movie, I might as well get started. Or maybe I should stay at home in case anybody drops in.
Yeah, let's stay here and play bridge.
I don't feel like bridge. What else can we play?
Might I suggest a few rubbers of ivory gin rummy?
Rochester, put those dice back in your pocket.
Let's go to a picture, Mr. Benny. Come on.
I am not going to leave the house until the gang gets here and surprises me. So there.
Well, you see, Dennis, you spoiled everything.
Oh, yeah, I was wise.
Well, then there's no use keeping it a secret. The gang will be here in a few minutes and bring you a present.
Oh, a birthday present, eh? Well.
Say, Rochester, go out in the kitchen and fix up a big tray of sandwiches.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you cut one slice of bread. Listen, Mary, when your friends give you a surprise party, they're supposed to bring the food. Now do it right. Gonna do it tall.
Oh, don't worry. We bought cold cuts, cheese, bread, and lots of stuff.
Oh.
And here's a nickel. We may need water for coffee.
The coffee I'll furnish. And I'll also contribute some homemade fudge. All I say is that...
Hey, Jack, look who's here.
Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley playing soldier again. Company! Oh! Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Benny. Still up and about, I see.
Yes, I didn't feel like going to bed.
I'm a little disappointed in you. I blew taps over an hour ago.
Yes, I know, but you see, some visitors dropped in, and we...
Visitors, eh? May I see their passes?
Oh, they're on our side, Mr. Billingsley. They know the password and everything. Give them the password, Mary.
I am not going to bray like a jackass for anybody.
All right, I'll do it for you. Hee-haw.
Pass, friend.
Say, Mr. Billingsley, I notice you're wearing a sun helmet. Are you headed for the tropics?
No, I'm eating at Chasen's tonight.
Good. Well, see you later, Mr. Billingsley. Good night.
Good night. Company, forward, dance.
Dance? Well, there he goes.
Some soldier is carrying a flit gun.
It works out, Mary. To him, moths are airplanes. But it keeps him busy. You know, one thing about Mr. Billingsley. Hey, that must be the gang now.
Now, for heaven's sake, Jack, don't spoil it. Act surprised.
Don't worry, I'm an actor. Say, I wonder who that is. Come in. And the orchestra boys. Well. Oh, my goodness, what is this? What's going on here?
It's a surprise party for you, Jack.
Yeah, Jackson, a surprise party for our good old boss.
For good old me? Gee, fellas, I don't know what to say. Here I was, just spending a quiet evening at home, never dreaming that...
Don't overdo it.
Never dreaming that you fellas were going to throw a surprise party. Just for me.
Shall we give him his present now, Don?
No, let's give it to him later.
Give it to me now while I'm sentimental. Hand it over.
Not so fast, Jackson. The speech goes with this. Take it, Don.
Speech. Where's the present?
Jack, on behalf of Mary, Phil, Dennis, Rochester, and myself...
Yes.
And all the boys in the band, Frankie, Charlie, Mitch, Sam, Skippy...
Yeah, look,
Fletcher,
you don't have to name them. Look, I know the boys.
And on behalf of Jell-O and those delicious flavors...
This I can't stop.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, I would like to present you with this lovely token of our esteem and affection.
Well.
Here you are, Jackson. Open it up. We hope you like it.
Oh, boy. See, here I was sitting at home, never dreaming that... Oh, for Pete's sake. Oh, fellas, you shouldn't have done it.
You like it, Jack?
Like it? Why, it's just what I needed.
What is it, boss?
A can of crab meat. And the big size, too. You know, that stuff is hard to get nowadays. Oh, Rochester, get the can opener and we'll taste it.
There's a can opener with it.
Oh, will wonders never cease. Crab meat.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have some fun.
Yeah, for I'm a jolly good fellow. I'm a jolly good fellow. Oh, someone at the door. Come in. Come in. Well, it's a Western Union boy. Hello there.
Hello, stranger.
Well, Schlepperman, this is a surprise I didn't figure on. What's the idea of wearing a Western Union uniform?
Quiet. I told my wife I'm drafted.
Oh, well, what's this all about, Schlepp? Have you got a message for me?
Have I got a message? A singing telegram delivered in person by Bing Schlepperman.
Bing, eh?
With him it's horses. With me it's a bicycle.
Well, let's have the greeting, Schlepp. Go ahead.
All right. Hit it, boys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, sabotage, huh? Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
wonderful, slept wonderful. Now stick around. We're all going to have some fun.
Bring the sandwiches, Rochester.
Yeah, first we'll eat, and then we'll woo, woo, and then we'll woo, woo, woo.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
I found that goldfish. It went down my back. Woo, woo, grab it. Darn you, Rochester, the next time you give me a hair, woo, woo, watch out what you're doing.
And here's something every dessert lover will certainly be interested in hearing about.
Lots of folks are discovering how much richer, how much more delicious Jell-O is today than it's ever been before. Never in all the years since it became America's favorite gelatin dessert has Jell-O been so gloriously good. And it's all because of Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. By means of a marvelous process exclusive with Jell-O, Jell-O locks its famous flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles, protects it for your enjoyment, gives every dessert you make with it a livelier, extra goodness. As much as you've liked Jell-O before, you'll like it even more now that Jell-O's swell, intriguing flavor is actually locked in. For here's Jell-O at its delicious best. The same Jell-O you've always known and loved, but better, richer, more of a tempting treat than ever, thanks to Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Yet the moment you dissolve those tiny Jell-O particles, out pours their captive flavor in a rush of richness. So treat yourself and your family to the thrill of Jell-O's new and greater goodness. Order several packages of Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow and see if you don't agree that Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O better than ever.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time, broadcasting from the U.S. Army Post at the Presidio in San Francisco. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O Show is written by Bill Morrow and Eddie Boulogne.
Tomorrow when you order Jell-O, be sure to order Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious puddings that you make with milk. And they come in 3 swell flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, delightfully smooth and mellow, a pudding that simply tops for grand, creamy taste, with a distinctive chocolate flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. So tomorrow when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
During the years when the first railroad was being built in the West, the country was wild and lawless. Both Indians and renegades attacked the construction crews,
and the great task might never have been accomplished if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. His great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness blazed the trail for progress and finally made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the open range. Tunnel's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The advanced construction camp of the new Southern and Western Railroad had been set up in Warren City, and almost at once the little village became a boom town. Not only railroad men, but gamblers, confidence men, even outlaws thronged the main street. Matt Kirby, in charge of company stores for Warren and Miles, had found a cottage for his mother on the outskirts of town. And one evening, as they ate their supper together...
What's the matter, son?
Nothing, Ma.
You don't seem to have much appetite.
Sure I have. Just eating slow because I'm thinking.
What about?
Ma, I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay here.
Oh, so you want to get rid of me?
Oh, no. You know it isn't that. But a railhead town can be mighty rough and disorderly.
I lived in it with your pa, and it never hurt me any.
Warren City may be different.
In what way? Don't look any different to me.
I got a feeling there's going to be trouble.
Oh, if you mean fights and a little shooting and things like that, I don't call it trouble.
No, that isn't what I mean. Things have been happening to our supplies. There was a whole boatload of them destroyed by fire on the docks at Omaha. And that isn't all. There's something or somebody behind it. I was talking to Mr. Warren just this afternoon, and if the guess he made is right, we're in for plenty of trouble.
What did he guess?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, you better. You can't get me curious and then shut up like a clam.
Well, there might be somebody who don't want us to get the road built as far as the junction by October.
Oh, but you've got to do that. Warren and Miles lose their government subsidy if they don't.
You don't have to tell me. They wouldn't be able to go on. Don't you see, Ma? If that's the case, we're going to have a fight on our hands. And Warren City won't be any place for a woman alone.
Well, I'm not alone.
I'll have to be in Omaha a lot. I can't stay here all the time.
Whether you're here or not, I won't be alone.
But you don't know anybody else.
Oh, yes, I do. I had to call her this morning.
Who?
A girl named Mary Hamilton.
Mary? Mary Hamilton came here?
What's wrong with that?
Did she tell you where she worked?
She's a singer at the Silver Trail Cafe. What about it?
But, Ma...
Maybe you think she isn't good enough to call on me.
I think she's the sweetest girl in the world.
Uh-huh. I know you do. And after talking to her, I'm inclined to agree with you. You see, Matt, I'm the one who asked her to come here. I figured it was about time I got to know the girl my son was going to marry.
But, Ma... Well, I've asked her, sure, but... She hasn't given me an answer yet.
Well, I won't warn her against you.
And it doesn't make any difference? Her working in the Silver Trail?
You ought to give me credit for having more sense. I'm proud to call her a friend. I'll be even prouder to call her my daughter.
Gosh, Ma. That's swell.
So, you see, I won't be alone no matter how much you're away.
I wish both of you were back in Omaha.
Well, we aren't. And we don't want to be. So you might just as well get used to it. Now eat your dinner.
I can't.
What?
It's 7 o'clock. I gotta get down to the station.
They can unload that train without your help.
I gotta see Carlin.
Oh.
So long, Ma. And don't wait up for me. I may be awful late.
When Matt reached the station, the supply train from Omaha was just pulling in. He elbowed his way through the crowd on the platform, and when the train finally stopped, the single passenger coach was directly in front of him. Steve Carlin was descending the steps.
Hiya, Matt.
What happened?
Nothing.
The train's half an hour late.
Well, we did have to stop once, but didn't amount to much.
Something go wrong with the engine?
Well, not with the engine. It was engines.
Engines? Between here and Omaha?
Yeah, they dropped a tree across the track.
The Army's got to be warned about this.
Oh, no, Matt. There are only a few of them. They didn't have any rifles or nothing. When we opened fire, they jumped on their ponies and hightailed it.
I want a complete report.
You're the boss.
Thanks for the ride, Carlin.
That's all right, Mr. Kimberly.
See you later, Steve.
Keno, Ross.
John Kimberly and Ross Chalmers. How come they're riding the company train?
Well, I didn't exactly know what to do, Matt. Kimberly came up to me just as we were ready to start and asked if he could ride to the railhead. I knew he was an important man. I was afraid to say no. Thought Mr. Warren and Mr. Miles might be sore.
You've got your orders. No one rides the train without a pass.
Well, he said he had some business with him.
Don't you realize they're competitors? Kimberly wanted to build this road himself. He bid against him.
I didn't know what to do, and you've got to admit he's important.
What about Ross Chalmers?
Well, he wanted to see Mr. Warren about a job.
You swallowed that?
He sounded convincing.
Ross Chalmers never did an honest day's work in his life. All he wanted was a ride. And if you're getting friendly with men like him, I don't like it.
I'm not getting friendly with him.
Well, this much is certain. If there are Indians between here and Omaha, we've got to post more guards along the tracks. And Mr. Warren's got to be told that Kimberly and Ross Chalmers are in town. We'll have them watched every minute. You get over to your cabin and write out a full report. I'll see to unloading the cars.
You're the boss.
Later that night, the Lone Ranger, without his mask but wearing a disguise, was watching the crowd in the Silver Trail Cafe. His faithful Indian companion Tonto was standing beside him.
Who's the girl that just sang, Tonto?
Matt Mary Hamilton.
Oh, yes. Young Matt Kirby's girl.
Ah.
Who's that man that's walking toward her?
Tonto not know him.
I've seen his face before. Let's get over closer so we can hear what they're saying.
Been a long time, Mary, but I hope we're still friends.
I don't know whether we are or not, Ross.
You still like me, don't you?
You're taking that for granted, of course, aren't you?
Maybe.
You shouldn't.
Well, I haven't changed much, have I?
If you haven't, then there's no chance of our being friends.
Oh, now, Mary.
I mean it. It's been a year, hasn't it? Paul was still alive.
Yeah.
I thought you were wonderful then. And Paul told you couldn't come to the house anymore and told me about the men you were running around with. I just couldn't believe it.
Your pa was awful set in his ways.
I take after him, Ross.
You do?
And somehow I don't think you're wonderful anymore. You see, I've met someone who is.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it. You could be a fine man if you wanted to. And I hope you will be someday, but until you go to work and settle down, there's no chance of our being friends.
You still like me. What's that mean?
I used to like that carefree look in your eyes. I used to think you were dashing and heroic. Now I think you're conceited.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, Rose.
Now listen, Mary.
There's someone trying to get your attention.
Where?
By that door leading to the back room.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to wait.
Before you go, Ross, I want you to answer one question.
So I'll be back.
I'll be gone. I'm going over to Mrs. Kirby's. I want you to answer me right now.
Well?
Did you have anything to do with that attack on the train this afternoon?
Well, I was riding in the passenger coach.
That doesn't answer my question.
Of course not. Well, how could I? You're making me out a lot worse hombre than I am.
I hope so, Ross.
Why we go around the back of cafe?
I want another look at that man who signaled to Chalmers.
Then go in the back room.
Yes. I'm wondering if there's anyone else in there.
Maybe so.
That's the window. Up ahead. Quiet now. Only the two of them.
Tonto not know other fella. Him look like outlaw, though.
Yes, he does.
Kimasabi. Got a room open.
I see it. Someone else coming in. It's Kimberly.
Right.
Kimberly in Warren City. An attack on the supply train this afternoon. If we could only hear what they're saying.
Window closed. Them talk low.
Who has charge of the supply trains, Tonto?
Matt Kirby.
And we're going straight to him. And first, I'm getting rid of this disguise and putting on my mask.
That's plenty dangerous.
I've got to warn him. I've got to let him know who I am. Go on.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. Scott. They're light in front room. Tonto see Matt and girl. Him come to door.
The older woman must be his mother. Good evening.
Howdy, stranger. What can I... Your mask.
Easy there.
You not go for gun.
We're coming inside.
A masked man.
This Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger. You got a mask, all right, and there's an Indian with you, but how
You look out window. There's Silver.
His horse.
If you're really the Lone Ranger, I know how you can prove it.
I'd rather do that with the news I've brought to Matt.
They say you wear a ring. A gold ring with a secret compartment.
Here.
Well, that might be it. I've never heard what it looks like.
What about the compartment?
It works like this.
Oh, he's telling the truth, Matt.
I'll say he is. That horse out there must be Silver. What do you want, masked man?
He said he had some news for you, Matt.
Shoot.
I'm afraid you're in for some trouble.
I've guessed that already.
John Kimberly will be responsible.
John Kimberly? You don't mean to say he's a crook, do you?
Until just recently, he was one of the leaders in the plot to overthrow the government.
What?
But we can't prove it. Right now, he's trying to slow up the building of the railroad and send Warren and Miles into bankruptcy.
Can you prove that?
Not yet.
What makes you so sure?
There was some trouble up at the railroad's lumber camp on the Neora.
I heard about that just a month ago.
That Kimberly was behind it. One of his lieutenants took all the blame and went to jail without talking.
We were in Omaha when he was tried.
Kimberly testified against him, masked man.
And that doesn't make any difference. Tonto and I know that he's guilty.
I'll take your word for it. What's he up to now?
It looks to me as if he's trying to hold up your supplies. We saw him in the back room of the Silver Trail less than an hour ago. He was talking to a man with a scar on his face. Another man called Ross.
Ross Chalmers?
That may be his last name. We couldn't hear what they were saying. We believe there'll be another attack on the train. Perhaps tomorrow.
At Willow Creek?
They may pick a different place. I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. We'll be ready for them.
Make sure the train's well guarded. Tonto and I are heading for Willow Creek right now. We'll pick up the trail of the party that attacked the train today, and
Those
then
are renegade Indians today.
Well, if that's true, we'll find their camp and get word to the fort. Soldiers will round them up. Now, here's what you must do to guard the train.
3 men had noticed Silver and Scout outside Matt's house and had reined up in the shadows across the street.
That white stallion belongs to the Lone Ranger, boys. I'm sure of it. You'll never get another chance like this one.
Don't worry. We'll plug him as soon as he steps through the door.
If you don't, he may stop you from earning that 1,000.
We'll get him.
Nobody will blame you. A masked man is an outlaw.
Who lives there? Matt Kirby.
That ought to prove what I said.
But I just saw a girl at the window. It looked like... Mary Hamilton. She and Matt are going to get hitched.
Look out. Here he comes.
That horse warned them. They jumped down from the porch. And they're keeping the horses between them and us. Open fire. What's the use? They're riding with one foot in the stirrup and hanging on by the pommel. They still got cover.
Let them have it.
I'm not shooting any horse.
Now they're swinging into the saddle.
Open fire!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached Willow Creek, they picked up the trail of the party that had attacked the train and followed it across the prairie for several miles. And then on the edge of the Badlands, they reined up.
Steady there, Silver. Steady, boy.
Many men make camp here.
Yes, Tonto, but the men weren't Indians. They left the clothes they wore all around here.
And here, Pan. This stain them put on.
They washed it off in the creek before they put on their own clothes.
That right. Tonto know plenty long time them not Indian. Their horse not make same mark like Indian pony.
Come on, Silver. I'll try to pick up their trail where they left camp.
Them leave horse here.
When they rode away, they... Up ahead, Tonto. The tracks are clear there.
Plenty clear. Them head for Warren City.
For Warren City. They were outlaws then, not Indians. And that man with the scar must have led them.
What we do?
We've got to find the gang before we go for the soldiers. They can't guard the whole stretch from Warren City to Omaha.
That's right.
We've got to find the man with the scar and follow him. Steady, boy. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Matt. Sure got me up early this morning. Train don't leave for Omaha until 8 o'clock.
Schedule's being changed.
What's that?
We're leaving at 7.
We? Does that mean you're going along?
Yep, and you've got plenty of work to do between now and then.
You're the boss.
The train may be attacked again today.
Oh, I don't think so.
I do. I don't know whether it'll be on the way to Omaha or on the way back this afternoon. But we've got to make sure the supplies get through.
Yeah.
That means we've got to be ready for a fight. I want you to round up 50 men to ride the passenger coach.
That's a lot.
We may need them.
Anybody in particular you want?
I want men who shoot straight. The rest is up to you.
Keno, boss. I'll have them for you in half an hour.
This as far as we go, Scar?
Yeah.
It's a good place for a camp.
Yeah. Plenty of cover.
Shall I light a fire and cook some grub?
You might as well. It's almost noon.
When'll the boys be showing up?
They won't be.
Huh?
Our plans were changed just before the train left this morning.
What's the idea? Why didn't you tell me? Why should we ride way out here if we aren't gonna...
We are gonna.
Not just you and me.
All we have to do is tear up a few rails at the top of Lookout Hill.
I don't get it.
Well, just keep your shirt on and I'll tell you. 6 o'clock this morning, Matt Kirby told Carlin to round up 50 men with shooting irons and load them on the passenger coach.
Well?
Those 50 men are working for us.
They are?
Sure. Carl knew where to find them, and he went and got them. Then he vouched for them to Matt, and that's all there was to it.
You mean Carlin's working for Kimberly, too?
I sure do. You'll get to know everybody in a little while.
Why didn't you tell me this in town?
Because I saw you talking to Mary Hamilton last night, and you seem to be right friendly.
What's that got to do with it?
Matt Kirby's riding the train, Ross. When the train stops on Lookout Hill, he'll stop the first bullet.
Huh?
It's got to be that way. He'll be in the passenger coach, and the boys will have to get him before they go after the crew.
I don't like it. 50 men against one.
I didn't think you'd like it. That's why I didn't tell you. You're friendly with Mary. Mary's getting hitched to Matt. I figure you might be friendly with Matt, too.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, I figured right.
50 against one. Why, it's just the same as dry gulching him.
You aim to do anything about it?
I sure do. I'm going to ride on to meet the train and warn him.
You're through, Ross.
Huh?
I said you're through.
Otto, a shot came from the hollow.
Man with Scar and Ross there.
We've got to show ourselves. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. There, one of them.
It's Ross.
Him get on horse.
Stand where you are.
Him raise hand, not go for gun.
All right, boy, steady.
Oh,
steady.
who's got hope on a hole?
Who fired that shot?
It was Scar. He creased me, but all it did was knock me down.
Which way did he go?
That way.
You watch this from Tonto. I'll go ahead and
No,
see it.
wait. I've got to tell you what it was all about. You've got to listen to me.
So the outlaws are on board the train.
Yeah. It's 50 against one.
I believe you're telling the truth, Ross.
I swear it.
Scar must be captured before he can tear up those rails, and then Matt must be warned.
Don't make any difference about the rails. They got enough men to take over the train whenever they want to.
They won't try it until they get to Lookout Hill. That's one thing in our favor.
I've been wondering, though. What can you two do against so many?
It'll only be one of us. You'll have to ride to the fort and get the soldiers, Tonto.
Let me do that.
You?
I'll be glad to. I want to.
Until Scar shot you, you were a member of the gang.
Well, I hadn't been for long, and I didn't know the kind of polecats I'd lined up with. Besides, I got a personal friend who thinks an awful lot of Matt. I don't want anything to happen to him for her sake.
I see. Very well, Ross. You can take our message.
Oh, the colonel doesn't know me. You better write it out.
That won't be necessary. Here, just wear this ring. He'll know you come from me.
Good.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
We're ahead of him, Tonto.
Him not no shortcut through canyon.
Rein up. Steady,
Oh,
boys.
hold
Steady.
for the hole.
You'll be riding that turn in a minute now.
Tonto hear him now.
Rein up and reach.
Him go for gun. My hand.
We're going to rope you and leave you here, Scar.
Do it plenty fast.
All right,
Get up, Scout. Get up. What's the idea? You get off, boss.
Did Kimberly hire you to do this job?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're on your way to Lookout Hill to rip the rails and stop the train.
Prove it.
That won't be hard after your men are captured.
Don't make me laugh.
You may get off easy if you tell the truth about Kimberly.
I never heard the name.
He'll not get away now.
All right, Tonto. We can't waste any more time here. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Halfway down the hill, Tonto. Faster, Silver.
Here comes train.
We'll stop here. Easy, boy. Easy.
Get down.
Whoa. Those trees will give us cover until the engine and the freight cars have passed Kimosabe. When the train gets us far up the hill, it won't be going very fast. We'll ride out, and I think I can get aboard the platform of the last car.
You get on board?
It's the only way. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
All right, boy. Here we go.
You watch out when you jump.
It won't be hard. Closer, boy. Closer. That's it. Up with your hands, all of you.
It's all right, boys. It's the Lone Ranger. What's the idea of the gun?
Come here, Matt, and make it fast.
Sure thing. There's no need of a gun.
I'll explain later. Get up that ladder to the top of the car.
What's that?
There's no time to argue. We've got to get up to the front of the train and protect the fireman and the engineer.
Matt followed the Lone Ranger's instructions, and soon the two men were on top of the passenger coach. And they started forward, jumping the spaces between the cars. The masked man explained the situation as they ran, and at last they reached the open car where the wood for the locomotive was carried. Slipping and sliding over the logs, they hurried on toward the cab of the locomotive.
You'd better explain to the engineer. He won't understand my mask.
Judd! Al! There's going to be some shooting pretty soon. But you keep that engine ramming till I tell you to jam on the brakes. What's up? Don't ask any questions. Just tend to your jobs.
This is far enough for us. Pile these logs up so we'll have more cover.
Make ourselves a fort, Al.
We may need it.
You can't see the tops of the cars from here.
They'll be coming after us. You can be sure of that. We've got to keep them back from the edge of that next car so they can't get a shot at the engineer or the fireman.
There's the first one.
I'll take care of him.
The Lone Ranger shot the gun from the hand of the first outlaw as he came into view on the top of the next car. After that, the outlaws crawled to the edge of the car, but time after time, Matt and the Lone Ranger drove them back. The train reached the top of the hill and picked up speed as it headed for Warren City. On and on, mile after mile, and still the gunfight went on.
Good work, Masked Man. That'll hold them for a while.
Hey, Matt, look up ahead. Are those more outlaws?
Horsemen. How about it? Are those more outlaws?
No, Matt. Those are soldiers from the fort. Tell the engineer to stop the train.
Stop the train, John! It's the cavalry!
The train was brought to a stop just as the troop of cavalry raced alongside. When the outlaws saw the uniforms of the soldiers and realized there was no chance for escape, they threw down their guns, and Carlin was the one to set the example. Afterwards, they were being herded back into the passenger car.
Tell the truth, Carlin. It was Kimberly who hired you to do this job?
I took my orders from Scar. I never heard of Kimberly.
You won't get any more out of him, Matt.
All right. Into the car.
We still have one chance, Matt. Scar won't talk, and neither will Carlin. Ross Chalmers must know enough.
Sure. The armory that went after the soldiers. Where is he?
Well, I thought I saw him right up with them, but there.
What?
There's a man lying on the ground over there. Looks like Ross.
What's the matter with him?
No, there wasn't a shot fired after the soldiers came.
Sure don't look healthy to me.
Howdy. Howdy, Masked Man.
Ross, how did you get hurt?
It was Scar's bullet. He creased me a little deeper, and I let on.
Why didn't you tell me? You think I'd have let you ride all the way to the fort?
Nope, that's just why I didn't say nothing. Here, Masked Man, here's your ring. It was an honor to wear it.
Golly.
Hi, Kimasabi. Can't bring it. Oh, what's wrong here?
Kimasabi, it's too late to do anything.
I'd like to shake your hand, mister.
Are you Matt Kirby?
Yeah.
Gladly, partner. Take good care of Mary.
He's gone, Masked Man.
Yes. He may have... Well, he may have made mistakes. But the way he died wasn't one of them. Otto. It was Kimberly who killed him. Kimberly even more than Scar. Someday he'll pay for it.
That's right.
Steady, boy.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. Oh, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Merle Oberon in The Dark Angel on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our play tonight is a love story. It is about three people, Kitty and Alan and Gerald. It is the story of a woman who chooses her love, and once chosen, nothing can destroy it within her. It could have been in any year, in any country, in a world at peace or at war, where the snows come late or early. For whatever the time and place, there was always spring and love. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents The Dark Angel, based on Samuel Goldwyn's motion picture, starring Merle Oberon on the Cavalcade of America. A small railroad station. It is a beautiful Saturday morning. It's the most important Saturday of the year for Kitty, who is waiting for the sound of the train. For it brings home on a short leave her two handsome childhood protectors, Alan Trent and Gerald Shannon.
Mrs. Shannon, I can't wait. I can't just stand here and wait. The train will be here in a moment. It's nearly a year. Do you think they'll have changed much?
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to recognize them. We knew them both for a long time, you know. Watched them grow up, didn't we?
They always liked the same things, the same games. And now they're both army surgeons.
You forgot to mention, too, Kitty, that they always liked the same girl.
And this same girl has always liked Alan best. Though he's never noticed it.
He's a fool not to have married you by now.
Did you know when I was 13 and very wise, I proposed to Alan? He promised to give me his answer within a week. He never did. But things aren't so simple now. I just can't go up to him and say, Alan, please marry me, quick.
That's the best known way to do it. Saves a lot of time.
Oh, there's the train. How do I look? How's my hair? Which one shall I kiss first? Tell me, please tell me.
I'd just stand still and see who kisses you first.
Oh, Alan will if he hasn't changed.
You watch the end cars, Kitty. I'll watch the front.
There they are. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Kitty. This way, Gerald.
Gerald. Oh, my darling boy.
Mother, excuse me, Aunt Sheila, but Kitty's waiting to be kissed first. I can see it in her eyes. Right, Kitty? Now, don't move. Now, hold it steady. There. Didn't hurt a bit.
Oh, Alan, you haven't changed.
Gerald, look at her. A natural blush.
Except you're wearing glasses.
Oh, too much loose living, does it?
Alan's good enough to perform an operation without eyes.
Gerald.
Almost forgot me, didn't you?
No,
May I greet you next?
course, Gerald.
Well done, Gerald. Now, shall we retire to someone's kitchen and eat for a few days?
I have a wonderful kitchen.
Gerald, which one of Kitty's arms would you prefer to take? No more than that, mind you.
I'll take the left, nearer the heart, you know.
Oh.
All right, boys. One on each side. Mrs. Shannon on the end. Ready? Walk.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. Well, that was luncheon. Now can we have dinner right away, Aunt Sheila?
And supper right after.
Are you two going to spend your whole 10 days eating?
I shan't put up with it. Gerald, you've had enough pie.
We decided months ago, Alan and I, our schedule would be as follows. Eating, sleeping, bathing.
Yes. Not all at once, mind you, though, of course, eating and bathing might go very well together.
I'm sure you boys could think of some way of eating while you sleep.
Well, let's go to work on that right away, shall we, Gerald? Would you hand me that plate of chocolate pie, please? Oh.
Alan, what is it?
I'm sorry. I guess it's my eyes. Things blacked out for a moment. I'll be all right. A little rest, that's all. And some pie.
Come on upstairs, Evan. I want to have a look at you.
Now, don't be long. Oh, Kitty, you're not leaving.
They want to see you alone.
They want to see you alone. One of them will, I'm sure.
Yes. Tell them both I'll be back, and I shall inspect them and see if their ears and necks are clean. Goodbye. I want to walk about a bit in the garden and think.
Hello. Where are you going, young lady?
Oh.
Here I am, right above you, leaning out of the window. Pretty, don't you think? Surrounded by ivy, sighing and waiting for the right girl to carry me off.
You look funny, Alan. Are you all right? Your eyes, I mean.
Oh, they must be. They tell me at this moment that you are very beautiful.
Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute.
No, goodbye. See you later. Can't be bothered by idle romance.
Kitty, look. If you don't wait, I'll jump.
Go back in, you idiot.
Will you wait for me?
No.
Here I come.
Alan, don't. Oh, Alan, darling, Alan, get up. You're not hurt, are you? Say something. Mrs. Shannon, Gerald, help.
Hello, what's the trouble?
You clown.
Oh, no, Kitty, wait, don't run off that way. Look, I did. I scratched my hand. It's serious. It might lead to leprosy or something.
Good.
Kitty, you've changed. You're so bloodthirsty.
You haven't changed. You're still a child. You don't feel...
Oh, don't I? How do you know what I feel? Do you know about the months that I've been away? Do you know how frightened I was of coming home? And how frightened I am now of saying what I want to say?
Try, Alan.
I'm scared.
Say it, Alan. I've waited.
Oh, Kitty. I have so much love for you.
I wanted to hear that ever since I was a little girl, remembering you.
Yes. You were always there somehow. If you ever weren't there, I'd stop living. I'd stop wanting to breathe. Don't ever go away.
We're going to be very happy, aren't we?
Like kings and queens.
Starting from when?
Well, we get married tomorrow.
Tonight.
I'm going to kiss you for thinking of that.
Please do.
Am I right in supposing that congratulations are in order?
Oh, Gerald.
I wasn't eavesdropping, you know.
You're such a darling. Come on, Alan. We're going right over to tell Father.
Right.
We'll be back.
Gerald, I've been looking for you. This wire just came from the War Office.
Let me have it. They have to be back by midnight. All leaves are canceled.
Oh. You'll have to tell them, Gerald.
Yes. I'll have to tell them.
But isn't there anything you can do? All we want is to be married.
I'm afraid that will not be possible until tomorrow.
There must be some way, Vicar. You've known us since we were children. This means so much to us now. Tomorrow for us may be a year away.
I'm sorry. There are things to arrange. You understand. If you had come here 2 hours earlier, perhaps.
Yes. Thank you. You've been very patient with us.
Yes, we didn't mean to rush in on you this way.
Bless you both and bring you back soon. Good night.
Good night. Well, Kitty, seems we're a bit late for our own wedding. 2 hours. 2 hours that would have changed our lives. Kitty, I won't go back tonight.
No, Alan, you must go.
I want this to happen to us the way we planned. Nothing must stop it.
Nothing shall. We don't need anyone to marry us. We'll marry ourselves. We'll imagine the organ is playing and God above us smiling.
Oh, you are the most wonderful girl ever to walk upon this earth.
Take my hand. I marry you, Alan, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty, to have and to hold, till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
Gerald. Didn't see you for a moment. Rather dark in here.
Oh, hang it, Ellen. You've been stumbling against things all week. Whatever did snap out of it?
Nerves, Captain Shannon, nerves. You ever heard of them? Even a surgeon gets them.
I understand.
Do you? How much do you understand, Gerald, really? I asked you 2 days ago for a leave. I ask you again now.
I cannot sign your application for leave.
I've got to get back. For a few days, I've got to.
I'm afraid it's quite impossible.
But why? Why?
You'll have to excuse me.
Now, wait a moment. You stay where you are. I've got to get home to Kitty. Do you understand? Stop smiling at me.
I'm not smiling.
Well, why won't you let me go? Answer me the truth. Yes, what is it, Orderly?
New batch of wounded, sir.
Advise the operating room.
Yes. There's your answer, Alan. We need you here.
You're lying. You don't want me to go back. You don't want me to marry her. You're hoping that I get killed. Is that it?
You're wrong, Alan.
Well, by heaven, I mean to see her, and you'll give me good reason if I...
Go with me, Alan. Are you mad?
Well, perhaps I am. Stop smiling at me, do you hear? Where are you going?
I'm standing perfectly still. Better get a hold on yourself, Alan. There's work to be done. You must forget other things.
Very well.
They're ready in the operating room, sir.
Yes, coming. General, where are you? For a moment, I...
Right next to you. You're tired, Alan.
I'm all right. Let's go.
Patient ready, sir. Instruments all laid out.
Good. Help me with these rubber gloves, please.
Yes. Can you handle it, Ellen?
Heartbeat.
Very weak, sir.
Glucose solution. 30 cc syringe.
Yes, sir.
Sponge ready?
Sponge.
Clips?
Right there, sir.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Well, where is it?
Handing it to you, sir. Scalpel.
Good. Don't pick it up. Hand me another. Never mind, I'll take it myself.
Helen, you've got the wrong instrument.
Shut up! I know what a scalpel is. I know it. Oh. My eyes.
Helen, what is it?
I can't see.
What happened, Mother?
Your life must go on, Gerald. It's been nearly 2 years since you've seen or heard from him. The living must go on.
I suppose you're right. It sounds right when you say it.
Kitty is on her way over.
Oh? Well, perhaps you'd better speak with her.
No. That's for you, my son.
I wish I were another man now from this day on.
Kitty was always fond of you.
It was Alan she loved. And I killed him. Yes, I could have let him return.
There she is now. Open the door. I'll leave you together. Be brave, Gerald.
Oh, Kitty.
May I come in?
I want you to come in. It's good to see you again, Kitty.
How long have they kept you in the hospital?
2 months.
They patched you up rather well.
How is your father?
No better.
And how's Peter the dog?
He's gone.
Oh, no.
He was a very old dog. He just curled up in his basket as though he were asleep. That must be a wonderful way to die. I wish all my friends could choose such a death.
Kitty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. What a bad homecoming for you. I wanted it to be different, happier for all of us. Gerald, how did it happen? Please tell me. I must know.
His eyes
Certainly. And the hospital lost trace of him somehow. It was reported dead.
His last letter said he expected to get leave.
He wanted to come home to you desperately.
And he couldn't get leave.
I wouldn't give it to him. He would have been alive today. I killed him.
Gerald, you mustn't think that.
There was too much work, Kitty. I couldn't allow him to leave. I would have given my life.
I know.
No. Now, there's nothing for either of us.
We've been friends ever since we were born. We must continue to be friends.
We remind each other of him.
Perhaps best that way.
I planned to leave at first.
I would be the lonelier for it. Oh, Gerald, I feel as if all the lights in the world went out and I'm walking in the darkness. There are but a few voices that are friendly, and yours is one of them.
Then I should be near you, Kitty, to help you forget.
Thank you, Gerald. It may take a little time, but you'll help me.
You are listening to The Dark Angel, starring Merle Oberon on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Alan, whose friends and family think he is dead, is slowly recuperating in a hospital for the blind, where he is known as Roger Crane.
Oh, nurse, one moment.
Yes, Mr. Tanner.
Is Mr. Crane sitting on the porch?
I was just about to read the paper to him.
I should like to see him for a moment, alone.
Very well.
Oh, there you are, Crane.
Hello, Mr. Tanner.
Oh, how are you today?
Oh, the model patient, admiring the landscape. And the rest is silence.
I've good news for you. Your latest X-ray showed improvement. You'll be able to see again.
No. You're joking. That's not possible. Not to me.
In about a year, we believe.
Good. That'll be long enough for everyone to forget. I'm grateful it isn't any sooner.
Look here, Mr. Crane. Several documents have recently come into our possession. Your name is not Roger Crane. It's Alan Trent. And there was a photograph among these documents.
Yes?
A photograph of a woman. Alan, I'm your friend. You can't hide this way. Go home.
I have no home. I'm not fit.
You will be in time.
I'm not part of it any longer. They don't need me. Sun's out, isn't it?
Listen to me. You can't go on this way. Write her and tell her. She can help you more than we can.
Hello. Time for our reading, Mr. Crane.
Oh, yes, Anne. It's all right now.
You don't need his permission, Anne. I'm your patient.
Shall I read the editorial page as usual, Mr. Crane?
No, Anne. Turn to another page. Today, let's relax and read of unimportant things. Forgetful things, shall we? Just open the paper anywhere and read.
Yes, if you wish it. Now, let's see. Engagement announced. Miss Phyllis Coventry and Mr. David Simpson.
No, never heard of them. What else?
To marry next month, Miss Kitty Vane and Mr. Gerald Shannon.
No.
Mr. Crane, you mustn't get up.
Go ahead. Keep on reading. Keep on.
October 3rd has been fixed as the date of their wedding. It was announced at the home.
Kitty,
Gerald, you frighten me.
how do you like your engagement party?
Very much.
You've been standing out here on the terrace for a long time.
I came out to look at the sky and the stars and dream a little.
Was it a pleasant dream?
Yes, a long ago dream of moon on the water like a coat of mail and wind and walking at night on the sand.
Was it with him? Yes, it was.
Shall we go in? They're dancing.
I should try to make you happy, Kitty. I want to do nothing else but try.
There you are, Gerald. You wanted on the phone, dear. It's very urgent. There's an extension over at the table.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, please. Hello? This is Gerald Shannon. Yes? Mr. Crane, did you say? I'm sure I don't know the gentleman now. What's that? His real name is... Oh, but That's quite impossible. Well, there must be a mistake. Oh, yes. Yes, I see. I'll be right over. Yes, thank you.
Gerald, you're so pale.
What is it?
Alan. Alan is alive. I'm going to take you to him, Kitty.
So you did telephone him, Mr. Tanner. Did you tell him I was blind?
No, just that you were here. I had to do it.
Is he coming alone?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Of course, you'll come with him. Anne! Anne, where are you?
Here, Mr. Crane.
Is the room as it usually is?
Yes.
Now, I've got to be absolutely certain. Is everything in its place?
Yes.
My pipe. Oh, yes, here it is. It's all right. Matches and cigarettes on the table?
Where they always are.
What's in the big bowl today?
Roses, yellow tea roses.
No, the armchair. Am I pointing at it correctly?
Good heavens, Mr. Crane.
Quiet, please. There's not much time. They shan't pity me, do you hear? Anne, you please put another chair on my left. Good. They'll not see a blind man. They'll not know. Ever.
There they come up the walk.
Mr. Crane, you can't go through with it.
Mr. Tanner, you will please show them in, and then you leave. Thank you, Anne, for helping me.
Perhaps I ought to stay.
No, I'll manage quite all right.
Well, good luck, Alan.
Thank you.
Mr. Crane is expecting you. Will you come in? If you should need anything, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Anne. Goodbye.
Alan, darling.
Well, come now, Kitty. You'll get my jacket all wet.
Alan, old man.
Oh, nice to see you again, Gerald. I'm a bit of a ghost to both of you, I suspect.
I always knew somewhere, sometime, that we would meet again.
Well, sit down, both of you. Let's have a good look at you. Here, this is a comfortable chair, Kitty. Gerald, sit down. You'll have a drink, won't you? The cigarettes are close to you. They're right there.
Alan, you've so much to tell us. Alan, is it true? I feel as if this were a dream. If it is, I shan't ever want to wake from it.
Well, how's Aunt Sheila? How's everything? Give Kitty a cigarette, Gerald. The matches are there on the table.
Thanks, I have some.
Alan, why didn't you tell us?
Does Kitty like much soda? There you are.
Thank you. Shall we drink to you, darling, now that you've returned to us?
Do you mind if I have a pipe? I'll show you around the garden later. Terribly proud of my roses. You'll notice some in the bowl.
Alan, what's happened?
Why are you holding us off? Why?
I read about your engagement in the paper. I hope that you'll be very, very happy.
Is that it? Is that why you sit there torturing us? All this time you've let us believe you were dead. And now that we've come here, you took up roses and nonsense. If it weren't for Kitty, I'd knock you down. God, Ellen, you've only to look at Kitty's face and know what you're doing to it, to know that...
No, don't, Gerald. I want to speak to Alan alone.
I'll wait outside.
Alan, tell me. Look at me. You've suffered, darling. Something's hurt you. Tell me, why didn't you come home?
I've changed, that's all. The time changes a man. I preferred to leave things unfinished. I just didn't come back.
You stopped loving me?
I should have written. I meant to.
I understand. Forgive me, Alan. I should like to say before I leave this room that I love you now. As much. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye.
Kitty. Oh, my darling. I'll come back someday. When I'm braver. Oh, Anne? Is that you, Anne?
Alan, I come in again to say goodbye.
Be happy, both of you. She loves you, Gerald. She told me.
I'm holding out my hand. Why don't you take it?
Oh,
look at me, Alan. Don't turn your face away.
She's waiting outside.
I said look at me. Hold still.
For God's sake, Gerald, go. Take her with you.
Yes. It is time for me to go now.
Now, Gerald, you mustn't think... I ask you not to say anything. Gerald, I beg you.
Kitty, you'd better see Ellen once again. There's something you must know.
What is it?
Go into his room again. You'll see. Goodbye, Kitty.
That you, Anne? Have they gone? I'm tired. Desperately tired, Anne. I shall want you to pack my things tonight. I'm going away somewhere. The world has become a useless, bitter place, and I'm the greatest fool in it.
Alan. Alan, my darling.
What?
Hold me. Hold me this way.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. Why did you...
It means we're together again, forever and ever.
Darling, think what it means. Will you listen to me?
No, I won't. You told me once never to go away. I never shall.
Oh.
Wherever you are, I'll be there, too. Oh, darling, I'll learn to help you. I'll be your eyes.
They told me that I'd get my sight back. Now, I know I will.
You will, darling. You will. And when you open your eyes again, I will be there, as I was the day you went away. That day in front of the church, when you said to me, I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always, until death do us part.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Miss Oberon will return to the microphone. Meanwhile, we have a story about farms for food and food for farms. Today, America is not only feeding herself, but helping to feed her allies. The American farmer must raise more vegetables, produce more eggs, deliver more milk if we are to have enough. How? By planting more acres? No, it isn't as simple as that. More acres call for more labor, more seed, more machines. And more acres all too often mean the use of poor land. Then how will the farmer coax his land to yield 15, 20, 25% more? By calling on science in general and chemistry in particular for help. Chemistry nowadays works with the farmer from the time he plows his field until the time he markets his crop. Chemical fertilizers replenish the soil. Fertilizers are responsible for the production on the average of nearly 15% of our farm crops. Often they're responsible for more than that. For instance, something like 30% of the tomato crop is the direct result of fertilization. And without fertilizers, the production of citrus fruit, oranges and lemons and so on, might fall off anywhere from 25 to 80%. Something else chemistry does for the farmer even before he sows his field is protect the seed. Rats and mice must be dealt with in granaries and corn cribs. Seeds must be protected from the attacks of bacterial and fungus growths, which cause seed decay, seedling blights, smuts, and many other seed-borne plant diseases. Then, with farm labor hard to obtain, the problem of getting rid of weeds is more serious today. Chemical weed killers, a development of the laboratory, have proven of great value. And while the crop is growing, whether it's a field of cotton or an orchard heavy with apples, chemical sprays guard it against the greedy, remorseless insect enemies that crawl and fly. DuPont Uramon fertilizer compound supplies nitrogen to the fields. Dubay Serasan and Semisan seed disinfectants, and DuPont formaldehyde safeguard the seed. Cyaneg sodium cyanide kills rodents and insect pests. DuPont ammonium sulfamate controls weeds. Gracelli and new Rexform lead arsenates kill chewing insects. DuPont sulfur unwettable sulfur and copper A compound control fungus diseases. Hormone growth substance enables the farmer to pick his apples and other fruit at the peak of their flavor. And DuPont phenothiazine as a veterinary medicine, DuPont IN 930 insecticide base as an ingredient of cattle sprays help to safeguard poultry and livestock. All of these products are DuPont contributions to agriculture. In time of war, weapons for victory. In time of peace, better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's star, Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Mr. Collier, and ladies and gentlemen. It was a very real pleasure for me to return once again to my original screen role in The Dark Angel. I feel, and I hope you do, that our lives can always be cheered a little by the simplest of all stories, a love story. And in these times, we can all take an extra bit of cheer. I look forward to being with you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Oberon. And may we wish you every success in the many war activities that you are now carrying on and for which we understand you have temporarily given up working in pictures. And now a word about next week's show. As a matter of fact, 4 words are all we need. Aerosmith and Tyrone Power. Cavalcade is proud to present this American classic by Sinclair Lewis. The story of a doctor, a story of courage and heroism and faith. Don't forget, next Monday, Tyrone Power in Aerosmith. On tonight's program, the orchestra was under the direction of Don Vuri. Supporting Miss Oberon were Carl Swenson as Alan and William Johnstone as Gerald. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. While investigating the strange series of accidents that have been plaguing the Barrow Ranch, Clark Kent learned that Ed Jenks, a local real estate agent, has been trying to buy the ranch from Steve Graham, its owner. Visiting Jenks, Kent learned the real estate agent had no idea whom he represented. His only contact with his client was an occasional mysterious phone call. It was during one of these calls, while Kent was present, that a trap was set to catch the unknown purchaser. As our story continues today, Kent and Jenks have a rendezvous at an old abandoned gold mine on Steve Graham's property. They are waiting anxiously for the arrival of the man whom Kent believes is responsible for the ghost car, as well as the other unexplained accidents on the Barrow Ranch. As we join them, Kent is giving Ed Jenks a few last-minute instructions.
Now remember, if he calls out, don't let him know I'm here.
Don't worry, I won't.
Someone's coming. Quick, put out the light.
Okay.
It's just outside the door. Get ready. Here he comes.
Hello in there.
Now, Jenks, get him.
Right! Let go of him! Who are you?
Whole thing is for you.
Wait, I turn on the flashlight. There.
Well, who is he? You'll know as soon as I roll him over.
Come on.
Look at your face. What?
It's Steve Graham.
Well, Kent, if you're through mauling me, suppose you explain this.
I think the explanation should come from you, Mr. Graham.
From me? You seem to forget that I own this mine. It's on my property.
Well, you don't understand, Steve. Mr. Kent and I come
Just
here.
a minute, Jenks. Well, Graham, I don't know why I should have to explain anything to you. But if you must know, I was out riding when I saw someone going into the mine. I've given strict orders for everyone to stay out of here. The supporting beams are old and they may collapse at any time. Oh, I came over to see what was doing.
You just happened to be riding this way?
Yes. And now suppose you tell me what you're doing here.
I told you yesterday I wanted to look the mine over.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yes, it looks as if we all kind of made a mistake.
Now, wait a second. That still doesn't explain what Ed Jenks
Mr. Jenks came along to show me how to get into the mine. You recall I went down to see him about the prospective purchaser.
Well, who is the party? Why does he want the ranch?
I ain't never seen him, Steve. I don't know him from Adam. I just talk to him on the phone sometimes.
That's strange. Yeah, but look here, Kent. How can you be sure this man, Ed's client, whoever he is, caused all the accidents?
I'm not sure. But he's been awfully anxious to buy the ranch.
Well, that's just it. The ranch isn't worth the risks he's taking.
How about this mine? Are you sure it's worthless?
Positive. It was played out 30 years ago.
That's right. I used to work here. The mine did pay once.
Sure, but the vein of gold was exhausted. There's nothing left now but scattered streaks of color. The only gold here would cost more to take out than it's worth. Just the same, I want to look it over.
I wouldn't stay here if I were you, Kent.
Why not?
I told you, some of the beams are rotten. The whole shaft may collapse.
Oh, it seemed pretty solid. I'll look around for a while.
You won't find a thing.
Well, maybe not, but it's worth a look.
Well, it's up to you. You're risking your life, not mine.
I don't think it's that serious.
Well, I'm going. You coming, Jenks?
No, I think I'll stay with Mr. Kent. Been a long time since I've been here. I'd kind of like to look the old place over again.
Very well. Goodbye.
See you later, Graham. Sorry I jumped on you the way I did.
There's no harm done. Be careful.
We will. All right, Jenks, let's go.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad Mr. Graham come along when he did. He must have scared away the fellow we're waiting for.
Yeah, I suppose he did.
Well, can't help it now. Hey, Mr. Kent, what you looking for down here?
Wish I knew. There's something on this property someone's mighty anxious to get. And this mine looks like the best bet to me.
No, this mine ain't worth nothing.
Well, I still want to look around. How far does this shaft we're following go?
Oh, about a mile or so. Twists in and out. It used to be some job in the old days, pushing a cart along here.
Is that what you did?
Yep. I'd take an empty car down to where the men were digging, fill it up, then push it up again. Right past where we're walking now.
That's all.
You should have been here then, Mr. Kent. Rocky Point was some town. Nothing like it is now.
Real mining town, eh? Lots of excitement?
Sure was. Yeah, that's all gone now. Well, can't say I got cause to complain, though. I do all right in real estate business.
Hey, James. What's this?
Huh? Oh, that's nothing. Just a part of the wall caved in. Rainwater seeps through and weakens it. Someday the whole business will come down, I reckon.
Wait a second, Jenks.
You find something?
Yes.
What?
Here, look. Look at this piece of ore.
Hey, wait, get light on it. Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, it ain't gold ore, that much I'll tell you.
I wasn't thinking of gold.
Well, this stuff's worthless. That's well, chuck it away.
No, wait, no. Don't do that.
I ain't no mineralogist, Mr. Kent, but I know enough to tell you this ain't worth a cent.
No, never mind. I want it.
Okay, here it is. I can't see what you want it for.
Not sure, but I think I've seen ore like this before.
Yeah?
Yeah, the trouble is I can't remember just what it is. It's in the back of my mind, but I can't recall.
Well, if you ask me, I think you're wasting your time down here.
What was it I saw ore like this?
Well, it's just like trying to remember a man's name. There it is, right on the tip of your tongue. You can't get it off. Yeah, most die trying to remember a name sometimes.
It's just the way I feel now.
Well, it might come back to you.
Maybe. Anyway, I'm taking this ore with me.
But I bet it don't have no gold in it.
Probably not. I'm going to have it analyzed anyway.
All right. You know, it's a funny thing. I reckon I changed since I was a kid, but this old mine gives me the creeps now. You got any objection to going back?
No, we may as well.
Yeah, too bad you didn't find nothing.
I've got a hunch I have found something.
No, you'll see tonight.
Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
I hear something.
I don't hear nothing.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Let's go further along the tunnel.
You're hearing things, Mr. Kent.
No, there's something going on up ahead. Come on.
Okay, I'll go along with you, but I can't hear nothing.
Hurry.
Not so fast. I ain't as young as you are.
Wait. There. Do you hear it now?
Hear what?
Sort of tapping noise.
Your ears must be better than mine. I can't... Wait. I reckon you're right. Yes, sir, I do hear it.
Come on.
Yeah, sounds like someone hammering.
We'll know in a minute.
It must be just around that turn.
Who's there?
Well, it's a woman.
Lois, what in the world are you doing here?
Oh, I might have known you'd show up sooner or later.
You ought to know better than to come to a place like this alone. It's dangerous.
Oh, so you think you're going to leave me back at the ranch while you follow all the leads?
Oh, no.
Now, listen to me, Clark Kent. I know a good clue when I see it.
What are you talking about?
First, don't you think it might be gentlemanly to introduce me?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Jenks, this is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
Howdy, ma'am.
Hello, Lois. What are you doing here?
Well, Jimmy and I were supposed to go riding, but he decided that he wanted to practice his trick roping. So I went alone. I'd heard about this old mine, and it seemed to me to be a good reason why someone might be anxious to get possession of the Barrow Ranch.
So you rode here? Oh, funny, we didn't see your horse outside.
You didn't?
No.
Well, I I left them in front of the door.
I reckon you don't know Western horses they use here, miss. You got to bring the reins over their head if you want them to stay put.
I didn't know that. You suppose he's lost?
No, he'll get back to the ranch all right.
That's good.
Well, Lois, what did your clue chasing uncover?
Plenty. Look at what I just chipped off the side of the tunnel.
Hey.
What do you think of that?
Jenks, I thought you said this mine was worked out.
I'm sure it is. What you got there?
Gold. That's what he's got there, Mr. Jenks.
Here, let me see that. I don't blame you for thinking it's gold.
Well, isn't it? Look at those streaks of yellow.
That don't mean nothing. This ain't gold. It's iron pyrites. Fool's gold, they call it. Looks like gold to most folks, but it ain't worth nothing.
You sure?
No doubt about it. I've seen plenty of this stuff in my time.
Oh, dear.
Well, don't be too disappointed, Lois.
I was sure I'd found the solution.
Don't you worry. We'll find out who's back of all the trouble we've been having.
Mr. Kent, don't you think we better start back?
Yes, I guess so. Come on, Lois.
Okay. By the way, what are you two doing here?
Oh, we tried to spring a trap. It didn't catch anything.
A trap?
Yes. Jenks here has been representing the man who's been trying to buy the Bar O. We tried to lure him to the mine, but he didn't show up.
Mr. Graham must have scared him away when he came along.
That's a shame. If you'd gotten him...
Yes, might have solved everything.
But still, look. What's happening to my light? Sort of flickering.
Battery's probably going dead.
I noticed it wasn't giving much light before.
Won't last much longer now. Oh, there, you see? Dead.
Yeah. Good thing we found you, miss. Nasty business being down here in the dark.
I don't even want to think about it. I'll be glad when I'm out of here. How much further do we have to go?
Not much. Just around the next bend.
What's that noise?
Say, I don't like this. Come on, let's hurry.
What is it?
I don't want to say unless it's so. Hurry.
Hold on to my arm, Lois.
Get back! Get back against the wall!
Look! The entrance!
Oh, just what I'm afraid of. It's a landslide. It's blocked the entrance.
Clark!
Sorry. Crimson broke the flashlight.
Clark, where are you?
Here I am, Lois.
How can we get out of here?
Jenks, is there another entrance?
I never heard of one. Tell no one.
We're trapped. We'll die here. We're buried alive.
Lois, get hold of yourself. This is no time for hysterics. Now, don't worry. We'll get out.
We'll suffocate down
No,
here.
we won't.
There's no air.
He's right, Kent.
We'll dig our way out.
With our bare hands. Clark! Oh, Clark. There's no use trying to fool me. I know it as well as you do. This mine is our tomb.
In pitch blackness, Clark Kent, Lois, and Jenks are sealed beneath the ground. The only exit blocked by tons of rock and earth. Only the great strength of Superman can dig a path through this barrier of fallen stone. But how can Kent rescue his companions without revealing the secret of his double identity? Don't miss the next exciting episode. Tune in and follow the story with Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Blossoms in the Dust with Felix Presshoff. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Every city and town in America has its unsung heroes and heroines. Men and women who have devoted their lives to an ideal. They've worked without hope of wealth, without thought of glory. Their only reward, the satisfaction of a job worth doing and well done. Such a woman is the heroine of Blossoms in the Dust. Her ideal is a better world for the homeless children of today and tomorrow. And if you imagine that finding homes for babies is not a thrilling subject for a motion picture or radio play, believe me, you're wrong. Because the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture stirred the hearts of audiences all over the country. both the picture and Greer Garson's performance in it have been nominated for Academy Awards this year. And incidentally, the two stars who played Blossoms in the Dust on the screen, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon, are currently making another picture together, Mrs. Minifer. So we borrowed them from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer sound stages for this drama of one woman's fight for other women's children. And remember as you listen that this is the story of a real woman who is living and working today. The first duty of any theater is to please its public. And that's just as true of this national theater that Lux Flakes has made possible as it was true of the theater in China 40 centuries ago, the theater in Greece 25 centuries ago, or the theater of Shakespeare a little more than 3 centuries ago. As a matter of fact, if the audience doesn't like the play, the actors are wasting their time. And this first axiom of the theater applies to any other business, like making soap flakes, for instance. If Lux Flakes hadn't stood for quality, you wouldn't have applauded them all these years. Now the first act of Blossoms in the Dust, starring Greer Garson as Edna and Walter Pidgeon as Sam, with Felix Bressart as Dr. Bresler. The Cayley House in Green Bay, Wisconsin, is aglow with the lights of 100 lanterns. The year is 1895, and the occasion is the engagement party of the two Cayley girls, Edna and Charlotte. There's to be a double wedding soon, which makes the evening doubly exciting. Upstairs in their room, amid a clutter of hat boxes, ribbons, and paper wrappings, the girls are dressing feverishly. Hilda, the maid, is trying desperately to fix Charlotte's hair.
You'll have to sit still, Miss Charlotte.
Yes, Hilda. Edna, are you ready?
I will be. Charlotte, tell me something. Do I look like a hussy?
Edna, what on earth do you mean?
But do I? Do I look like the sort of girl men insult? Because I've been insulted.
Why, Edna Cayley, when?
Well, this afternoon I went to the bank to cash a check. And the cashier, my dear, the cashier of that bank...
What on earth did he do?
He looked at me.
Oh, but you can't blame him for a thing like that.
And he looked at me and smiled. And then I took off my gloves and he saw my ring, Damon's ring. And what do you think he had the effrontery to say? He said, "If that's an engagement ring, young lady, you'd better get rid of it right quick."
Oh, no.
Right quick. Must be a Westerner. I was never so outraged in my life.
Well, what on earth did you say?
Well, I don't know what possessed me, but I asked him why. And he said,
what did he say, darling?
He said, "Because you're going to marry me."
He didn't. How perfectly thrilling.
Thrilling? I was absolutely furious.
Oh, what did you do? Did you slap him or anything?
No, I just picked up the money and walked straight out of the bank. But I'm going to tell Father. I'm going to see that impudent cashier is discharged tomorrow.
Was he good looking?
Oh, wasn't anywhere near as handsome as Damon.
Miss Edna, are you ready for your dress?
Yes, Hilda.
Well, stand up then. Here's your new bustle. Ain't it a daisy?
Oh, it's lovely.
I think we're both awfully lucky, Edna. Just think, in 2 weeks we'll be married. Mrs. Damon McPherson and Mrs. Allen Keith. Oh, I can't believe it somehow if it weren't for my ring. Oh, Edna, I'm so terribly happy and so terribly grateful.
Grateful? Why, Charlotte?
For all your darling parents have done for me.
Oh, Charlotte, dear, you mustn't.
I was such a baby when I came here to live. I don't even remember my own mother and father. But you've let me share yours. And I love you for it. I always will.
But think how happy you've made us. And we'll never be separated, really. We'll be brides together, young wives together, and maybe someday we'll be mothers, too.
Edna, how can you mentioning such a thing?
Why not? I don't know about you, but I'm going to have 5 sons and 5 daughters.
Edna!
Listen, the carriage. Oh, it's Damon and Allen. Hurry, darling, hurry. Hilda, where in heaven's name are the girls?
Here's Miss Edna, Mrs. Cayley.
Edna.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Edna, dear, Damon's been frantic. Don't dance with him. Hurry.
Edna, where have you been all this time?
Hello, Damon.
Oh, darling, you look wonderful.
I feel wonderful.
Oh, you know something, sweetheart? I'm the happiest man in the world.
Thank you, Damon. I hope we'll always be... Oh.
What is it, dear?
Nothing. Oh, Damon, be an angel and get me a handkerchief from Hilda.
Why, of course, darling. Don't go away now.
Edna, have you seen Alan?
Charlotte, he's here.
Well, of course he is.
No, I don't mean Alan. I mean that man. The one who insulted me. Where? That's him over there talking to Father. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind.
Edna, wait!
You're an honest young man, I'll say that. Thank you, Miss Staley.
Father, may I speak to you?
Of course, dear. Well, Mr. Gladney, you've already met my daughter. Oh, good evening.
Good evening. Father, I want to tell you about this young man's keen attention to business when I was at the bank this afternoon.
You can't tell me anything about Sam Gladney, my dear. The Wisconsin County Bank is backing him in a new business venture.
What? Oh, but...
Thanks for the testimonial, sir. Miss Cayley, when I cashed your check this afternoon, I shortchanged you.
Is that so?
He's come all the way out here to make restitution, my dear. Oh, no bother, sir, no bother at all. Here you are, Miss Cayley, 10 cents.
Thank you very much. You may keep it as a tip for your honesty.
Thank you very much, but I'd rather have this done.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You see, it belongs to my fiancé.
Oh, Damon's not around. Go on, dance with Mr. Gladney. You dance beautifully, Miss Edna.
How would you know, Mr. Gladney?
Oh, sorry. Did I step on your foot?
Oh, just lightly, Mr. Gladney. And by the way, you didn't shortchange me this afternoon. I counted the change because I didn't trust you.
You're doggone right, Miss Edna. And I suppose I should have taken a little more time to get acquainted. But, you see, I'm leaving tomorrow to go back to Texas in the flower business.
How interesting.
Your father's asked me out here a couple of times to meet the family. I didn't accept, well, because I've been up to my neck in this new flour mill of mine. I wish I'd have known that you were here.
Don't tell me that I'd have rivaled the flower business.
Well, you'd have come darn near it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Edna.
Is this the way they dance in Texas?
Shucks, yes. Why, in Texas we dance to have fun, don't you?
I believe I've had enough of dancing.
All right, Miss Edna, you're the boss. But I'm not quite through talking, though. I don't think you're the kind of a girl who'd play a mean trick on any man by marrying him when you belong by rights to someone else.
You're insulting.
No, wait a minute. When you showed up at my window this afternoon, my mind was miles away from girls or anything like them. But when you shoved that check at me, something fairly shouted in my ear and said, Sam, that's the future Mrs. Gladney. Didn't you hear it? Oh, I didn't like to be fresh, but I had to act quick. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going back to Texas and fix it all up for you. Polish off the sun, sweep up the prairies, and spread out the welcome mat along the old Red River. Then next spring I'm coming back to fetch you. You want to know what time my train leaves?
No, it's of no interest to me whatsoever.
It leaves at 10:58 in the morning. And if you'd like to come down to see me off, I'll be looking for you.
I shouldn't be here, Charlotte.
Oh, there he is on the observation car. Wave to him, Edna.
No,
Hello! Thanks for coming.
Wave, Edna, wave.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
Goodbye.
Write to me. I'll wire you tomorrow.
Goodbye. Oh, Edna, it's thrilling. Love at first sight. When is he coming back?
He said in the spring. Oh, Charlotte, what am I going to tell Damon?
Mother! Charlotte! He's here! Sam's here! Mr. Gladney, welcome to Green Bay.
How are you, Mrs. Cayley?
Charlotte! It's Sam! He's back! You know I'm a little flustered. The second time we meet. And I soon have to call you son.
Well, that's all right with me, Mother.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Charlotte. I think you ate a kiss, too, for getting Edna to the station that morning.
Oh, I knew it was all up with poor Damon the moment I saw you.
Poor Damon. He's been happily married for 3 whole months. Where's Dad, Charlotte?
In the library, going over some mysterious matter with my future in-laws. Oh, Mr. Gladney, What stand do you take on the subject of double weddings?
Double what?
Charlotte and Edna were graduated together. They came out together, and so...
Oh, and now they want to be hitched in double tandem, eh? Well, why not? Having a fellow victim might buck a man up.
I haven't asked Alan's folks about it yet. I'm going in and broach the subject now.
Are you afraid?
Who, me? I'm terrified.
You come along with me, dear. I'll stand by you.
Thanks, Mother.
There'll be no argument, Charlotte. We'll just tell them, dear.
All right.
Here we are.
But, Mother, I don't care. It doesn't mean a thing. Nothing can come between me and Charlotte ever.
Listen, that was Alan.
I still say a marriage of this kind is impossible. It's unthinkable.
What are they saying? Alan!
Oh, Charlotte, don't come in, please.
But what is it, Alan? Father, what is it?
There's something we've got to straighten out, Charlotte. You run along now.
George, it's about time that child was told a little truth.
Oh, Sarah,
Oh,
please.
Mother, don't.
What is it, Mrs. Keith? I want to know.
Something has come out that interferes with your plans to marry my son.
But what is it? I haven't done anything wrong. Oh, it isn't true, Alan. Whatever they say, it isn't true.
I wish you were right, Charlotte. But it's come to our knowledge that you are a foundling, a nameless foundling, with an unknown father.
Sarah, how could you? I didn't know that I was nameless, Mrs. Keith.
Of course you didn't, but you knew it, George. You too, Catherine. And my own son tried to hide it. Except for the kindness of a woman who keeps the files in the License Bureau, it might never have come to light.
But whose business is it anyway but mine?
It's everybody's business now. It's common gossip.
She's the only one I'll ever marry, Mother. You can make up your mind to that. Oh, this doesn't mean a thing, Charlotte. Not a thing. We'll go away. We'll go someplace where nobody knows us.
Yes, away from his work and his family.
Sarah.
Why, it'll wreck his life.
Mother, stop. Run along, Charlotte, darling. I have a plan to talk over with Alan.
Yes, and don't worry, dear. We love each other, and that's all that really matters. Everything's going to be fine.
I think I know now how things are going to be, Alan. I'll be up in my room if you want me.
Charlotte, where are you going?
To my room.
What, did Mrs. Keith agree, dear? Did we get the double wedding? Charlotte, answer me. Charlotte, what's the matter?
Sam, something's wrong. Did you see her face?
You better go speak to her, darling.
Well, she wouldn't answer me. Oh, they've said something.
Sam!
Edna, what was that?
I don't know.
Oh, Mr. Cayley! Mr. Cayley!
Hilda, what happened?
Miss Charlotte! She killed herself!
Dear Mother, after almost 3 years in Texas, I love it more than ever. Our new house will be a wonderful place to bring up a child, or as Sam says, to bring up our son. He is very certain it will be a boy. Down at the mill, they tell me he talks of nothing else.
You can't go on buying wheat forever, Sam. Not all by yourself. How about amalgamating? Sharing profits as well as losses.
You may be right, Charlie. But do you see that sign out there over the mill? Samuel Gladney, owner? Someday that sign will read, Samuel Gladney and Son. I can't take in partners without consulting him.
That son of yours may turn out to be a daughter.
Impossible.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Gladney, but your butler says it's imperative that you go right home.
What for?
Mr. Sam, sir.
What's the matter, Zeke?
Mr. Sam, you've got to get right home to your wife.
But it isn't time yet.
Babies ain't got calendars.
Holy smoke. Have you called the doctor?
That's just the trouble, boss. We can't find him.
You can't what?
Dr. West done went on a fishing trip, and fishers ain't got telephones.
My sister's got a wonderful doctor, Mr. Gladney.
Well, call him up then.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Zeke.
His name is Dr. Breast.
I don't care what his name is. Call him. Sorry, gentlemen. Come on, Zeke. Come on. Edna, can I come in?
No, Sam. Of course you can come in.
Listen, are you ready for a visitor, darling? Because if you are, I want to introduce you to my son.
son. Oh, Sam. It's come true, hasn't it?
Nurse, now, will you just bring him over here? Careful now.
Would you like him there beside you, Mrs. Gladney?
That's one of the things I disapprove of most.
Oh, darling, this is Dr. Bressler.
Yes, I know.
The time is coming when newborn babies will be kept in glass cages away from their parents. Nurse, take the baby back to the nursery, please.
Yes, Dr. Bressler. I'm sorry, Mrs. Gladney. Doctor's orders, you know. Sam, tell me, is he very beautiful?
Darling, he's just what I ordered. Red hair and all.
Oh, little Sammy.
Yep, our boy.
That's enough for now. Outside, Mr. Gladney.
All right. Bye, dear.
Come along, please.
Dr. Bressler, she's all right, isn't she?
Your regular physician is here. He'll tell you himself.
Well, Sam, you've got a fine son. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Dr. West.
I've been over the case with Dr. Bressler. Sorry I couldn't get here in time. Oh, Dr. Bressler, have you explained to Mr. Gladney the findings relative to the pelvimetry?
What's that mean?
He is trying to say that motherhood in a case like your wife's is extremely dangerous.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Edna won't be able to have another child, Sam.
Thank heaven she's safe. Are you sure she is safe?
No, absolutely. Why, Bressler's handled the case as well as I could have done myself.
Thanks. Maybe I ought to start charging as much as you do. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. I hope we have occasion to meet sometime socially.
I'm a busy man, Mr. Gladney. I don't even have time to go fishing.
Merry Christmas.
Another present for young Sam.
Let me see, Mommy. Let me see.
Now, young fella, you just settle down there a little.
Where's the Merry Christmas present, Mommy?
Here it is. Well, another music box.
That makes four, doesn't it?
I like this one, Mommy.
Mrs. Gladney. Yes, nurse. It's almost 3 o'clock, Mrs. Gladney. Oh, good heavens.
Well, Sammy, let's get these toys cleared away, huh?
No, I want to play.
Doesn't somebody want to take a nice ride in the pony cart and get some air?
No.
Now, look, Sammy, you wouldn't want the doctor to scold Mummy because you missed your airing.
No.
That's the boy. Now, run along with Nurse. We'll take Mr. Teddy Bear with us.
And the engine, and the soldiers, and the Christmas tree.
Oh, Sammy, you can't. Don't you think it might be too much of a load for the poor little pony? No, we can only take one toy, Sammy.
Well, which ones are going to be there, partner?
A teddy bear.
That's loyalty for you. The oldest toy of the bunch.
Oh, you darling. Now, goodbye, Sammy. Come on, dear.
Watch me drive off, Mommy and Daddy.
All right, darling. We'll watch from the window.
Hurry up there.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Say, looks like a cyclone hit this place. Huh?
I've got to tidy up. You've been pretty extravagant this Christmas, Mr. Gladney.
Why not? Wheat's still going up.
Did it go up as much as that diamond pin you gave me?
More. That pin cost a few thousand bushels, and, well, I still have a little left.
Not counting what you've got in your pocket.
Don't be silly. I don't carry wheat in my pocket anymore.
What do you want to bet? Just let me see.
No.
Come on.
No, Edna, now stop it. Get your hat out.
Hold still. There, now watch this. Half a handful of wheat.
Oh, I'll never be civilized, darling. I don't know how you stand me.
Oh, you don't take such an awful lot of standing.
That's what I was fishing for. Come on, kiss me. Are you happy, Edna?
Terribly happy. There isn't one little single thing I'd change, except to have Charlotte. How Charlotte and Sammy would have loved each other. She was so gay and so full of fun.
Mr. Gladney! Mr. Gladney!
Why, what's the matter?
Mr. Gladney, sir.
Zeke, is there anything wrong?
Sam is, young Sam.
What happened? What is it?
You stay here, Miss Gladney. Don't go out.
What is it?
You wait here, darling.
Oh, Mrs. Gladney.
Please tell me what happened.
Accident, ma'am. The pony cart, it done turned over, ma'am.
Was Sammy hurt?
Oh, Mrs. Gladney.
Did you hear me? Was he hurt?
They's bringing him in. They's carrying him in.
Oh, no. Sam, let me see him. He hurt badly. He's down here. You see him.
Edna, listen.
Sam, his face. He's so... Sammy, it's Mommy. It's Mommy, darling. I'm right here, darling. Speak to me, Sammy.
Edna.
Speak to me. Please get the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Edna, it's no use, darling. Can't you see, dear?
No. No, how could that be? He was here just a little while ago. I held him in my arms. I kissed him. My baby. My baby. My baby.
Just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring us Act 2 of Blossoms in the Dust, starring Pierre Garson and Walter Pidgeon with Felix Bressart. Morning, noon, night. The dishes have to be done.
My goodness, you don't have to tell me. Just look at my poor hands.
What's that you're sprinkling into the dishpan?
Why, the soap I always use.
May I see it? Oh. You know, this is what's making your hands red and rough, not the dishwashing you do. Look, will you make an experiment for me?
Why, if it's really easy.
Take this box of New Quick Lux and use it for your dishes every day for a week instead of that harsh soap you've been using. Will you do that?
I'd be glad to.
Well, that was a week going by. And now here we are again.
Only a week and my hands are better already. I can hardly believe that just changing to Lux Flakes for dishes can make such a difference in my hands.
But it can. This has been proved in scores of laboratory tests of Lux and 5 other well-known dishwashing soaps. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. In these tests, not only did dishpan hands improve in from 2 to 7 days after changing to New Quick Lux, but at the end of the test, the hands were once again soft and smooth and lovely, without the use of creams or lotions. Just changing to Lux made the difference. Now, if you have let harsh wash day soaps in your dishpan redden and roughen your hands, change to Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. See how quickly your hands lose that unattractive dishpan look, and how quickly, thoroughly, and thriftily those speedy flakes do your dishes. 1 big box of New Quick Lux does dishes for about 45 meals. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Blossoms in the Dust, starring Greer Garson as Edna and Walter Pidgeon as Sam, with Felix Bressart as Dr. Bressler. With the death of her child, Edna tried valiantly to build a new existence. In desperation, she threw herself into the social life of the town, and the home that had seemed so empty was filled with the laughter of guests. She's entertaining again this evening, but in the library are 2 guests who have come uninvited, Dr. Bressler and a little child of 3.
Good evening, Dr. Bressler.
Your husband once invited me to come here socially, Mrs. Gladney. Looks as if I had picked out a fairly social evening.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Doctor, always. And who is this?
She's a pretty little thing, whoever she is. Hello there, little girl.
Hello.
She's in transit to the county orphanage. Seeing you're the only folks I know with more beds than you sleep in, I'd like to leave her here for tonight.
I see. Sam, haven't you and Dr. Bressler chosen rather a bad moment for your conspiracy? I happen to be entertaining Baron Endon.
Perhaps some other time might have been better, Doctor.
The child's mother had to be sent to the hospital tonight.
There's no need to take her to the orphanage. You can board it out until the mother's well. Sam, give Dr. Bressler a check.
The mother can't keep the child. She has to work.
If I had a child, I'd keep it in spite of...
Spite of what? Parties, balls, soirees, dressmakers, and all that boop-de-doodle? This child's mother's a mill hand.
Get that child out of here.
Edna.
I never thought it would work. Why should she adopt a baby? She's too busy adopting barons. Come on, child. Good night, Mrs. Gladney.
This is criticism, isn't it?
Criticism?
Of me, of the way I choose to spend my life.
You're trying to mend a broken heart, Edna, by hitting it with a hammer.
Do I ever bore you with my broken heart? Or anyone else? Do I ever mention it?
It might be better, dear, if you did.
All right. From the time I first realized that we were never to have children, the day hasn't gone by, or the night, that I haven't felt humiliated, useless. But deep down inside of me, I'm not bitterly frustrated.
You think I don't know that, Edna?
Then why do you send another woman's child here to hurt me like this?
You're hurting yourself, darling.
Oh, Sam. Oh, Sam.
That's the girl. You cry away, sweetheart. Just cry all you like.
I'm no good, Sam. Somebody else would be better for you. I'm no good at all.
Hey, there, watch yourself. You're speaking about the girl I love.
Dear Mother, Sam was right, as always. The day nursery is a wonderful idea. We have 19 children now, and they're darlings, all of them. I keep them during the day, and their mothers keep them at night. Sometimes I hate to see evening come.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gladney.
Good morning, Miss Ross. Is Mr. Gladney in his office?
Yes, ma'am. Just go right in.
I tell you, Sam, you can't do it.
Hello.
Oh, come in, dear.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Morning.
Sam, I hate to interrupt business, but I just had such a brilliant idea.
That's so? Sit down, dear.
Sam, you know the vacant lot next to the nursery?
Uh-huh.
Well, I just heard that they're willing to sell for a song. We could buy it and tear down the fence and enlarge the play yard. We're getting awfully crowded, you know.
It's a great idea, honey, but I'm afraid it'll have to wait for a while.
Why, darling? Oh, is something wrong?
Oh, I've had a little setback.
Well, what is it, Sam? Tell me.
Possibly it's going to be a great new chance. I made a lot of mistakes when I built this mill. Next time I'll do the job right.
Sam, you've lost the mill.
Oh, I'll build another one.
Oh, sweetheart, why didn't you tell me? You're tired, Sam. Oh, honey, you look ill.
He isn't ill, Mrs. Gladney. He's insane. Thinking he can pay off this load of debts he swans with. Oh, well, maybe you can get him to go into bankruptcy. Nobody else can.
There'll be changes, dear. We'll have to sell the house, of course.
Oh, of course.
And I have a chance for a job in the Fort Worth mill. I'll only be the foreman, but, well, anyway, it's a job.
Sam, will you please sit down and eat your lunch?
Thanks, dear. Wait till I take a look at this wheat.
Well, I cooked the lunch myself. Chicken pie. Sam, will you please stop staring into that microscope and pay a little attention to me?
Darling, this new chaff is giving me exactly the elements I need. They told me this morning they'd take the process on here at the mill if it works out. Look, I've got the patent papers. The Gladney wheat wastage process. See? We may get enough out of this to pay off every debt we left in Sherman.
Sam, have I really a say in this corporation?
Look at the papers, darling. S&E Gladney, proprietor.
Then stop and eat your lunch.
All right. As soon as I run over to the courthouse with these papers.
Let me. I'm a partner.
Okay, partner. Run along.
They were tagged, Sam. Tagged like cattle.
Edna, what is all this? Where did you see these children?
But I'm telling you, darling, this afternoon when I went to the courthouse for you, I happened to pass by this big room, and there were all these orphan children. They had tags on them. Oh, Sam, it was horrible.
Well, what happened?
Well, there was one there. He was only 3 months old. His name was Tony, and this woman was going to adopt him.
Uh-huh.
And then she changed her mind. You see, they didn't know who the child's father was. But, oh, Sam, he's such a sweet little thing, and...
wait a minute. Edna, where is the child now?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. He's upstairs in the bedroom.
May I see him, Edna?
Oh, Sam, I knew you'd understand. And you love the little girl, too.
What little girl?
Well, you see, there were 2 of them, and I... Oh, come on upstairs, Sam.
You mean you've adopted 2 children?
No, not really adopted them. You see, they were both fatherless, and nobody would take them. So the judge let me have them. He's giving me 2 weeks to find homes for them. And, Sam, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I think you are.
Careful now, dear. They're asleep. Go in, Sam. See? Here's a little girl. And this is Tony, Sam.
Why, he's got red hair, hasn't he?
Yes. Isn't he beautiful?
Tony. Hello, Tony.
Don't wake me, darling.
I won't. Look, he's smiling.
You're not angry, are you, Sam? You think I did right?
Of course. But I know you, darling. This is only 2. You'll probably wind up with 40.
minute, just a minute. Yes, ma'am. Is this Mrs. Gladney's establishment? That's what that sign says, Miss Gladney and her establishment. Well, I have an appointment. Well, come on in, please. Miss Gladney's a lady here. Sit down, please.
Leo, will you look after Billy?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Gladney, my name is Mrs. Marcus Gilbert.
Oh, yes. Just a moment, please. Cleo, has there been any word from Dr. Bressler?
Just that last telegram, Miss Gladney.
Oh.
Mrs. Gladney, I have an appointment with you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Gilbert. You see, we're having a little trouble with Tony here. He's been very sick. Now, what was it about?
Mrs. Gladney, my husband and I have decided to give the advantage of our home to one of your foundlings.
Why, how nice.
We wouldn't want one that cries.
I see.
My husband will come down with me tomorrow and help me pick one out. Now remember that we...
This place sounds like Bedlam.
Dr. Bressler!
Hello, Edna.
Oh, Max, I thought you'd never get here.
Oh, sorry, I had 6 maternities to wind up before I could leave.
I know.
Mrs. Gladney, if you don't mind...
Oh, excuse me, please. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Where's Tony?
In the other room. Just go, Max. What do you think? He's very sick.
Yes, Edna, he is. But I think he'll pull through. Our chief worry is permanent paralysis of the right leg. What treatment has he had?
Oh, all sorts. I've stopped giving him medicine. I massage him. I give him sun.
That's what he needs, especially massage. There's a new method of massage underwater, but it takes an expert operator.
Couldn't I learn?
Probably.
He's such a darling. Just look at him. If we could only make him well enough to put into a real home somewhere.
Mrs. Gladney, may I speak to you?
Oh, of course. Doctor.
I'm all finished here.
Oh, then will you step outside, Mrs. Gilworth?
Mrs. Gladney, when I came here, out of the goodness of my heart, I didn't expect to be insulted.
Oh, I am sorry, but Dr. Bressler has come all the way from Sherman. He's a very busy pediatrician.
She means a baby doctor.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Well, I'm adopting a baby. Maybe you'd like to help with your advice, Doctor.
Oh.
I'd want to know all about the baby, of course, its background, parents, and so on.
Oh, yes, indeed. We have to be very careful about the children and the prospective parents.
Naturally. What's that?
Now, here's our questionnaire. Would you mind answering a few routine questions?
I'll help you, Edna. What's your name, please?
Gilworth. Mrs. Marcus Gilworth.
Husband's occupation?
He's a member of the Board of Supervisors.
2 names of people who will vouch for you.
I said my husband is a member of the board.
Character witness? None.
But I didn't say that he...
How old are you?
Why,
Well, how old?
I'm 35.
40, all right.
How dare you?
You're getting off easy, madam.
I'll take over now, Doctor. Let me see. Any TB in the family, Mrs. Gilbert?
No.
Insanity?
Certainly not.
Hereditary diseases?
That's enough. I'm leaving. But you haven't heard the last of it. The Board of Supervisors will take up your case, Mrs. Gladney.
Mrs. Gladney, you are aware of the zoning laws in your district?
Yes, I am.
Then surely you must know that those laws prohibit the running of an institution such as yours in that district.
I told you I'd find another place for the children.
Fort Worth has an adequate poor farm and city orphanage, Mrs. Gladney.
But don't you see, gentlemen, I'm equipped to get children into homes. Real homes. To interest people in adopting babies who might never have thought of it.
You have a peculiar way of interesting them, madam. Gentlemen, my wife went to Mrs. Gladney's place to inquire about adopting a baby and was grossly insulted. My name is Gilworth, Mrs. Gladney.
I know. Your wife was asked to answer a set of routine questions, Mr. Gilworth, for the good of the child she hoped to adopt.
The city's had very few complaints, Mrs. Gladney, over our treatment of orphans.
Oh, I wish you'd stop calling them orphans.
And what do you call them, Mrs. Gladney?
They're children. Our children. Every child born into this world belongs to the whole human race.
Don't you think that's a few too many for your budget, Mrs. Gladney? I move we put this to a vote. I second the motion.
Those in favor of granting Mrs. Gladney's request to carry on her work signify in the usual manner.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gladney. If you're able to later to carry on to show adequate funds and a proper building to house the children, we'll be glad to reopen the matter.
Thank you.
Edna.
Oh, Max, dear, it's sweet of you to come for me, but
I think you'd better run on home right away, Edna.
Home?
It's Sam. They brought him home from the office. He's had a bad attack, Edna.
Oh, Max. I go in now, Max.
Just a moment. I'll see if he's asleep. Wait here. Sam.
Yes?
Edna's back, Sam.
Oh. How did it come out? Her in position?
Oh, forget about that. You've got to quiet down now.
She's got to go on, Max. She'll need her babies now as much as they need her.
You'll be all right, Sam. After a little rest.
Good old Max. But you see, I know, Max. You can't fool me.
I'm not going back to Sherman, Sam. I'm going to stay here and help Edna.
Ah, thank you, Max. You know, when they took her baby, I used to ask, why did God do this to her? I know now. Thousands of other babies needed their chance to be loved. Maybe you better send her in now, Max.
Come in, Edna.
Oh, Sam.
Silly thing to do, fold up like this. Edna, go look in my pocket, honey.
Yes, dear.
Remember when I used to carry wheat, huh? I don't anymore.
There's this paper.
Yeah? Look at it, Edna. The company has bought out the Gladney process. You'll soon be in the clear, darling.
You must rest now, my darling.
Tell me, what do they want you to do about the baby?
It doesn't matter, sweetheart. I'm through with all that now.
Oh, no, darling. Don't let them beat you. You're never going to desert Edna. Never.
Please, dearest.
Listen to me, darling. You will win. Fight for those kiddies of yours. Fight for them, Edna. You'll win, Edna. Hold me close, Edna.
Sam. Sam. Oh, Sam, don't leave me.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll hear Act 3 of Blossoms in the Dust, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon with Felix Bressart, in just a moment. Meantime, Sally tells me that she's been going into reverse this past week.
Well, you see, I found I had 2 or 3 sweaters that were perfectly good, but just, well, not quite up to date. So I've unraveled them, and I'm going to make some new ones out of that same yarn.
A neat trick, now that woolens are so precious, Sally. You know, if that yarn is still good enough to re-knit, I'll make you a little bet about those sweaters. I'll bet you took care of them.
With new quick Lux, of course, Mr. Sherlock Ruick. But I'm surprised at you betting on a sure thing like that.
Why, I'd bet on new quick Lux any day, Sally. With Lux, there's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing to mat and shrink woolen fibers. So, with gentle Lux care, your washable woolen stays soft and unshrunken. Will wear better.
And that's important these days. Here's a trick about re-knitting yarn. As you unravel the sweater, wind the wool not into a ball, but around a piece of cardboard so that it makes a kind of skein. Tie it with string at both ends and then slip the cardboard out and Lux the wool. The yarn comes out fresh and soft and easy to work with.
That's a good tip, Sally.
Yes, you're thrifty two ways. First, because you've made something smart and new that's cost you only a little time and effort. And second, because with Lux, you keep your pretty sweater lovely at such a tiny cost.
Right. A little Lux goes a long, long way. That generous big box of Lux Flakes will do 29 sweaters. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Blossoms in the Dust, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon, with Felix Bressart. 3 years have passed, and Edna Gladney has never stopped fighting for her children. She's won the right to continue her work with the Texas Children's Home and Aid Society. Outside in the spacious play yard, the children scamper joyfully. But one remains indoors, little Tony, Edna's favorite. Tony can't run with his playmates because his leg is supported by a steel brace.
Tony, dear, you should be outside with the others.
Please, Auntie Edna. I want to be with you.
I know, dearest. But there's lots of other little boys and girls Auntie Edna has to arrange things for. Now, you wouldn't want her to neglect them, would you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Miss Gladney, there's a young lady here to see you.
Oh, send her in, Cleo. Now, Tony, you run out in the sunshine, sweetheart. We'll be together this evening, the whole evening long.
All right. Bye, Auntie Edna.
Bye, sweetheart. But this way, please. Oh, come in. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mrs. Gladney, I have some money I haven't any use for. I'd like to give it to you for the children. Will you take it, please?
Why, thank you. Oh, this looks like quite a sum.
I guess it's around $700.
Why are you giving me this, my dear?
Well, I was adopted from an institution myself.
Oh? Where are your adopted parents?
This is May, isn't it? That's the season on the Riviera. I suppose my mother'd be there. My father's in New York. I wanted to give you the money because you put children in the sort of homes where they belong. Goodbye, Mrs. Gladney.
Just a moment. Can you tell me what's troubling you?
I'm afraid I can't, Mrs. Gladney.
Have you a child?
No.
Are you going to have one?
No. Never.
There now. You mustn't cry. Sit down, dear. Won't you try and tell me about it? Or maybe there's something I could do to help.
I'm engaged to be married. We've made such plans, David and I. We were to have a home. A real home. His people felt it best to break us up. But there was nothing they could say or do until now.
Go on.
I found out just now that I have no right to a name. To any name. I found it in the record of my birth. The record I'd have to show when we went for our marriage license.
Would he care? This David of yours?
He loves me just as much as I love him. That's why I'm not going to let him go through with it. I'm not going to see him again, Mrs. Gladney, not ever.
Just a moment, my dear. Cleo, tell Dr. Bressler I want him right away. Will you let me have your purse, please?
No.
Let me have what you have in it.
There isn't anything.
Please. Thank you.
Oh, don't look, don't.
What's in this bottle? It's poison, isn't it? Max, throw this away, will you?
It's a good thing she didn't use it.
Max, for years I've been haunted by something that once came very close to me. The injustice of branding innocent little nameless children in records where everyone can see. On birth certificates, of branding them all through their lives. On marriage licenses, passports, legal papers. It's cruel. It's inhumanly cruel. It's got to be stopped.
But how, Edna?
I don't know. There must be people I can see and speak to and make them understand. Max, I thought that taking little nameless babies, loving them and finding homes for them was all that could be done. But that's not all. Every human being that's born into this world deserves the right to make its own good name without bigotry and prejudice.
Mrs. Gladney,
listen. If you're as fine as I think you are, you're not going to cheat the man you love. You're going to marry him right now and fight for his happiness and your own. Here's your money. For a trousseau. Will you take half? Oh, you bet I will. We need a dozen new cribs. Gentlemen, you have heard it said that those who transgress must be punished. Let me just say this. If you don't know what it means to a mother who loves her child to give it up to strangers, knowing that she'll never see it again, never hold it in her arms, never hear it call her mother, come to my home in Fort Worth sometime and see. I'll show you punishment that will haunt you all the days of your life. People still argue about environment versus heredity, but I have put hundreds of nameless babies into respectable homes, fine homes, and all of them, without one single exception, are growing up to be morally fit and strong. I never knew a child to take a wrong step that couldn't be traced to the ones that are bringing it up, to misunderstanding, lack of honesty, lack of sympathy, lack of heart. Oh, believe me, gentlemen, life can be made so much more beautiful by sympathy, by love and understanding than it ever can be by intolerance. I've seen hearts broken. I've seen a pure and innocent young life destroyed by this man-made law. For it is man-made. God has placed no dishonor on these innocent and helpless victims. Why must we, by branding these children as nameless, deprive them of their God-given right to live in happiness?
You have done a wonderful job, Edna. You should be proud.
No, Max. The credit isn't mine. It's hers. It's Charlotte's.
All right, have it your own way. But it's a law now, and no child in Texas will ever again be branded for life. Well, one ordeal is over. The next is all ready and waiting.
What is it, Max?
Edna, little Tony is almost well now. I think we can remove the brace in a few more days.
Oh, Max.
Yeah?
Oh, I couldn't think of a better Christmas present.
I know what it means to you. I know also what little Tony means to you personally.
What do you mean, Max?
Edna, there's a man I want you to meet. His name is Eldridge.
Where is he?
In my office. Come along.
Mr. Eldridge, I'm getting strong.
I should say you are. Oh, hello, Doctor.
Mr. Eldridge, this is Mrs. Gladney.
How do you do, Mrs. Gladney?
How do you do?
He has 7 puppy dogs, Auntie Edna, and he can play football, and he is a real sailboat.
Your little ward and I find we have a lot in common, Mrs. Gladney.
Have you? Tony, what are you doing down here at this hour?
Well, I came down to hang up my stocking.
Well, go on back to your room at once.
Yes, Auntie Edna. Goodbye, Mr. Eldridge.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I suppose Dr. Bressler has told you, Mrs. Gladney, that my wife and I recently lost our little boy.
I know. I'm sorry.
Leta hasn't been well since it happened. There seems to be a question that she may not be well again. I mean, ever, Mrs. Gladney.
I see.
This Christmas time is very hard on her. The doctors feel that if they could put another child into her arms, a child that we could keep, it might make all the difference. Dr. Bressler told me about little Tony.
I can't let you have Tony.
It's a question of her reason, Mrs. Gladney, of her life.
I'm sorry. The boy belongs elsewhere. I'll see that the home does the best it can for you, and as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mrs. Gladney. I leave you my address. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Bressler. 1,000 thanks to you just the same.
Goodbye, Mr. Eldridge. Edna, this isn't the first sacrifice you've ever been asked to make, and it won't be the last. But you must think of the boy now, of Tony.
If it hadn't been for me, Tony would have died. I gave him his life. He loves me. He belongs to me.
Yes, Edna, you gave him his life, his body. But he needs more than that now. He needs a home, a normal home. He needs a mother that belongs to him, and a father, too. This isn't a home, Edna. It's an institution.
I can leave here, can't I?
What? Leave here?
Why not?
Give up the home? Desert?
I devoted years of my life to the home. I found parents for thousands of children. Thousands! I want a child for myself.
This means dissolution of the home, Edna.
I've done enough for the home. The time I started thinking about Edna Gladney.
Oh, that isn't Edna Gladney.
Oh, you don't understand, Max.
What are your plans?
I'm going back to Wisconsin to make a home for my child.
Edna, the day that Sam was taken from us, he said something to me I've never told you. He said he thought God took your baby from you so that thousands of homeless babies might have their chance to be loved.
You don't understand.
Well, maybe Sam was wrong.
Tony, darling, wake up. That's the boy.
Is it morning, Auntie Edna?
No, dear, it's still night. We're going away, Tony.
Away? Where, Auntie Edna?
Well, I'm not sure, dear. I packed all your things.
Listen, there's the doorbell. Who's there?
Oh, I'll go and see. Get dressed, darling. I'll be right back.
Evening, Mrs. Gladney.
Oh, yes, officer?
Mrs. Gladney, I got a couple of Christmas presents for you. These two kids.
I'm very sorry, officer. The home is closed. The holidays, you know.
Well, I'm afraid you got a stretcher point for these two.
Oh, this little girl, she looks sick.
I think she is.
Oh, she's got a fever. She's burning. Dr. Besser. Bring them in, officer, quickly. Tony, darling, are you ready?
Is it time to go?
Time to go, sweetheart. Get up. Up, lady.
Where are we going, Auntie Edna?
Not far. And Auntie Edna's decided that you're such a big boy now that you can go alone.
Oh, no, Auntie
Now,
Edna.
listen, dear, listen. I have a wonderful Christmas surprise for you. You remember the nice man who played football and has 7 puppy dogs?
And the real sailboat?
Yes. And he's very sad because he has a lovely wife who wants a little boy very, very badly. And they haven't got one. So they want you to go and stay with them. And you'll be their little boy, darling. Isn't that lovely? They love you always, and you'll have a daddy, too, like other little boys. You'll be very happy, darling.
But then I can come back to you, can't I?
Well, no, I don't think so, darling. You see, I'm just your Auntie Edna, and I'm lots of other children's Auntie Edna, too. But this lovely lady will be your own mommy. Come in.
Mrs. Gladney?
Yes, he's ready now.
This is my wife, Mrs. Eldridge.
May I see him now?
Tony, dear, this is your new mommy.
Hello, Mommy. Hello, my son. Hello, my baby.
Will you take him, please? Right now.
Come along, Tony.
Thank you, Mrs. Gladney. You'll never know what this means to us. Goodbye.
Tony. Oh, my darling.
Don't leave me, Auntie Edna. Go away, Auntie Edna. Auntie Edna. Auntie Edna. Auntie Edna. Auntie Edna.
So that thousands of other babies might have their chance to be loved.
Sam. Max, are you there?
Yes, Edna.
If you want me for anything, Max, I'll be here. Always.
Mr. DeMille brings our stars back to the microphone in just a moment for their curtain call. Now, here's our fashion reporter, Libby Collins. Well, what's new tonight, Libby?
Well, Mr. Ruick, it says here in my fashion notebook, automobile tires rations.
Well, that's an odd kind of fashion note, Libby.
Not so odd when you remember that what it really means is that rubber is precious nowadays. Think of all the things women wear that have rubber or elasticized threads in them. Lots of sweaters and little jackets, midsections of dresses, and most important of all, girdles and foundation garments. We're going to have to learn to conserve these things to make them last longer. That means, of course, giving them the right kind of care.
And that means, of course, new Quick Lux. It's ideal for elastic fibers because it's so gentle, has no harmful alkali to dry them out and make them lose their elasticity.
And then with Lux, there isn't any of that cake soap rubbing that's so hard on them either. Be sure to Lux girdles often, not only for daintiness' sake, but because they last longer if they're kept fresh and clean, if perspiration is luxed away promptly. With frequent luxing, you'll find that girdles will keep their fit better, stay new-looking longer.
The Lux way is easy, quick, thrifty, and it's care advised by experts, people who make foundation garments and girdles, and smart stores that sell them advise Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
To the two stars who brought us blossoms in the dust, we toss our finest bouquet for acting. And now Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon take a curtain call they richly deserve.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's been a real pleasure to be here in the Lux Radio Theater for the first time.
And it'll still be fun the 10th time, Greer.
I have a thrill for both of you and a telegram just received. It reads, I am honored to have Blossoms in the Dust featured in the Lux Radio Theater with Miss Garson and Mr. Pidgeon in the roles they originated. Being a constant listener to your program, I appreciate the value of once again presenting the message of this picture to the public. The wire is from Fort Worth, and it's signed by the superintendent of the Texas Children's Home and Aid Society. Her name, Mrs. Edna Gladney, the living heroine of our play. And we have a right to be proud that she's also a regular member of our audience.
It was a great privilege to play the part of Mrs. Gladney tonight, Mr. DeMille. But above all, it was a great challenge because of the kind of woman she is and the kind of work she's doing.
And I'm sure everyone in the audience joins all of us in wishing her every success in that work.
A woman like Mrs. Gladney will never fail, Walter.
What is your play for next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, we have an appointment with the new Universal Picture success, Appointment for Love. And our stars will be Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy. It's a gay comedy about a playwright who marries a woman doctor. The doctor thinks love is strictly scientific, so the road to romance appears slightly rocky. But I think you'll like the way Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer work out the problem next Monday night.
That sounds like a full house for the Lux Radio Theater, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We're scouting for another play for you two. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer in Appointment for Love. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Except for the roles of Edna and Sam Gladney, and except for the Texas Children's Home and Aid Society, all events, characters, and institutions depicted in this play are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual events and institutions is purely coincidental. The picture, Blossoms in the Dust, was directed by Mervyn LeRoy. Throughout the United States, this week is being observed as Brotherhood Week under the sponsorship of the National Conference of Christians and Jews. Its purpose is to increase goodwill and cooperation among Americans of every religion and race. Heard in tonight's play were Bea Benaderet as Charlotte, Marga Ann Dayton as Mrs. Cayley, Griff Barnett as Mr. Eldridge, Bobby Larson as Tony, Verna Tholton as Mrs. Gilworth, Eileen Pringle as Mrs. Keats, Tommy Cook as Sammy, and Ann Tobin, Leo Cleary, Buck Woods, Lillian Randolph, Jacqueline DeWitt, John Roche, Doris Cederholm, Warren Ash, Gene O'Donnell, Ferdinand Munier, Mary Lou Harrington, and Charles Seal. Tune in next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy in Appointment for Love. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Chopin's Polonaise. And with the ivories played like that, who could be in our Downbeat spotlight today but Carmen Cavallero, the poet of the piano? Come on in, Carmen, and say hello to the gang.
Hello, man. What would you like to hear today?
Well, I wish they could all be here in person to answer that question, but I'll do the best I can as a poor substitute. How about your fine arrangement of that old favorite, Tea for Two?
No sooner requested than granted.
With your band playing like that, Carmen, I can understand why the walls bulge wherever your band takes a stand.
Well, we really enjoy playing club and hotel dates.
What are some of the spots you've played since you decided to become a band leader?
Well, let me see. There's a Rainbow Room, the Waldorf Astoria in New York City, there's the Statler Hotel in Washington, D.C., and there's also the Mark Hopkins Hotel in San Francisco.
Hold on there, Carmen. That's enough for now. We'll go back to the roll call in just a moment. Right about here, let's have Gloria Foster sing The More I See You.
Okay, but look, there's also the Palmer House in Chicago.
Not now, Carmen, not now. Gloria Foster, remember?
Okay, here's The More I See You.
the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh I become more mad about you, more lost without you. And so it goes. Can you imagine how much I'll love you the more I see you? As years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you, my heart won't try.
Beautiful, Miss Foster. And I'm not referring only to the way you sing, either.
The Ritz-Carlton, Atlantic City, the Chase Hotel in St. Louis, Ciro's in Hollywood.
Oh, so we're back to that, huh? Quite a list there, though, Carmen. Which one of those do you like the best?
Well, that's hard to say, Harfield. Each one has certain memories connected with it that stand out in my mind. A lot of the guys listening right now may have been dancing in one of those places when I was playing there.
If they were, then suppose we bring back a few memories to them with your playing of Jerome Kern's Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. After hearing you play like that, Carmen, we can certainly understand why your band is in such demand at all of the top spots in the nation.
We attempt to make our music as diversified as possible. It's a tough job, but we try to please everybody.
And that you do, with the Cavallero treatment of tangos, waltzes, rumbas, hit parade numbers, classical, semi-classical tunes, and what have you.
A combination of sweet and swing does it, I guess.
Right. For instance, in the realm of the sweet and classical, there's Liszt Liebestrom.
Perhaps we should call it Dream of Love.
Well, Dream of Love, Liebestrom, whatever you call it, it's still out of this world when played by Mr. C. Cavallero and company.
I guess that's our cue to give the downbeat on Mr. Liszt's famed composition.
We haven't been too subtle about it, but that's the general idea. With that beautiful playing of Dream of Love, we bring down the curtain on today's Downbeat. Playing guest today on the old bandstand has been Carmen Cavallero, poet of the piano and occupier of one of the top rungs on the ladder of musical fame.
There's another cue. Mine to say it has been a pleasure being here playing for you.
And mine to say that I hope you'll come back again soon.
And mine to say, hey, this could go on indefinitely. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Let's go, huh? The record on? Knock it off.
Okay, ready to go? The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We dream each son of a gun to Tuesday's run of fun. Bob Hope parades his cavalcade and gets the fun begun.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, broadcaster from Camp Han Hope, telling you soldiers to brush your teeth with Pepsodent, and whether you're on KP or MP, your teeth will never be MT from DK. Or, this is Bob, Explosives Hope, telling you that bullets and bombs and dynamite are all very effective, but Pepsodent will always be your best grenade. Grenade. Ooh. Or, this is Bob, Anti-Aircraft Base Hope, telling you that if you use Pepsodent on your teeth, your food will always have something to camp on. That's kind of cute. Camp on. Well, here we are at Camp on. When I arrived, they really gave me a regal welcome. You know, when a real celebrity arrives, they spread a lovely carpet for him. Well, for me, they spread a piece of damp Kleenex over an open manhole. And I certainly got a big reception when I arrived at camp here. 2,000 soldiers were waiting for me to get off the train. Then they got tired waiting and started daring me to get off. But it's beautiful here at Camp Han. At night, all you can hear is the chirping of the crickets and the scream of an MP being held over an open fire. And I like Camp Han because they're so high class here. They're really intellectual. In fact, that's the first time a sentry ever stopped me and said, "Who wanders yonder, chum or adversary?" Adversary, adversary. Who wanders yonder, chum or adversary? Come in, Bill. How are you, boy? Atta boy. Camp Han is right on the edge of the desert. It's really hot down here. This morning the trumpet players were rehearsing out on the field. And it's so hot when he started to play, Rosa Day came out wearing a bathing suit. I went out in the desert to look around. I sat down in a cactus plant. The next thing I knew, I was flying information with 3 P-40s from March Field. The soldiers here at Camp Han come from everywhere. I saw one guy from Connecticut peeling Long Island potatoes to be put in a plate of beef from a Jersey cow so it could be served to a young Texas boy who already had indigestion from eating in California drive-ins. And the boys here at Camp Han all love to read. You should have seen them today when a copy of Esquire arrived in camp. 5 minutes later, I couldn't find one soldier who wasn't admiring his piece of confetti. But Camp Han has a wonderful spirit of cooperation. Every Saturday night you see 3,000 soldiers, each with a pint of gasoline, looking for a guy with a car who doesn't mind taking the one with the glasses. But I received one honor at Camp Hunt I'll never forget. The rifle team went out in the target range and spelled out Bob Hope. Of course, most people think it looks rather conspicuous on the seat of my pants. But there are a lot of soldiers around camp who wear bands in their arms with the letters MP on them. I guess MP means the other soldiers called them my pal. I mean, that isn't what I heard them called. But I want to tell you, they've really got the fighting spirit down here. In fact, the jackrabbit hung around this camp for a few days. Then he went into the desert and kicked the coyote's head off. For a gag, they let me shoot an anti-aircraft gun a couple of times, and 2 swallows were flying past. And one turned to the other and said, "Gee, Agnes, every year they make it tougher to get back to Capistrano." And I won't say those artillery guns have a kick, but they fired one as Skinny Ennis walked by singing Deep in the Heart of Texas, and he finished it singing from there. I wanted to pose for some pictures, so I climbed up the barrel of one of those anti-aircraft guns and sat right over the muzzle. I wanted to pose for some pictures, so I climbed up the barrel of one of the anti-aircraft guns and sat right over the muzzle. The muzzle I sat over. Then, just then, an officer gave the command to fire. I don't know how high I went, but that was the night a sinner kissed an angel. Yes, sir, I've been pretty busy this week. I registered for the new draft. They asked me in such a way I just couldn't refuse. But of course, I'll be deferred. I've got 3 dependents, 2 pinball machines, and my agent. I was perfectly willing to go down there where they were registering men between 18 and 44, but I couldn't persuade May Robeson to come along and say she was my younger sister. But you all know what a draft board is. That's a quiz program where you have to answer the $21 question. I took my physical examination for the Army down here at Camp Hahn. Skinny Ennis took his shirt off and stood in line, too, but he wasn't there long. 2 KPs kept delivering him to the kitchen as spare ribs. I wasn't afraid of the examination because I looked much healthier than I used to. There aren't any circles or lines under my eyes now. I've got them all packed up in the bags. When it was my turn, the nurse said to the doctor, "We have somebody from the movies here." The doctor felt my muscle and said, "Glad to meet you, Miss Durbin." I got all undressed and stood in front of the doctor, and I said, "Come on, Doc, tell me what's cooking." He said, "With a pot like you've got, it could be a 7-course dinner." The doctor looked at me and said, "Take off your shirt and your bag of camphor." And I don't know. And I don't know whether I've got water in the knee or not, but it's the first time the doctor ever tapped anybody's knee and got a bubble bath at the same time. You know how they tap your left knee and your left foot is supposed to come up? Well, Skinny's fell off. The doctor said, "Have you had your appendix taken out?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Hospital?" I said, "No, bumper on Hollywood Boulevard." And I never knew I was so bow-legged. And I'm so bow-legged while the doctor was examining me, one of my legs looked over to the other one and started singing, "I don't want to walk without you, baby." The doctor seemed a little puzzled by the bags under my eyes, so I said, "Doc, why do you keep staring at the bags under my eyes?" And he said, "Oh, nothing, but tell me, what time do the baby kangaroos come out?" And the doctor had me inhale, then exhale deeply, shook his head and said, "No air, all sense in." But the doctor told me I'd be sure to make my mark in the Army. When I asked him why, he said, "Your bones are solid chalk." Doctor said I'd be sure to make my mark in the Army. When I asked him why, he said, "Your bones are solid chalk." Oh, that's all right. No, don't wake up just for that joke. But I'm in much better condition than I used to be. I used to be chased all night by pink dragons. Now I chase them. And you know, they want big men in the Army. Ben Gage was in line, too. The doctor took one look at him and said, "Look, nurse, I've hit the jackpot." And he saw Skinny Edison and said, "Somebody just tilted the machine." You should have seen the doctor's face when Skinny walked in. The doctor turned to the MD next to him and said, "You know, maybe 6 feet isn't deep enough." But the doctor examined Skinny Ennis and found him to be in perfect physical deterioration. The doctor took a sample of Skinny's blood. It came back a little while ago marked, who said there was a shortage of Coca-Cola? Skinny's really weak. Every time he hiccups, the recoil knocks him down. I was there when the doctor applied the stethoscope to Skinny, and it was the first time in medical history that the doctor ever listened to a guy's chest, sides, and back at the same time. Skin said, well, what do you hear? And the doctor said, just SOS, SOS. Doctor said, I'll be sure to make my mark in the Army. When I asked him why, he said, you're dead. And all those men were getting examined were really defense-minded. I saw one guy that didn't own a car, and he was walking around with a $2.09 sticker on his eyeglasses. But as you all know, yesterday was Valentine's Day, but this year things are a little different. Cupid can't be bothered shooting arrows through hearts. He's using them to knock in rivets over at Lockheed. Well, Valentine's Day finally came, and it's certainly a novelty in California. It's the only time you get a chance to see a bleeding heart that doesn't belong to a cosigner. And Valentine's Day was really something at Camp Han. One soldier got a Valentine from his girl, and he began singing, "You're my Shinra Marusha Filigadusha Boom Tie," and he was shot at sunrise for being a Japanese spy. One very rich sergeant here at Camp Han sent out the most expensive Valentine card I ever saw. It had "I love you, sweetheart" spelled out in granulated sugar on an old inner tube. This rubber shortage, though, is really terrific. I stayed at the Riverside Hotel last night, and during the night a guy broke into my room, jacked me up, and stole my hot water bottle. I like to jack me up. One of the soldiers sent his top sergeant a big Valentine, but he happened to be out of his tent when it went off. And a few of the more thoughtful boys sent their sergeant a Valentine a dart through a bleeding heart, his heart. And Madeline Carroll and I, of course, exchanged lovely Valentines. I sent her one with a poem I made up. She also sent me a Valentine that she made up, the label from a can of Red Heart dog food. And now let's hear a little from the sponsor, from Lieutenant Gage's brother.
You're not kidding either. The new Pepsodent toothpaste is a more active, faster-working toothpaste than ever before. That's because it contains 180% more irium. It foams in an instant, bubbles through your mouth, whisks away that filmy coating that hides the brightness of your smile. And more than that, it has a brand new flavor, so sparkling, so cool, so delightful, it reminds you of springtime. Switch to Pepsodent toothpaste right away. Get a tube tonight at your drug counter. Just say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please.
Did you leave the tickets there for Miss Gunderson? You didn't? You didn't leave the tickets out there for her? Here's Francis Langsford, ladies and gentlemen, singing The White Cliffs of Dover.
Bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just to wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow, when the world is free, the shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter
72?
No, 100.
Looks pretty. I just wish you could fix my hair that way. That was Francis Langford singing White Cliffs of Double. Well, Francis, for the fourth week in succession, we're back again at another Army camp, and I'm glad to be here.
Me too.
See, the soldiers are always glad to see me.
Me too.
And you know, during the weeks we've been visiting these camps, these soldiers have learned a lot about defense.
Me too.
Did you see the reception I got when I arrived here at Camp On? There certainly was a feather in my cap. Yes, sir, that was some feather in my cap.
That's right, Bob. They even used tar to make sure it would stick.
How can you say that, Francis? Well, I got a wonderful reception from the soldiers here. Do you see them spreading those flowers in front of me? Do you see them spreading those flowers in front of me as I walk? Did you see them? Did you see them spreading those flowers in front of me as I walk down the path?
Yes, and what a cheer went up when you finally put your foot in the bear trap.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I'd stay.
You know, Bob, the commander here was very angry last week. He wanted you to come here instead of going to Camp Callan out on the Pacific coast.
You mean the commander really told us he was so anxious to have me appear here instead of Camp Callan?
Yes, Bob, he was furious. He kept shouting, "They've got a whole ocean down there. The least they can do is give me one little drip." I meant to tell you, Bob, there are a lot of Indians around here on the Indian reservation.
Well, why tell me that?
Well, don't you think it's a little foolish trying to compete with them, even if you are charging less for your beaded pocketbook?
Yes, but if they got moccasins that are hot-foot proof, you know, Francis, Skinny Ennis was lying out in the desert in a blanket getting some sun, and one of the Indians saw him.
What happened?
He took one look at Skinny lying on the ground, said to his wife, "Come quick, Gertrude, you drop papoose."
Anyway, Bob, isn't this big camp an inspiring spectacle? All these anti-aircraft guns?
Yeah, you know, they let me shoot one of those big anti-aircraft guns this afternoon.
Did you hit anything?
I don't know, but for the rest of this week, the airmail to Albuquerque is going by train. But are these anti-aircraft guns here accurate? Yesterday, a pilot from March Field was flying over 10,000 feet, and he radioed down that a fly was buzzing around his nose, and the gunners took a shot at it.
Gee, don't tell me they killed the fly at that distance.
No, but they did manage to graze the scalp and give him a bad headache.
Why, that's wonderful. Did the pilot from Marchfield thank them?
Oh, no, him they got. Him they got. But this is really a great bunch. Him they got. I love that. This is really a great bunch of soldiers down here at Camp Han. They all look as healthy as I do.
Are you trying to spread Japanese buckets?
Oh, no. You know, they all look as healthy as I do.
Are you trying to spread Japanese propaganda?
I mean it. Well, I'm as strong as any of these soldiers. Here, feel this muscle in my arm, Francis. Go ahead, feel it.
Okay.
Well?
Gee, like an overripe avocado. But it's pretty solid, Bob. You can hardly tell it comes with the suit.
Francis, how can you say that? Why, the other day I made a bet with some of the boys that I had as much muscle as Weissmuller, and I won the bet.
Yes, but Bob, everybody thought you meant Mr. Weissmuller.
You mean visiting all these army camps hasn't given me a military bearing?
If that's a military bearing, what are those things under your eyes?
Pup tents. You know, every time a stranger comes near me, two dogs peep out of the flaps and bark. But I do feel kind of envious of these soldiers. They're so tall and tanned up and young-looking.
Well, after all, you can't have everything. They never knew Lillian Russell.
Well, that's the way we're doing these lives. You, how about me? Francis, stop trying to give our listeners the impression that I'm old.
Well, you have got some silver in your hair.
That's not the natural color of my hair, Francis. I heard a noise in my garage last night. When I went out there, a guy hit me over the head with one of my white wall tires.
Seriously, though, Bob, don't you wish you were as big and strong as some of these soldiers?
Listen, friend, I may be a soldier soon myself. I went down and registered in a new draft registration this week. And you know, if a guy's in perfect shape, they classify him as 1A. I thought you'd say, oh, yes, or something like that. And if the poor guy's in awful shape, they class him as 4F.
I know, Bob. What classification did they give you?
7Z.
But, Bob, I thought the worst class they could give anyone was 4F.
So did I, but when the doctors finished examining me, they shook my hands and said, congratulations, you've invented a new classification. I hope that you and Edna May Oliver are very happy in it.
Look, Bob, here comes Betty Hutton. Hiya, Jane. What's new?
Nobody's automobile tires. Well, Betty, how do you like Camp Han?
Swell, Bob.
How do you find the soldiers?
Oh, I just take a pair of dice and there they are.
Gee, these soldiers here really like girls, don't they, Francis? Yes, one of them winked at me. And one of them waved at me. And one soldier asked me for my phone number. One of them asked me for a date. One of them wanted to take me night clubbing tonight. Well, this boy wanted to take me to the plantation club.
Anybody out there got a spare yo-yo? Did either of you girls meet any of the officers yet?
Yeah, I met a top sergeant. What a wonderful conversation we had.
Well, what'd you say?
I didn't say anything. I told you he was a top sergeant. You know, Bob, these boys are from all over the country. I was out dancing with a fellow from Texas last night.
From Texas?
Yeah, he must have been. In the middle of the dance, a band began to play a fast la conga, and he got excited, and in 40 seconds, he lassoed, roped, and tied everybody on the floor. This Texas boy was really a tough he-man. He gave me something to wear on my charm bracelet.
Oh, how does that make him tough, giving you something to wear on your charm bracelet? What was it?
The second lieutenant's teeth. I had quite an experience. I danced with a boy from Oregon. Tell me, do they have a lot of tall trees in Oregon?
Yes, what made you say that, Fran? What made you ask that, Francis?
Well, when I was dancing... When I was dancing with this Oregon boy, every time he kicked me in the shins, he yelled, "Timber!" Did you have a good time, Francis? Yeah, it was a relief dancing with those trim, straight young soldiers after dancing with Bob.
Why, Francis, how am I different from these soldiers? Is there anything wrong with my figure?
I don't know, Bob, but when the band started playing Tangerine, they put the spotlight on your stomach.
How can you say that, Francis? You know, lately I've been keeping my weight down.
Yes, but Bob, why do you keep it all down in the same place?
Betty, how do you think I compare with the young soldiers around here?
There's a $2 question that's going to cost me my job.
Listen, Betty, I may soon be a soldier, and I'll have you know I'm in just as good a shape as any of them.
Oh, yeah? When you and Skinny walked into camp today, I saw one soldier turn to another and say, well, it looks like we're finally going co-ed.
I don't understand you girls talking like this. After all, I was once a soldier myself.
Bob, were you really a soldier? What was your rank?
Well, I don't want to brag, but you girls go ahead and guess. What do you think I was, Betty?
Well, gee, you must have been a mess, Sergeant.
Betty, put your words closer together. Option week is no time for the pause that refreshes.
Say, Betty, have you seen all of Camp Hahn yet? Weren't you walking around the camp with Skinny in it? Yeah, Skinny got into an argument over me with a big corporal. The corporal took a swing at him, and Skinny grabbed him by the sleeve, and just then a sergeant walked by.
What happened when the sergeant saw Skinny hanging out of the corporal's sleeve?
Nothing. He thought he was another chevron and saluted.
You know, Betty, you're seeing quite a lot of Skinny in us lately. Has the love bug bitten you?
Listen, Bob, when you're going with Skinny, the love bug doesn't bite you. It just sort of creeps up and gives you a half-hearted nibble.
Well, tell me, what kind of Valentine did Skinny send you?
Skinny sent me a very sentimental card. A bleeding heart with an arrow through it.
Skinny sent you a bleeding heart?
Yeah, and it had a great big pail underneath it to catch the drippings. Bob, did you get any fancy Valentine?
You ought to do this from a butcher's shop. Forget the drift.
Bob, did you get any fancy Valentine?
Certainly, Betty. Why, all the glamour girls chipped in and sent me something very sentimental. Do you know those Valentines with all that old lace?
Yeah?
Well, they sent me the arsenic.
Come on, Bob. Did you really get any Valentine with a lot of lace on it?
Did I, Francis? I got one Valentine with so much lace on it, every night I have to wash it in Lux.
You know, Bob, it's funny the way you keep referring to Mr. DeMille's products so much.
Oh, what's so funny about it?
Well, you sound so much like CB and you look so much like BC.
I saw a very touching scene here at camp. All the soldiers in one company formed into a heart and danced up to that top sergeant, strewing daisies around him, singing, "We love you."
They did?
Yeah, right before they pushed him into the hot tar. You know, that's what I like about Valentine's Day. Everybody celebrates it everywhere, the young as well as the old. What do you say we give our audience the young and the old side of Valentine's Day? First, a young private in the Army who's just gotten a furlough and is going to see his girl, and then a veteran of the past wars calling on a girl on Valentine's Day.
Okay, Bob.
Give me the music. First, Betty and I as a young, bashful soldier calling on his girl. Gee, I'm going over to Betty's house. Gee, she's wonderful. She ain't like other girls. She don't want to go out and spend money. She's satisfied to sit home and have the floor show from Ciro sent in. Got her picture right here in my pocket. I'll take it out and look at it. There and out, I have these pictures filed alphabetically. Gosh, I get so bashful when I go to call on a gal. I always start blushing.
Ugh.
Oh, gee, I really must be red. All the Indians are saying hello to me. Must be She just laid a tapis. Must be getting near Betty's house. I can smell the vanilla she puts behind her ears. Guess I look pretty nice. Wish I didn't have this number sewed on my shirt, number 4,899. But I guess the camp's got to keep track some way when it's my turn to look at Esquire. Oh, here comes the lieutenant. I'll salute him. Darn, shouldn't have saluted with my hand in my pocket. Gosh, here's Betty's house. I'll knock on the door.
Hello.
She looked out the window.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Betty.
Come on in, Robert. Wipe your feet on the doormat.
Okay. So it tickles when you ain't got no shoes.
My, Robert, but your face is red.
Yeah, I brought some red candy hearts in the hat and they melted. And here, Betty, here's the corsage I brung you.
Why, Robert, broccoli.
Yep, already cooked, too.
Gee, that's a pretty bottle of perfume you brought me. What kind is it?
Well, you know that stuff, Chanel number 5?
Yeah?
Well, this came from sewer pipe leak number 4. Gee, this is sure swell. You know, it's nice to lean the chair back till your head touches the wall and relax.
Say, you got a lot of stickum on your hair tonight, ain't you?
What makes you ask?
Well, don't look now, brother, but you ain't got no chair under you. Your hair does look nice tonight, though, Robert.
Yeah, but it ain't always going to look this good.
Why not?
Well, from now on, you got to have a priority number to get this quick hardening shellac.
My, but that's an awful haircut. Where'd you get it?
Oh, this is a Camp Han haircut.
The barber certainly did a very poor job.
Barber? We don't have no barber. When you want a haircut at Camp Han, 2 KPs hold you down, another one comes in on the beam with a lawnmower.
How are you doing over there? Are you a good soldier?
Oh, sure. I never once went AWOL.
What's AWOL?
A warrior off the leash.
Do you like it? Do you like it at Camp Han, Robert?
Oh, yeah, the fellas there are so nice to me.
They are?
Yeah, whenever they go on KP, they let me peel the potatoes.
Well, what's so special about peeling potatoes?
Well, you see, it's sort of sentimental. I come from Idaho, too. I think that's the end of that joke. And the top sergeant likes me. He calls me Squirt.
And what do you call a top sergeant?
I wouldn't think of using that kind of language.
Well, here it is Valentine's Day, Robert.
Yep.
What are we going to do tonight?
Well, if you're a real good girl, I'll let you count the hairs in the back of my hand again.
Oh, no. Let's do something gay, something exciting tonight.
Yeah, let's do something exciting. Let's run down to the grocer's and steal granulated sugar. I got a better idea. What do you say we play Spin the Bottle?
Okay, Robert. Here's a bottle. Go on, spin it. Look, it's pointing to me. And you know what that means.
Yep, it's your turn to take a glass of milk again.
Robert.
Yeah, Betty.
Come on, Robert. Sit down here beside me on a couch.
Oh, gee whiz, shucks.
Now put your arm around me.
Oh, gee whiz, shucks.
Now kiss me on a cheek.
Kiss you?
Robert, stop running around the room. You're kicking holes in the furniture. Say, haven't you got any romance in your soul?
Oh, sure. I'm the Don Juan of Camp Han.
We'll get a little closer. I'll think I'm the old hag of Fort Bragg. Robert?
Yeah?
Robert, did you miss me while you were in the Army? Isn't it romantic here in the parlor? Shall I turn the lights out?
No, I want to finish this turkey leg.
Why don't you snuggle up to me, Robert? Come on, snuggle up.
Oh, I am snuggled up to you, Betty. Don't you think I'm snuggled up close enough?
Close enough? Listen, if I had the measles, you'd go home healthy. Come now, Robert. Let me hold your hand. You can kiss me if you want to.
Oh, dear. My top sergeant told me there'd be moments like this.
Yes, yes? And what did your top sergeant tell you to do at times like this?
Send for him.
Robert, you're a soldier now. Why don't you go on the offensive?
All right, I'll go on the offensive. I'll put my arms around you.
Darling.
Well, what do you know? A counterattack.
Robert, I'm going to put my arms around you again.
If you put your arm around me again, I'm going to run into the closet.
Oh, I bet you won't run into the closet.
I bet I will run into the closet.
I bet you won't. There, I got my arm around you.
You're right, it's the cellar. And now Francis and I will show you the old soldier calling on his girl. Do you have a page? Yep. Gosh, here it is Valentine's Day again. I'm calling on a gal again. I've been coming to see Frances now 5 times a week for 30 years, and I've made up my mind. Tonight I'm going to ask her to go steady. Think I'll see if I can walk all the way down there tonight without my cane. Well, rolling's easier. Reckon I should be getting to her house pretty soon. She only lives 2 blocks from my house and left home Thursday. Should stop in this bar and get some oil from her rheumatism. Every young gal in the street thinks I'm whistling at her. Well, I guess I better go a little fast. I got to cross the street here. Sure makes a difficult target crawling like this. Well, I'm right in front of Francie's house. I'll put my fingers in my teeth and whistle to her. Oops, forgot no teeth. Well, now I got to climb these steps to get up to Francie's porch. Here goes. Well, now for the other foot. Gosh, these steps are sure slippery. Oops, I'm falling. Ouch! Ouch! I would land on my Hoover button. I'll knock on the door. Hello, Francie.
Hello, Robert. Come on in.
You're a little older than I am. What'd you say?
Come on in, Robert.
Yes. Darn, I never quite make it. I'm still outside. Well, here I am again, Francie.
Yes, Robert. Come in and plug in your heating pad.
Well, Francie, what's cooking?
I don't know, but it ain't either of us. Step inside, Robert. It's kind of warm in here. Better take off one of your shawls. My, Robert, you look nice tonight.
Yep, I got a zoot suit with a lumbago lapel. Gosh, I'm kind of tired from walking over here.
Why didn't you sit down on the doorstep and rest?
Oh, I couldn't do that. It's dangerous sitting down on the doorstep these days. 3 times I wound up in a bundle for Britain. I mean that gag. I sure do get mighty cold in this weather.
Well, why don't you blow on your hands, Robert? That'll warm them up a little.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. I'll blow on my hands. Doggone, started my pivot tooth again. Say, Francie, I brought you some. Here's a box of Martha Washington candies for you.
Martha Washington candies? My, these candies look good in there, Robert.
Yeah, and that's just the way Martha arranged them, too. Don't keep standing on your feet, Francie. Sit down, dear. She's a creaky old bat, as you see.
Here, Robert, sit in your favorite rocking chair.
Okay, I've been rocking back and forth in this here rocking chair every night for 30 years. I'm getting sick of rocking back and forth. Wonder if I can rock it sideways. Yep, can be done, but ain't advisable.
Say, Robert, is it true that you were with Teddy Roosevelt in the Spanish-American War?
No, that ain't the reason all the boys call me Rough Rider.
Why do they then?
Well, I'm the only one at the firehouse who can keep his rocker rocking on gravel.
Did you have a hard day today, Robert? Did you have a hard day today, Robert?
Well, I rocked in my rocking chair for 3 hours. Played 2 games of checkers, and I slept the rest of the afternoon.
My, and Tyrone Power thinks he's the son of fury.
But I did something today that made me mighty proud, Francie. You'll never guess what I did with my rocking chair today.
Oh, Robert, I can hardly wait. Tell me, what did you do with your rocking chair today?
Started it going all by myself.
Tell me more about your military exploits, Robert, when you were in the Spanish-American War.
Well, I remember one battle. Just at the crucial moment, I took out my sword, held it out, and yelled, "Charge!"
How brave. Did your troops win?
I don't know. I went the other way. Say, Francie, I think I'm sitting on a tack.
You do?
Yeah, what time is it?
9:30.
Well, by 10, I'll know for certain. Say, here comes somebody up the path. By 10, I'll know for certain. That goes back there with a chalk gag. Here comes somebody up the path. I'll get up and open the door. Now I'll open the door. Say, Francie, did I tell you I walked by that soldier camp on the way over here?
You did?
Yep, crap game going on. I got in the game and stayed 3 days.
3 days?
Yeah, 1 day playing and 2 days straightening out my knees again.
Say, don't get jealous if I tell you something, Robert. But I got a valentine from an old boyfriend of mine this morning.
You did? Who's it from?
Well, he just signed his name George. I don't know whether it's Washington or Arliss.
I guess I'll walk around a little, stir up my blood.
What's that?
Don't get scared. That's just my rheumatiz beating out a V for victory.
Come over here and sit beside me on the sofa, Robert.
Okay, I wish I had my specs with me. I'm a-coming. Darn, where am I now?
Better make a U-turn, Robert. You're halfway down the hall to the kitchen. Sit down beside me. That's it. Now put your arm around me, Robert.
Okay.
Now a little to the left. Now over a little. Now to the right. Okay, now lower away.
Darn, this is more fun than working an iron claw machine.
Robert, stop embracing me so tightly. Come on now. Take your hands away. Robert, how long are you going to keep your arms around me?
Well, I don't know.
You're acting very strange.
What do you mean?
Well, you're too old to be fresh, and you're too young for rigor mortis.
Well, are you afraid of me?
Oh, no. How can you be afraid of a wolf that keeps his teeth in a glass of water?
Well, you know, Francie, this is Valentine's Day.
Yep. Just think. 50 years ago, you proposed to me, and I said I'd think it over.
Yep. Have you thought it over?
Yep.
You going to marry me?
Nope.
Well, give me back my slingshot.
Say, Robert, I've been a-meaning to ask you. Today is nearly 5 years to the day since you last kissed me.
You think you're rested up enough to try it again? I stole her line. That's Francis' line. I love that. Let's do the gag the way it's supposed to go. That's cute as hell.
Say, Robert.
Oh, it's wonderful. I looked down at it. That must be me, I thought. I saw the cue there, you see? I saw the cue. I said, she just said that. I'm not going to say that. Where are we? Go ahead.
Say, Robert, I've been a-meaning to ask you. Today is nearly 5 years to the day since you last kissed me.
And I'm supposed to say, that's right. Today is nearly 5 years to the day since I last kissed you.
Think you're rested up enough to try it again?
Well, I think so, but of course I couldn't kiss you without getting my grandma's permission first.
Well, why don't you get your grandma's permission?
Oh, it's too hard to get in touch with Granny. She spends her days dancing at the Palladium and her nights working in airplane factories.
Well, what does she do every morning?
Oh, she goes down and gives her excess blood to the Red Cross. Listen, Francie, I'm going to propose to you again. I want you to be my wife. Now I'm going to get down on my knees. I'm going to get down on my knees. I'm going to get down on my knees. You want to shoot a game of pool? Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Francis Langford and Betty Hutton. And now Betty Hutton singing Pegfoot Pete. Betty.
Way out in Kansas City on 123, they say that there's a guy they call a Pigfoot Pete. Plays piano by ear. Still plays all night for pig feet and beer. He's murder from the 88. He's the guy that dropped the boogie woogie up to date. He's got a cannon in his left hand and a rifle in his right. He's just a double-barrel game. And he shoots the 8 feet to you at a frightening range. He's just a solid whiz. I'll tell you who it is. It's Bigfoot Pete, the boogie woogie's a lead. His hands are just as big as Virginia hams. And when they go to work, they're like the veteran Rams. And when he plays on that box, the joint rocks until you beat to your socks forever boogie. Here's the part of the plan. You'll find a pig, a foot, a piece, a boogie, woogie man.
Well, Kansas City on 123. They say that there's a guy they call Bigfoot Pete. He plays piano by ear, and he plays all night for 6 feet, 6 feet and beer. Murder on the 88. He's the guy who brought the boogie woogie up to date.
He's got a cannon in his right hand and a rifle in his left. He's just a double-barrel game. And he shoots the 8 feet to you at a frightening range. He's just a solid whiz. I'll tell you who it is. Bigfoot Pete, the boogie woogie's a lead. His hands are just as big as Virginia hams. And when they go to work, they're like the veteran Rams. And when he plays on that box, the joint rocks until you beat to your socks forever boogie. Here's the part of the plan. You'll find it stop, 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 stop. Boogie woogie man. A Bigfoot Pete, a boogie woogie man. They're gonna Bigfoot.
Bring him a beer.
A boogie woogie man.
bottle at your drug counter tonight.
That's enough.
And now again, we take down Bob Hope's life, as if it could be taken down any further. And we peruse his life story, They Got Me Covered. The story of young Hope is an interesting one. When Robert first arrived, his mother cradled him gently in her arms and said to the stork,
Thanks. And I'll give you a Mickey Sin sometime.
Although his parents didn't seem to like Robert at first, they soon learned to hate him. Eventually, Robert grows to manhood and wants to join the Army. And so last summer, Robert packed his things, said goodbye to his family, and went away to camp. But the Girl Scouts had no place for him. The scoutmaster finally tells Robert where to go, but down there it ain't no campfire, girls. Then, as we have shown you in the past weeks, Robert and his pal Skinny Ennis joined the Army. We continue now with the adventures of Robert Hope and Skinny Ennis in the United States Army by popular request of the United States Navy. In the Army, Bob Hope does not get along well as a soldier. Many times he breaks military regulations. And finally, on one fateful day, the general says,
Private Bob Hope, your hour has come. Stand up against that wall. That's it. Now I shall tie this blindfold around your eyes. There. And now, farewell.
Farewell.
No, pin the tail on the donkey.
In his first year with the armed forces, Bob is cited for bravery under fire, when just in the nick of time he yells,
Okay, fellas, the marshmallows are ready.
Out in the field with his fellow soldiers, Bob is taught the fundamentals of machine gunning. He grabs the machine gun and presses the trigger. And that's how the Lost Battalion got lost. Then one day, Robert starts a crap game in his tent. And word of this reaches the commanding officer. He immediately goes to Robert's tent to get proof that a crap game is really in progress. And as soon as he has sufficient proof, he says,
But, Robert, I have to review the men today. Please give me back my pants.
And now let us look in on Privates Bob Hope and Skinny Ennis getting ready for maneuvers.
Well, Skinny, you all set for the maneuvers?
Yeah, except for one thing. I got holes in my stockings.
So what? I got holes in my stockings, too.
I know, but you haven't got toes.
Oh, yes, I have. Oh, yes, I have, but in this cold weather, they like to curl up under my arches.
Your nose must be cold, too.
Yeah, I want to look nice on maneuvers today in case we meet our second lieutenant. Our second lieutenant is swell to me, so kind and understanding. He always tries to help me out. He lends me money when I need it, and if I haven't got a date, he stays here at camp and lets me go out with his girls.
Yeah, and whenever I'm tired, the second lieutenant does my KP for me.
Skin, don't interrupt me. You get a dream of your own.
All right, stop dreaming, Bob. We got to get ready for inspection. Then we got to go out on maneuvers.
Yeah, maneuvers. Isn't it wonderful? A delightful stroll through the woods, listening to the birds in the trees and walking lazily along, basking in the golden sunlight.
Gosh, I thought that needle they gave us was...
This is only a yell. Oh, it isn't one of the biggest jokes.
Right. Murdered it.
Start over. All right.
Start back about a half inch.
Let's go back to Camp Talent.
Well, we got to get ready for maneuvers, Bob.
Maneuvers. Now we're swinging. Maneuvers. Well, yes, maneuvers. Isn't it wonderful, Skinny? A delightful stroll through the woods, listening to the birds in the trees and walking lazily along, basking in the golden sunlight.
Yeah, I thought that needle they gave us was to prevent yellow fever.
You have privates in the family, too.
Hey, let's start packing, Bob. Here's the big trunk. Hey, all the privates keep the extra stuff.
That's right, Skin. Here's the trunk with the privates through all the rods and ends. I'll open it.
What is it, Bob?
You know, that top sergeant never went home on no furlough. Say, we're going on a 50-mile march, Skinny. You got your knapsack packed?
Yeah, Bob. Got my hairbrush, my razor, blanket, and my saddle.
Your saddle? We're in the infantry. What are you taking a saddle for?
Man, if I meet a good, strong gopher, I'm joining the cavalry. Well, let's stop talking and finish packing. Bob, what kind of toothpaste should we take along?
I don't know what kind of toothpaste should we take along?
Bob, that sounds like a fire.
Don't worry, that's just my sponsor giving hot foots to my option.
See, Bob, you know, this blue army we're going out on maneuvers against is pretty tough.
They are?
I don't know what makes me think so, but you look scared.
Skinny, I'm not scared, and stop reminding me. Just finished packing.
Doggone it, my tin hat's too bulky to pack. I wish you could fold it up.
Well, Skin, I'll fold your tin hat for you there. There, I fold it in half, and there. Now I fold it in quarters. How do you like it now?
Swell. Now help me get my head out of it. Here comes that tough guy who sleeps in the cot next to yours.
Hey, Ennis, you've been sitting on my bed.
Gosh, no.
Hey, Hope, you've been sitting on my bed.
Oh, no one's been sitting on your bed.
Well, then, goodness, who moved the doily out of place?
A big guy with you? A big guy like you with a doily on his bed?
Well, what about it?
Looks pretty, doesn't it?
Hey, Bob. Bob, stop muscling in on my formula. Hey, come on. We got to finish getting ready for the march.
Private last. What'd you say?
We got to finish getting ready for the march. Now, let's get set to march out.
Get set for the march? You march out? Hey, silly. Take along this picture of Hetty Lamar. It'll come in handy when we build a fire.
Bob, you can rub two sticks together and build a fire.
Yeah, but they may need a little encouragement. Come on, we gotta get ready for that long march ahead of us.
Bob, that big tough sergeant has the right idea. He sits down in that cart and makes one of the privates pull him.
Gee, can you imagine any private being as spineless as to let a sergeant make him pull him in a cart?
Yeah, Bob. And fix your harness. The reins are dragging.
That's not a harness, Skinny. I made a mistake today and wore my girdle on the outside.
Listen, fellas, every day I go out in maneuvers and I always have that same knapsack. Every day I have to carry that same knapsack. It's the same knapsack, see? Well, I'm quitting, I tell you. I ain't going today.
Why, what's the matter?
This time I want the pack with a coupon on the back.
Let's sit that way. Isn't that awful, huh? You feel like going to Ralph's, coming out here and getting a dozen eggs and walking home. There should be a small tunnel that opens up when you lay an egg. You can go. You shouldn't have to walk off in plain sight like that. You'll get killed someday. Where are we? He says, I want the coupon with a pack with a coupon on the back. Then I had a line. I said, oh, rally. I guess we're all set to... I guess we're all set to go now, Skin. I'll throw your pack on your shoulders. When you're ready, just yell for it.
Okay, I'm ready, Bob. Pack. Need I say unpack?
Come on, Skin, we gotta hurry. We're supposed to be out in the parade ground for inspection. Come on, let's run out of the tent.
Okay. Shall I hold the door open for you?
Skin, don't be silly. Let's go. A tent doesn't have a door. Come to think of it, we live in the barracks.
Hey, Bob, get in line. I understand the general's a very tough guy. He's one of the toughest officers in the Army. Here he comes.
Can I have that again, please? I liked it better the first way.
Say, who are you?
Attention, everyone. I'm your new officer, General Colonna, graduate of West Point, veteran of 3 wars, owner of 6 medals for loyalty and bravery, and defender of democracy. P.S. I also sell skeleton keys to the guardhouse at reduced rates.
Hey, Skin, this guy's got all kinds of rackets. He's making a fortune.
Yeah, he sure is making a lot of money with that system he worked out.
Okay, men, attention. Present arm, right shoulder arm, about face, left face, forward arm, left shoulder arm, right face, left face, about face, present arm, right shoulder arm, forward arm, right face, left face. Now quickly gather around and step right up. Who paid 10 cents, only 1 dime for this giant-sized bottle of adrenaline?
Where did you get that other lung from? Oh, Sergeant.
Hope, kindly address me by my correct rank.
By your correct rank. Captain?
No.
General?
No.
Well, then what are you?
Head usher at Grauman's Chinese.
Head usher, then, Colonna, what are you doing here at an army camp?
Last week, no Mickey Mouse.
Hey, come on, General. The men are ready for inspection.
All right. Present arm. Present arm. Present arm. You over there, I said present arm. What a place for a statue of Venus. Okay, men, we're ready to leave on our march. I want you soldiers to count off by twos. Count off. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're not going to explain it. Just wanted to make you boys at Camp Hahn jealous. And now I'm going to show you a new army drill. Watch. First, I lift my left foot up in the air like this. Then I hold it there and lift my right foot up in the air like this. And now I'm in midair.
Oh, Colonna, that's amazing. You got both feet off the ground. You're floating in midair. What's holding you up?
Your hoodie.
Oh, so he's back again. Look, Colonna, it's been a full year since Yehudi was on this program. Where'd he disappear to? Where's he been all this time?
Working nights at Lockheed.
Listen, General Colonna, get on with the inspection.
All right, Private Hope, take 2 paces forward. That's it. Now, Hope, count off by twos.
Look, Colonna, one man can't count off by twos.
Why not? My brother does it.
Look, the only guy that could do that is a fellow with 2 heads. Does your brother have 2 heads?
Come to think of it, he does get a discount on Adam hats.
Now, General, what can we do?
Company, stand on your hands.
What's the big idea?
Don't ask any questions. Company, stand on your hands. You'd be surprised how easy I get faded this way.
Colonna, you knit my brows.
Yeah, someday remind me to take the needles out.
Fine talk after my 4 years of trimming your mustache. Colonna, what about the maneuvers?
In time. But first, the preliminary drill. Regiment, about face. Left face. Right face, about face. Shoulder arms, left face. Present arms, about face. I bet you kids despise me.
Come on, General. Let's go on the maneuvers.
All right. Remember, men, we're going to win this battle today. Nothing can stop us from winning.
What makes you so sure we're going to win, Colonna?
Well, all the generals got together and we signed a pledge of honor to use only fake bullets.
Well, what are you laughing at, Colonna?
I'm not, but I should, shouldn't I? Well, all the generals got together and we signed a pledge of honor to use only fake bullets.
Well, what are you laughing at, Colonna?
They're using them. Now, Hope, I want to finish inspecting you. What's this pin sticking in this corrugated potato you're carrying?
Professor, that's no potato. That's a hand grenade.
Nonsense. I'll prove it's not a hand grenade. I'll pull this pin out to show you I'm right. Here goes. I could be wrong, you know. Now, let's start the march. Okay, men, we're ready to go. Company, attention. Follow me. Forward, march. No use, fellas. It ain't any fun without girls.
General, let's continue the march.
Okay, attention, men. Let's start marching again. You take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll steal more tires than you will. Are we ready to start, General? Yes. Men, I'm going to make you march today, and I'm going to make you march a long way through mud and jungle. And it's going to be hard, but I wouldn't ask you to do anything I wouldn't do myself. I'd be right up there in front leading you, and don't try anything funny, because every minute I'll be watching you out the back window of my car. Forward, march.
Marching for hours. Yeah, marching. Gee, this is awful. Look at that great big blister on my big toe. Doggone. Now I gotta get it retraced. Gee, this marching must be tough on you, Skin. Just look how you're staggering back and forth. Gosh, I can't help it, Bob. Well, I wish you wouldn't stagger like that, Skin. What do you want me to do, fall off your shoulders? Hey, you know, Bob, I don't mind marching. Why, my great-grandpappy Innes marched with Sherman through Connecticut and helped the South beat the North. Skinny, Sherman marched through Georgia and the North beat the South. Gee, Bob, you know what you just did to yourself? What do you mean? Man, everywhere south of the Mason-Dixon line, you are now a Japanese. Gee, here we've been marching 10 miles and my feet don't hurt at all today. Neither do mine. You know, Skin, that was a great idea going to the dentist and having them loaded with Novocaine. You know, Skin, I pity these poor guys marching this way. Yeah, Bob, you had a good idea bringing along those roller skates, even if they're all old and rusty.
Somebody home. Someone in this regiment needs oiling. All right, now everybody get down and wriggle through this mud on your stomach.
But, Colonna, we're wearing out our best uniforms. Why should we wriggle through the mud on our stomachs?
It's an excellent tactical maneuver. It's good strategy. It takes the enemy by surprise, and besides, my brother owns a dry cleaning company.
Wait a minute. There's a river up ahead. How are we going to get across it?
Just a minute, Hope. There's a beaver here. He'll help us build a bridge. Won't you, Beav? Wants union scale. Well, fellas, I'll go on ahead and scout the territory. So long.
Hey, Bob. Isn't it great the way the national defense has swept the country? Everyone is prepared, man. Everybody's ready.
That's right, Skin. But look at that gopher hole over there. I'm going to take a shot at it. How do you like that? Bomb-proof.
Come on. Let's continue hiking through the woods.
Oh, I'm tired. I think we've hiked several thousand miles.
Several thousand miles? Whatever gives you that idea?
Well, look, the Burma Shave signs are written in Burmese.
Gosh, Bob, I wish I knew where Cloner is now.
Hey, fellas, I'm way out over here in the woods, and I'd like you to settle a little argument. Can a kangaroo carry more than one passenger in its pouch?
No, a kangaroo can only carry one passenger at a time.
See, Junior? One of us will have to get out.
Kelowna, we're deep in the woods. Haven't you got any instructions for us?
Yes, boys. Now that we're in the forest, smoking is absolutely prohibited.
I can't hear you.
I said we're in the forest now. Smoking is absolutely prohibited.
I still can't hear you.
Maybe I better take the cigar out of my mouth.
Kelowna, what makes you act this way?
Well, Hope, I never told this to anyone before, but you see, I am the son of my own daughter.
Kelowna, if you were the son of your own daughter, that means she was born before you were, and if she was born before you were, you couldn't be born after she was and be her son and her father at the same time. I can't figure it out.
He can't figure it out. You should see the face of the income tax man when I put myself down as my own dependent.
Hey, Bob, we'll make better time without Kelowna. Let's start running.
Okay, but watch out. The branches on that tree up ahead are pretty low.
Don't worry, I'm smart.
You got a good head, Skin. Too bad it's not on your shoulders anymore. Hey, where's General Kelowna?
Oh, buddy, Hope, I'm scouting ahead. I'm afraid some of our enemies may be trying to ambush us in these woods. I'm going to investigate. What a place to be making a Gene Autry picture. Listen, Hope. There's a wide river up ahead here. I'm afraid you soldiers will have to Chevrolet the stream.
Kelowna, you mean we'll have to ford the stream?
Chevrolet.
Ford.
Chevrolet.
Ford.
What difference does it make? You can't get them anymore anyhow.
Kelowna, are you trying to make me eat my heart out?
Yes, and don't forget to use lots of ketchup.
Look, Kelowna, I'm getting sick of marching, but I've got an idea. If you excuse us from marching, I'll introduce you to the commander's daughter.
Commander's daughter? That old octopath?
You mean octopus?
Pat, puss, pat, puss. Listen, I know that puss, and I pass.
Say, Kelowna, where are we now?
Glad you brought that up, Hope. Something tells me we're lost, fellas.
Well, what makes you think we're lost, Kelowna?
2 miles ahead, Smolensk.
Kelowna, that's impossible. Smolensk is in Russia. We can't be in Russia.
We can't?
No.
Think I'll get a good humor. Got 5 rubles?
Kelowna, we're not in Russia. This is a desert.
Dad, you're right, Hope. It is a desert. And look, in the middle of it, there's a wall built of gold.
Kelowna, that wall of gold is just a mirage.
You're right, Hope. It is just a mirage. And just for the fun of it, I'm going to run through it head first. Here goes. Pretty solid mirage, isn't it?
You know, you'll be the death of me yet.
Oh, you and your pretty promises.
General, how about a little action around here?
All right, then. Forward march. I want you to march right through these swamps.
But, Kelowna, there's a perfectly good road there. Why do you want us to go through these swamps?
Got a date with Chloe. Oh, man, something very serious has happened. We've come to a high stone wall and we can't get by. Put a stick of dynamite against it and blow a hole through it.
But, Kelowna, that's Boulder Dam. If you blow a hole through that, the water will sweep us all away.
Nonsense. Light the dynamite. Remember, I am now General of the Army. I am now Admiral of the Navy.
Bob, let's forget about Kelowna for a while. Let's just ignore him.
Okay, G-Skin, look at that mosquito biting my nose.
Why don't you slap him?
I can't. He's holding up a sign. This is for the Red Cross Blood Bank.
Oh, is it wonderful here, Bob, being so close to nature?
Yeah, my brother always said, if you want contentment, hide away in the forest.
Where is he now?
Leavenworth. He didn't hide good enough.
Well, boy, we're pretty well hidden in these woods. I wonder where we are. Oh, that's Kelowna up ahead again. Hey, Kelowna, what are you doing?
I'm over here talking things over with my inferior officer.
You mean superior officer?
Inferior.
Superior.
Inferior.
Superior.
Go ahead, General. Tell him who's sitting on who. Hey, the Red Army is shooting at us.
But, Kelowna, you're the general of the Red Army. Your soldiers are only supposed to shoot the blue. Why are they shooting at you?
Fountain pen leaks.
You see my chalk gag? Tell me, Kelowna, how is the battle going? Are we winning?
I don't know, Hope. The commander of the Blue Army just came over and took out a white handkerchief.
Oh, that's wonderful, Kelowna. Great. What'd you say?
Gesundheit.
Kelowna, don't you know that when a man waves his handkerchief, that means he's surrendering?
When a man waves his handkerchief, that means he's surrendering.
Certainly. Here comes one now. What was the idea?
Use a piece of Kleenex.
Gosh, this is an exciting battle.
Attention, men. I want 3 men to step forward and volunteer for a suicide expedition.
I'll go. What's the suicide expedition, General?
I'm going to tell my wife I got a date tonight.
Kelowna, you're an idiot.
Not so loud.
What's the matter?
When my wife married me, she thought she was getting a moron.
Listen, Kelowna, there's something that's been bothering me. Why has that guy in the front row got a hole in the seat of his pants?
Well, what do you expect a kangaroo to do? Keep his tail on the inside?
Kangaroo? Kelowna, what's the idea of having a kangaroo in your regiment?
Well, it's easier than digging a trench.
Oh, well, let's sit down and have a smoke. Give me a light off your cigar, Skinny. Okay, here you are. Bob, where's your face? First tell me, since when did you start smoking flare bombs? I knew I should accept a gift from a sergeant.
You boys, that man is here again.
Professor, what are you doing now?
Just met one of the doctors from Camp Han. What shall I do?
Well, treat him like you would any MD.
Okay.
Professor, what did you do to that MD?
MD? Glad. I thought you said MP.
Kelowna, why don't you get a brain for your head?
Can't get a priority.
Say, Skin, look where we happen to land on these maneuvers, right in front of my house. What makes you so sure it's your house, Bob? I'm certain it's my house, Skinny. My uncle's a very particular man. He'd never lay down in the strange gutter. Are you sure that's your house, Bob? Sure. Let's sneak away from Kelowna and go and see my mother. Okay. Gee, the old place looks good. Let's crawl in through a window, Skin. Hey, it's your house, Bob. Why don't we just walk in the front door? Oh, we can't do that. They got the gun rigged for the FHA man. Well, here's the old house. Let's go in. Same old porch. Same old door. Hello, Mom. It's Robert.
Get out of here, bum.
Same old greeting.
Same old bum.
Hey, listen here, mother or no mother, you can't talk to my pal like that.
Why, Robert, so you've taught your pet mouse to talk.
Hey, hold on, madam. I ain't a mouse. I'm Skinny Innes. I'm a human being, and I'm made out of flesh and blood. Or a reasonably accurate facsimile. Yeah, Mom, that ain't a mouse. That's Skinny Innes. He's a man. He's in the Army, too.
Oh, that's too bad. What was your life before he was sabotaged?
Listen, woman, you can't talk about me like that. Just look at my physique. Look at me stick out my chest.
Okay. Let me see you stick out your chest.
There.
Is that your chest, or does the front of your spine have a goose pimple?
Say, Mom, Skinny and I are hungry. Do I smell something boiling in the kitchen?
Yeah, that's your Uncle Gates. He's been boiled for 30 years.
Well, Ma, what's cooking?
The girdle. Pa's trying to get the rubber out of it.
So you're Robert's little old gray-haired mother. Well, hi, you mother.
Fine. Just fine. What do you care, Squirt?
Oh, you can't insult me even if you are Robert's mother. Why, if I weren't wearing glasses, I'd start something.
You ain't wearing glasses.
Yeah, but you're a woman.
Keep talking, Sonny. You'll get out of this yet.
Gee, Mom, it's nice to be home where I spent my childhood. Remember the time I cut my little finger and you came running to me with a bottle of iodine?
Yeah. Too bad you didn't drink it.
Guys, that must have been the only time I hope ever refused to drink anything.
But I really want to welcome you home, son. And you know what? You can have your old place again where you used to sleep.
I can, Ma?
Yes, son. I'll arrange for it right now. Hey, Pluto! Move over. Your roommate's back.
You know, the Army has really toughened me up, Ma. Hit me in the stomach. You'll see how tough I am. Go ahead. Hit me right in the stomach as hard as you can.
Okay, son. Oh. Well, I'll carry him over to the couch.
Say, what's Pa doing these days?
Well, you might say he's in the lumber business.
What do you mean you might say he's in the lumber business?
Well, days he's a picket, and nights he sells things to a fence.
Skinny, I think I hear Kelowna coming. If he finds us here instead of on maneuvers, we'll be sent to the guardhouse. Let's hide. Quick, we'll hide under the table.
No, not under the table. That's where I'm hoarding my sugar.
Well, then let's hide in the bathtub.
No, not in the bathtub. That's where I'm hoarding our coal.
Well, then let's hide in the closet.
Oh, not in the closet. That's where I'm hiding.
Mom, that's Captain Kelowna's voice, and he's spying on us. Hide it.
All right. Let's all go hide in this room.
They disappeared. Well, I'll try this door. I can't seem to crack this walnut.
General Kelowna, how did you get there so soon, all loaded down with that gold braid?
I flew.
I don't see a plane outside.
Just the same, I flew. See these epaulets on my shoulders?
Yes.
Wide, aren't they? Now tell me, madam, have you got Private Hope and Anderson there?
Why, no, there's nobody in here but me.
Oh, then I won't bother to come in and look. By the way, madam, how old are you?
Why, I'm just 28. Don't I sound just 28?
Yes, but this keyhole tells a different story. Look, now I see somebody moving in there. Gad, Mark Field with a bustle.
We'll go down the cellar stairs, Mom. You sing so he won't hear us.
Okay, son.
Madam, are you there alone?
Why, yes.
Well, lift up your feet. I think you're stepping on a mouse.
What do you want?
I know you got two of my soldiers in there.
Bob, Skinny, I think he's looking through the keyhole.
Looking through the keyhole. I'll fix him. I'll shoot this bullet right through the keyhole.
So long, boys.
Kelowna, doesn't the Army need us?
They need you like I need this hole in my head.
Oh, thanks for the memories. You men have joined the fight to make this over right. For who could man a grander plan to reach a greater height? And thank you so much. Oh, thanks for the memories. My writers, crew, and cast, your help's been truly vast. To you I owe the present, all the future, and the past. And thank you so much. If of freedom and home you are fond folks, make a try just to buy one more bond, folks. That's America looking beyond, folks. With confidence in our defense. Next week, folks, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting from the Long Beach Naval Station with the same gang and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Ben Gage. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Ben Gage speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with It's High Time. Disturbed period of our history have come a few great songs. One that I like especially from the last war is Keep the Home Fires Burning. It's more than a song. It's an expression of the deep significance of home that a man feels when he's away from it. And it points to the great daily service that women of our families give us, keeping the homes cheerful, clean, comfortable, livable. That's a very important service, never more appreciated than now. Women who practice protective housekeeping with the regular use of Johnson's wax find their work easier and results more satisfactory. Housekeeping authorities recommend Johnson's wax, not only for protection, but also for the great beauty it gives to floors, furniture, and woodwork, and to windowsills, shoes, luggage, Venetian blinds, lampshades. You can give all these things a longer life of service with genuine Johnson's wax in paste, liquid, or cream wax form. Ordinarily, the lady of the house at 79 Wistful Vista is a pretty calm individual, taking the antics of her husband as minor phenomena in an otherwise normal life. But his maneuvers the past few days have even her a little perturbed. And here, one making faces at himself in a mirror and the other watching him in wonder, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, please stop making those faces. What on earth is the matter with you?
I'm rehearsing.
Rehearsing for what? Do they need an air raid warden for the monkey house at the zoo?
No, I'm practicing to be a comedian.
Comedian?
Yeah, what our country needs right now is a lot of laughs.
Oh.
How are they going to get them? New comedians, that's the answer.
I see.
Sure.
You're the chap that replaces Chaplin and the Abbott in lieu of Costello.
Roughly, that's the idea.
Well, roughly, it's ridiculous.
I thought so, too. What do you mean, ridiculous? I know whereof I'm speaking about. Remember that picture we made with Ed Bergen and his little petrified partner?
Look who's... You mean look who's laughing?
Yeah.
Well, what about it?
They never give me a proper break in that picture. I can be a lot funnier, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Oh, I was great in the heavy stuff and the romantic scenes, but...
You didn't have any romantic scenes?
And why not? Jealousy, that's why.
Oh.
Afraid I'd steal the picture. So now I'm going to make a few reels of home movies and show them producers that McGee is really comical.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Such modesty.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you hide your light under a bushel, dearie, it'll be a million candle-powered light under a cellophane bushel. Now tell me what... Oh.
That's probably a delivery boy I'm expecting. I'll get it.
What have you ordered now? A corsage of shrinking violets?
Better be a shrinking violet than a silly aster.
Come in. Mr. Fibber McGee live here?
That's me, sis.
Package for you from the Wistful Vista Home Movie Company. Sign here, please.
Oh, okay. Here you are. I was expecting a boy.
So is my father, but life is full of surprises.
He means he thought the delivery boy would be a boy, dearie.
Oh, our delivery boy joined the Army.
Oh, good for him, sis. What outfit?
Brown suit, leather belt, overseas cap, and leggings. It's the latest style.
But what part of the Army, dearie?
You know what they say, lady. Keep your trap shut and nobody will get caught in it. Good day.
Smart babe. Take an appendectomy to get anything out of her.
Well, what did you get at the home movie shop, McGee? As if I didn't suspect.
Wait till I show you. There.
Oh, a little movie camera.
Yeah, the 6 reels of film. Now, I'm going to make my own screen test and send it to Hollywood. I'm going to send Prince to Zanuck and Warner Brothers and Sam Goldwyn and RKO and...
And Swift and Company.
Swift and Company? They make pictures?
They've got what it takes. But now, look here, you funny fella. How can you do your comical acting and take your own picture at the same time?
That's where you come in. You're going to be the cameraman.
Oh, no, you don't.
Sure.
No, I won't be a party to it. I may tolerate your foolishness, but I won't put you on a negative, and that's positive. Now, don't look at me like that, McGee. After all...
It's okay, Molly. You just haven't got faith in me. That's all. Let it go.
But, McGee, don't you see
Forget it, Molly. When a guy's own wife ain't got any confidence in a guy, how can you expect a guy to...
McGee, give me that camera. How do you work it?
Here, it's all loaded. Now, wait till I set it for indoor work. There. Now I'll set it for fast action. There we are. Now all you got to do is look at me through this little dingus and press this button, see?
What? Well, how do I stop it?
Take your finger off the button is all. You catch on?
Well, I guess so. But now listen, I warn you, this first reel may be pretty wobbly.
Oh, that's all right. We'll give it a gag title like maybe How Green Was My Molly. That'll kill them.
And none too soon, either. After they see this, they will have seen everything. Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
Now, look. First, I'll do a fast scene, see? You point the camera at the door, and I'll come dashing in like the cops were after me.
Yeah?
Then I'll knock over the end table and get all snarled up in the lamp cord.
Oh,
that's always good. Now, remember, keep the camera on me. Wait till I put a funny hat on, and I'll be right back.
Oh, dear. What have I gotten into now? Are these the wages of cinema?
Start the camera, Molly. Here I come. That's it, Molly. Cut.
Cut what?
Cut the film.
What with?
No. Stop it. Take your finger off the button. Boy. That ought to be terrific. Did you catch the funny look on my pen?
McGee.
Huh?
Why, you're all cut on the arm. You fell on that broken lamp.
Oh, forget it. Once I get into the real thing, I'll have a stuntman to do the hard stuff for me. Hey, let's run through that scene again. I just thought of another way to do it. This time I'm going to do a flip-flop across the radio.
Oh, dear.
Now get ready.
No wonder they sell candy in theaters. It keeps the audience from grinding their teeth. All right, dearie.
Here I come.
Goodness sakes, McGee, hold still. How can I dab this stuff on your neck if you keep wiggling like the South End?
Yeah, don't forget now. That's iodine you're using, not soothing syrup.
Well, it's your own fault.
Oh.
You might have known if you slid down that banister, you'd sail across the hall.
Boy, I bet you got a wonderhead wig on and them size 12 shoes. How much... Oh!
Reels. How much skin have you got?
What's a few bruises? You know what I'm going to do for the next shot, Molly? I'm going to go up on the roof and jump off with an umbrella for a parachute.
Oh.
That'll be a panic.
No, McGee. I won't let you do it.
Oh, why not? We can get a new umbrella for $3.
Yeah, but can you get a retread on your sacroiliac?
I won't hurt myself. I know how to fall. Red Skelton showed me. Just relax.
Come in. Hello there, Mr. Oldtimer. Won't you come in?
No, thanks, daughter. Just dropped by to borrow a pair of water wings. Oh, hello there, Johnny.
Hi, Oldtimer. We don't have any water wings, but have a chair. Don't you know this is Be Kind to Your Metatarsals Week? Don't you get it, Molly? I said this.
It ain't funny, McGee.
Wouldn't even be funny if I knew what a metatarsal was, Johnny.
Metatarsal is a bone in your back.
No, it's not. It's a bone in your foot.
Oh, I know, but he'll find my foot in his back if he ain't more civil.
What you doing, Johnny? Studying medicine? Sure smells like a hospital in here.
Oh, he got cut and bruised a little, Mr. Oldtimer, and I've been doctoring him up.
Yeah, but as I always say, I'm an easy bruise, but a quick heal.
That's pretty good, Johnny. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, see, he says, you know what I'm going to do if the government won't let me buy enough sugar? Sure, says t'other feller, to whom it was an awful old joke, raise Cain. Well, if you have no water wings, I guess I'll be scooting along.
Well, what do you want with water wings this time of the year?
I'm going skating down the lake, daughter, and I hear the ice is getting thin. So long, kids.
Wonderful world. Now, let's see. Be good at the camera, Molly. We'll take this one out in the kitchen. I'll load up my arms with grub and dishes, see? Then I'll trip over a chair and crash the whole business. Maybe wind up with ketchup streaming all down my face. How's that, huh?
Delightful. Delightful. Let's use my best Haviland china, too.
Oh, fine.
We might as well put a little class into this picture.
Oh, swell. We'll show them we spared no expense when it comes to making...
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Come on in and watch us make some home movies.
Say, you'd better take it easy, pal. You look like you'd lost an argument with an octopus holding 8 buzzsaws.
Sirree, I can't quit now. I'm going to finish this job. We only got 2 reels of film left, and I got to get them developed and sent to Hollywood.
Do you see how stubborn he is, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah.
He's a regular Cecil B. DeMule.
Well, let's see a sample of this giggle opera.
Okay, come on out in the kitchen.
Better take some of my good glassware, too, McGee.
Okay, I'll take...
Stop that! Use the old jelly glasses. They break just as funny as my crystalware.
What's the scenario, Fibber?
Oh, scenario? We're taking a picture. Now, watch. I pile this stuff up on my arm, see? Like this.
Yeah.
You get the camera ready, Molly.
Go ahead, dearie. I'm ready.
Now, when I say go, start the film. I'll pretend I'm getting myself a snack out of the icebox.
Yeah.
Then I trip and fall with a big crash, see? This'll be a howl.
Skip the build-up. Make with the funny stuff.
Okay. Action, camera. Now, let's see. Half a dozen eggs, a bowl of salad, some tomatoes, a bottle of milk, a couple of bananas. That's enough.
Look out for that chair, Fibber.
Huh?
Better do it over again, McGee. You didn't break either arm.
Oh, that was a honey, wasn't it? Did you get the surprised expression on my puss when Wilcox hollered at me? That'll register swell.
Yeah. Look at the mess on my kitchen floor.
Huh?
Let me take the camera, Molly, quick. While that milk and those eggs are still oozing together.
Here, but what are you going
Get a damp cloth, quick.
What?
I'll shoot you as you wipe those things off the Johnson glow-coated floor, see? Wonderful scene.
Oh, I see. All right. Start going.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't use that film for that. I only got a few feet
Out of the
more.
way, Fibber. You're in the light.
What?
That's it, Molly. This will show how easily spots and stains are wiped off a glow-coated linoleum.
Yes.
Keep smiling. Oh, swell. No trouble at all, you see. But now another little spot on the left there. That's it. Now face the camera and spread your hands out to show how easy it's been.
Yes, but...
Oh, that's great.
Say, who's making these movies anyway? What'll Sam Goldwyn say when
Did
he
you
sees
get it all right, Mr. Wilcox?
I think so, and great, too. You know what they say, one picture is worth 1,000 words.
Well, I got a few thousand choice words for anybody that'll butt into a guy's career like that. It's a fine
We'll
thing.
send you a print of it, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll write a title for it. Something like, In These Days of Strife and Wars, You Save Your Wife and Save Your Floors. Self-polishing glow coat throughout the nation is quite an item in conservation. I'll run home and write that down before I forget it.
Boy, that big palooka, he ruined the whole scene.
That's nothing to what you ruined, dearie. Just look at your shirt.
What's the matter with it?
Well, that's the first combination salad I ever saw with sleeves. And why are you holding your elbow?
Oh, I cracked it when I fell over the chair. Just temporary. I can get it fixed. Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? Hello, McGee.
Well, Mayor Latrivia. Don't pay any attention to McGee's looks, Mr. Mayor.
I never do.
He had a little accident in the kitchen.
Yeah, I was... Hey, look who Latrivia's got with him, Molly. Hi there, little girl.
Hi, Mr. McGee.
Well, I didn't know you were a pal of the mayor's, sis. Ain't you starting to round up the votes kind of early to trivia?
Excuse me, please. I'll go call the camera shop while you talk to the mayor, McGee.
Certainly, Mrs. McGee. McGee, I was walking past your house and I found this child making marks on your front sidewalk with a piece of red chalk.
Marks on our sidewalk? Wow. Well, now, suppose you explain yourself, sis.
Well, gee, mister, I was just helping my daddy.
How? I says how.
How what?
How were you helping your daddy?
Drawing chalk marks on your sidewalk.
I know that, but what's that got to do with how... You try it, Latrivia.
Huh? Oh, very well. Now, listen, little girl. Defacing community property is a misdemeanor.
Who's she?
Who's who?
Misdemeanor.
She isn't anybody. She's... Now, listen. Marking up a sidewalk is very rude. It's unsightly.
I know it.
Then why did you do it?
I was helping my daddy.
How were you helping your daddy by drawing chalk marks on Mr. McGee's sidewalk?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I was.
I'm in... Okay, McGee. Take it.
Now, sis, let's be sensible. Did your daddy tell you to mark up my sidewalk?
No, but somebody had to do it, I betcha.
Why? I says, why did somebody have to do it?
Because my daddy said so, I betcha.
Now we're getting somewhere, McGee.
Well, I don't know where. Now, just what did your daddy say that made you mark up his sidewalk?
Well, my mommy and my daddy are going to have a party, and they were talking about who was going to be at the party.
Yes.
And my mommy said, how about the McGees?
Yes.
And my daddy said, no, sir. We got to draw the line at the McGees, and so I ran out and did it. Take it, Latrivia. So long, McGee.
The King's Men sing What's Buzzin', Cousin?
What's buzzing, cousin? What goes on with that look in your eyes? What's buzzing, cousin? Does it mean what I think it implies? What's ticking, chicken? What gives out with that cute little grin? What's knitting, kitten? How's about am I out, am I in? Oh, come on, let's have our fling. We know that spring has sprung. Ask your mother to hold her tongue. She had a fella when she was young. What's buzzing, cousin? What you say to a cuddle or two? What's cutting, button? What's dunking, funkin'? What's buzzing with you, cousin? Baby, what's what with you?
You got a fatal fascination.
It's a wonder I'm not under observation. What's yummy with you, mommy? Here's a cue for such a beautiful thrill. What's a cooking, pretty looking? Would you trade? And I won't, for I will. Wish I knew just how to say, come kiss me in Hawaiian. Give me a on the honey, how I really wanna. You can't kill a guy for trying. What's buzzing, cousin? You got for the capital. Ooh, what's ducky wucky? What's hotsy totsy? What's tutti frutti? What's boogie woogie? Baby, what's one with you? With you.
So fast, Molly. Don't forget I got a sprained ankle.
I'm not forgetting your ankle, dearie, or your cracked elbow, or your cut neck, or your lame back, or your loose teeth, or your bruised ribs. Did I cover everything?
You forgot my skinned knee.
Well, it's only another block to the camera shop.
That's good. When did they say the films will be ready?
Well, they're rushing them. I told the man you wanted to send them to Hollywood.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, he just made a funny noise and hung up. Are you suffering terribly, dearie?
I sure am, but it was worth it. If these films don't prove I'm a marvelous comedian, I'll eat my hat.
Say, what size hat do you wear?
7 1/4. Why?
Well, I'm going to weave you one out of spaghetti or something. I always like to see you enjoy what you eat. Look, McGee, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, boy, get a load of that lid. Does Rube Goldberg own a hat shop?
She never got that monstrosity out of a hat shop.
Oh, boy.
That's an old bird's nest built by a cross-eyed blue jay. I never saw... Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. Where did you get that lovely hat?
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Upsy.
Do you really like it, Mrs. McGee?
Well, I never saw anything like it.
Me either. Though once when I was looking at a drop of swamp water through a microscope...
Tell me, Abigail, darling, is that an original creation?
Oh, but of course, my dear. I have the most marvelous milliner. You must let me take you down there sometime, Mrs. McGee. She could do wonders for you. I've often remarked that if you would only wear some decent... you could be utterly charming except for your...
Never mind, Abigail, I get it. But you know, I'm awfully hard to please. And you, you lucky girl. They can throw any old thing on you. And they usually do.
I'd give 4 bits for a handful of catnip.
Of course, Mrs. McGee, my milliner might be just a trifle beyond your... that is, she's horribly expensive, you know.
I can see that, Abigail. I could never afford to wear the kind of hats you do.
Well, I mean, of course, that anyone in my social position...
can get away with almost anything. Isn't it the truth?
When you've had enough folks holler, and I'll toss in the towel.
In fact, Mrs. McGee, I was telling my modiste about you, too. She insists that I bring you in. She has an amazing knack at draping difficult figures.
Well, she must have, Abigail. And if she can do as much for me as she's done for you, well, believe me, somebody ought to give her the business.
Yes, she will appreciate it. Why, good heavens, Mr. McGee, I never noticed.
What's that?
How did you acquire all those bandages and splints? What happened?
Well, he's suffering from a career-end collision, Abigail. We'll explain it to you later. In the meantime, let you and I go shopping together sometime. I know some dandy places.
All right, my dear. We'll go to my favorite shops first and take in the rummage sales on the way home. Oh, goodbye.
Burns me up, McGee. She tries to give the impression that she has more of everything than anybody else has.
Yeah, she's right if you're talking about chins.
Well, come on, you poor lad. Do you feel all right?
Frankly, no. I don't. I feel like...
Well, hello there, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old chimp.
Which way did my wife go?
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Wimple?
We haven't seen your wife.
Well, my goodness, Mr. McGee. You mean you got so bruised and battered all by yourself?
Oh, we were taking some home movies, Mr. Wimple, and McGee took a couple of bad falls.
Wait till you see the prints. You'll think they're terrific.
Sweetie Face and I took some home movies last week ourselves. She was making some educational pictures for the police department. Jiu-jitsu, you know.
Black and white?
No, black and blue. Clear up to... Oh, you mean the pictures? Yes. They were black and white.
You sure take a lot of punishment for a little guy, Wimp. I wish I could get over the effects as quick as you do.
Oh, it's just a matter of regular exercise. Mr. McGee, every morning before breakfast, I take a 2-mile run.
Oh, do you really? Where do you run?
Oh, just around the dining room table. Sweetie Face is so irritable when she gets up.
Mm-hmm. She must have caught you this morning, Wimp. You're walking kind of stiff.
Oh, I'm just suffering from housemaid's knee, Mr. McGee.
Housemaid's knee?
Yes. Last night I tracked in some mud, and Sweetie Face mopped up the kitchen floor with me. Well, I simply must be getting home, folks. I've got to help Sweetie Face with her homework.
What's she studying?
Part 4, Section 6 of the new police manual. How to throw tear gas bombs.
Oh?
If you're going past this evening, stop in and we'll all have a good cry.
He certainly has what it takes, hasn't he, McGee?
Yeah, but I'd hate to have to take what he gets. Oh, here's the home movie shop, Molly. Well, hold the door for me, will you?
All right.
I don't want to bump this elbow again.
Yes, sir. What can I... Oh, you poor chap. Let me help you to a chair. Here.
Thanks, Bud. I was kind of wore out.
Yes, I've got to get him home to bed as soon as we get through here.
What could I do for you folks?
Well, I'm Mr. McGee, Bud. Remember? You sent me out that camera and those films.
Oh, yes. We picked them up a couple of hours ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Just a minute now. See if the prints are ready.
McGee, you look awfully pale. Can you hold out till we get home?
Oh, sure. Wait till them Hollywood guys take a gander at them prints. They'll tumble all over themselves trying to sign me up.
Oh, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, Bud, you got my films? Let me see them. Hey, you got a projection room here?
Just a minute, please.
You can't expect to get them till you pay for them, McGee.
Oh, excuse me. You pay, Molly. I'm too stiff to reach into my pocket.
You usually are. How much do we owe you, sir?
$3 for camera rental, $18 for film, and nothing for the advice.
What advice?
McGee, the next time you try to take pictures, first take the rubber cap off the lens.
Why, Bud?
Your films are all blank.
Oh, my.
Oh, sorry.
Your present kitchen linoleum. If it's fairly new, you'll certainly want to take good care of it and make it last a long time. If it's old, all the more reason now for treating it properly. Linoleum should not be cleaned by the old-fashioned scrubbing method because continuous scrubbing only ruins it. It should be kept clean with a floor polish that also protects it. And that polish is Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat guards linoleum and other floor surfaces against wear and dirt, prolongs their life. You'll notice when you try Johnson's Glow Coat that it has a lasting luster, a smooth, even surface that doesn't chip because the Glow Coat film is flexible, not brittle. And you'll see that Glow Coat is economical, that a little goes a long way. These are just some of the reasons we say there's only one Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Try it, won't you?
Turn over, McGee, whilst I rub some more liniment on your back.
No. Okay.
You think you'll ever go on with your movie career, dearie?
No. I just been thinking, Molly. Remember that newsreel we saw last week of Mussolini making a speech on that balcony?
Yes.
I could never be that funny, could I?
No.
That's what I thought. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Don't put it off any longer. Decide right now to take better care of your car's paint job. It's so easy now, thanks to Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. No program of better car maintenance is complete without looking after the outside as well as what's under the hood. Buy a can of Johnson's Car New very soon from your regular Johnson's Wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Nearly 6 months have passed since at the end of August I made a broadcast directly to my fellow countrymen. It is therefore worthwhile looking back over this half year of struggle for life, for that is what it has been and what it is, to see what has happened to our fortunes and to our prospects. At that time in August, I had the pleasure of meeting the President of the United States and drawing up with him the declaration of British and American policy, which has become known to the world as the Atlantic Charter. We also settled a number of other things about the war, some of which have had an important influence upon its course. In those days, we met on the terms of a hard-pressed combatant seeking assistance from a great friend who was, however, only a benevolent neutral. In those days, the Germans seemed to be tearing the Russian armies to pieces and striding on with growing momentum to Leningrad, to Moscow, to Rostov, and even farther into the heart of Russia. It was thought a very daring assertion when the President declared that the Russian armies would hold out till the winter. You may say that the military men of all countries, friend, foe, and neutral alike, were very doubtful whether this would come true. As for us, our British resources were stretched to the utmost. We had already been, for more than a whole year, absolutely alone in the struggle with Hitler and Mussolini. We had to be ready to meet a German invasion of our own island. We had to defend Egypt, the Nile Valley, and the Suez Canal. Above all, we had to bring in the food, raw materials, and finished munitions across the Atlantic in the teeth of the German and Italian U-boats and aircraft, without which we could not live, without which we could not wage war. We have to do all this still. It seemed our duty in those August days to do everything in our power to help the Russian people to meet the prodigious onslaught which had been launched against them. It is little enough we have done for Russia, considering all she has done to beat Hitler and for the common cause. In these circumstances, we British had no means whatever of providing effectively against a new war with Japan. Such was the outlook when I talked with President Roosevelt in the middle of August on board the good ship Prince of Wales, now, alas, sunk beneath the waves. It is true that our position in August 1941 seemed vastly better than it had been a year earlier, in 1940, when France had just been beaten into the awful prostration in which she now lies, when we were almost entirely unarmed in our own islands, and when it looked as if Egypt and all the Middle East would be conquered by the Italians, who still held Abyssinia and had newly driven us out of British Somaliland. Compared with those days of 1940, when all of ourselves thought we were down and out forever, the situation the President and I surveyed in August 1941 was an enormous improvement. Still, when you looked at it bluntly and squarely, with the United States neutral and fiercely divided, with the Russian armies falling back with grievous losses, with the German military power triumphant and unscathed, with the Japanese menace assuming an uglier shape each day, it certainly seemed a very bleak and anxious scene. How do matters stand now? Taking it all in all, are our chances of survival better, or are they worse than in August 1941? How is it with the British Empire or Commonwealth of Nations? Are we up or down? What has happened to the principles of freedom and decent civilization for which we are fighting? Are they making headway, or are they in greater peril? Let us take the rough with the smooth. Let us put the good and bad side by side, and let us try to see exactly where we are. The first and greatest of events is that the United States is now unitedly and wholeheartedly in the war with us. The other day, I crossed the Atlantic again to see President Roosevelt. This time we met not only as friends, but as comrades standing side by side and shoulder to shoulder in a battle for dear life and in the common cause and against the common foe. When I survey and compute the power of the United States and its vast resources, and feel that they are now in it with us, with the British Commonwealth of Nations, all together, however long it lasts, till death or victory, I cannot believe there is any other fact in the whole world which can compare with that. That is what I have dreamed of, aimed at, and worked for, and now it has come to pass. But there is another fact, in some ways more immediately effective. The Russian armies have not been defeated. They have not been torn to pieces. The Russian peoples have not been conquered or destroyed. Leningrad and Moscow have not been taken. The Russian armies are in the field. They are not holding the line of the Urals or the line of the Volga. They are advancing victoriously, driving the foul invader from that native soil they have guarded so bravely and loved so well. More than that, for the first time, they have broken the Hitler legend. Instead of the easy victories and abundant booty which he and his hordes had gathered in the West, he's found in Russia so far only disaster, failure, the shame of unspeakable crimes, the slaughter, the icy wind that blows across the Russian snow. Here, then, are two tremendous fundamental facts which will, in the end, dominate the world situation and make victory possible in a form never possible before. But there is another heavy and terrible side to the account, and this must be set in the balance against these inestimable gains. Japan has plunged into the war and is ravaging the beautiful, fertile, prosperous, and densely populated lands of the Far East. It would never have been in the power of Great Britain, while fighting Germany and Italy, the nations long hardened and prepared for war, while fighting in the North Sea, in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, it would never have been in our power to defend the Pacific and the Far East single-handed against the onslaught of Japan. We have only just been able to keep our heads above water at home. Only by a narrow margin have we brought in the food and the supplies. Only by so little have we held our own in the Nile Valley and the Middle East. The Mediterranean is closed, and all our transports have to go round the Cape of Good Hope, each ship making only 3 voyages in the year. Not a ship, not an airplane, not a tank, not an anti-tank, or an anti-aircraft gun has stood idle. Everything we have has been deployed, either against the enemy or awaiting his attack. We are struggling hard in the Libyan desert, where perhaps another serious battle will soon be fought. We have to provide for the safety and order of liberated Abyssinia, of conquered Eritrea, of Palestine, of liberated Syria, and redeemed Iraq, and of our new ally, Persia. A ceaseless stream of ships, men, and materials has flowed from this country for a year and a half in order to build up and sustain our armies in the Middle East, which guard these vast regions on either side of the Nile Valley. We had to do our best to give substantial aid to Russia. We gave it her in her darkest hour, and we must not fail in our undertakings now. How then, in this posture, gripped and held and battered as we were, could we have provided for the safety of the Far East against such an avalanche of fire and steel as has been hurled upon us by Japan? Always, my friends, this thought overhung our minds. There was, however, one hope, and one hope only, namely that if Japan entered the war with her allies, Germany and Italy, the United States would come in on our side, thus far more than repairing the balance. For this reason, I have been most careful all these many months not to give any provocation to Japan and to put up with Japanese encroachments, dangerous though they were, so that, if possible, whatever happened, we should not find ourselves forced to face this new enemy alone. I could not be sure that we should succeed in this policy, but it has come to pass. Japan has struck her felon blow, and a new, far greater champion has drawn the sword of implacable vengeance against her and on our side. I shall frankly state to you that I did not believe it was in the interests of Japan to burst into war both upon the British Empire and the United States. I thought it would be a very irrational act. Indeed, when you remember that they did not attack us after Dunkirk, when we were so much weaker, when our hopes of United States help were of the most slender character, and when we were all alone, I could hardly believe that they would commit what seemed to be a mad act. Tonight, the Japanese are triumphant. They shout their exultation round the world. We suffer. We are taken aback. We are hard-pressed. But I am sure even in this dark hour that criminal madness will be the verdict which history will pronounce upon the authors of Japanese aggression after the events of 1942 and 1943 have been inscribed upon its somber pages. The immediate deterrent which the United States exercised upon Japan, apart, of course, from the measureless resources of the American Union, was the dominant American battle fleet in the Pacific, which, with the naval forces we could spare, confronted Japanese aggression with a shield of superior sea power. But, my friends, by an act of sudden, violent surprise, long calculated, balanced, and prepared, and delivered under the crafty cloak of negotiation, the shield of sea power which protected the fair lands and islands of the Pacific Ocean was, for the time being, and only for the time being, dashed to the ground. Into the gap thus opened rushed the invading armies of Japan. We were exposed to the assault of a warrior race of nearly 80 millions, with a large outfit of modern weapons, whose warlords had been planning and scheming for this day and looking forward to it, perhaps, for 20 years, while all the time our good people on both sides of the Atlantic were prating about perpetual peace and cutting down each other's navies in order to set a good example. Overthrow, for a while, of British and United States sea power in the Pacific was like the breaking of some mighty dam. The long-gathered, pent-up waters rushed down the peaceful valley, carrying ruin and devastation forward on their foam, and spreading their inundations far and wide. No one must underrate any more the gravity and efficiency of the Japanese war machine. Whether in the air or upon the sea or man to man on land, they have already proved themselves to be formidable, deadly, and I'm sorry to say, barbarous antagonists. This proves 100 times over that there never was the slightest chance, even though we had been much better prepared in many ways than we were, of our standing up to them alone while we had Nazi Germany at our and fascist Italy at our belly. It proves something else, and this should be a comfort and reassurance. We can now measure the wonderful strength of the Chinese people, who under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek have single-handed fought this hideous Japanese aggressor for 4.5 years and left him baffled and dismayed. This they have done, although they were a people whose whole philosophy for many ages was opposed to war and warlike arts, and who, in their agony, were caught ill-armed, ill-supplied with munitions, and hopelessly outmatched in the air. We must not underrate the power and malice of our latest foe, but neither must we undervalue the gigantic, overwhelming forces which now stand in the line with us in this world struggle for freedom, and which, once they have developed their full, natural, inherent power, whatever has happened in the meanwhile, will be found fully capable of squaring all accounts and setting all things right for a good long time to come. You know, I have never prophesied to you or promised smooth and easy things, and now all I have to offer is hard, adverse war for many months ahead. I must warn you, as I warned the House of Commons before they gave me their generous vote of confidence a fortnight ago, that many misfortunes, severe torturing losses, remorseless and gnawing anxieties lie before us. To our British folk, these may seem even harder to bear when they are at a great distance than when the savage Hun was shattering our cities and we all felt in the midst of the battle ourselves. But the same qualities which brought us through the awful jeopardy of the summer of 1940 and its long autumn and winter bombardment from the air will bring us through this other new ordeal, though it may be more costly and will certainly be longer. One fault, one crime, and one crime only can rob the United Nations and the British people, upon whose constancy this grand alliance came into being, of the victory upon which their lives and honor depend. A weakening in our purpose, and therefore in our unity, that is the mortal crime. Whoever is guilty of that crime, or of bringing it about in others, of him let it be said that it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he were cast into the sea. Last autumn, when Russia was in a most dire peril, when vast numbers of our soldiers had been killed or taken prisoners, when 1/3 of our whole munitions capacity lay, as it still lies, in Nazi German hands, when Kiev fell and the foreign ambassadors were ordered out of Moscow, the Russian people did not fall to bickering among themselves. They just stood together and worked and fought all the harder. They did not lose trust in their leaders. They did not try to break up their government. Hitler had hoped to find quislings and fifth columnists in the wide regions he overran and among the unhappy masses who fell into his power. He looked for them. He searched for them, but he found none. The system upon which the Soviet government is founded is very different from ours, or from that of the United States. However that may be, the fact remains that Russia received blows which her friends feared and her foes believed were mortal, and through preserving national unity and persevering undaunted, Russia has had the marvelous comeback for which we thank God now. In the English-speaking world, we rejoice in free institutions. We have free parliaments and a free press. This is the way of life we have been used to. This is the way of life we are fighting to defend. But it is the duty of all who take part in those free institutions to make sure, as the House of Commons and the House of Lords have done, and will, I doubt not, do, that the national executive government in time of war have a solid foundation on which to stand and on which to act, that the misfortunes and mistakes of war are not exploited against them, that while they are kept up to the mark by helpful and judicious criticism or advice, they are not deprived of the persisting power to run through a period of bad times and many cruel vexations and come out on the other side and get to the top of the hill. Tonight, I speak to you at home. I speak to you in Australia and New Zealand, for whose safety we will strain every nerve. To our loyal friends in India and Burma, to our gallant allies, the Dutch and Chinese, and to our kith and kin in the United States, I speak to you all under the shadow of a heavy and far-reaching military defeat. It is a British and imperial defeat. Singapore has fallen. All the Malay Peninsula has been overrun. Other dangers gather about us out there, and none of the dangers which we have hitherto successfully withstood at home and in the East are in any way diminished. This, therefore, is one of those moments when the British race and nation can show their quality and their genius. This is one of those moments when it can draw from the heart of misfortune the vital impulses of victory. Here is the moment to display that calm and poise, combined with grim determination, which not so long ago brought us out of the very jaws of death. Here is another occasion to show, as so often in our long story, that we can meet reverses with dignity and with renewed accessions of strength. We must remember that we are no longer alone. We are in the midst of a great company. 3/4 of the human race are now moving with us. The whole future of mankind may depend upon our action and upon our conduct. How we have not failed, we shall not fail now. Let us move forward steadfastly together into the storm and through the storm.
Good morning, everyone. Here is the Sunday morning roundup of the news from our correspondents all over the world. First, here is our reporter in London, England.
This is London. John McVane speaking. London has heard the Tokyo claim that the British forces in Singapore have asked for an armistice, but so far there's no confirmation of the reports here. London heard from Cairo a few minutes ago that considerable movement of enemy mechanical transport and armored vehicles was observed yesterday east of the line Tamimi-Makili. The British harassed them from the air, and during the day practically wiped out an entire enemy air force of 30 dive bombers and fighters. London also learned from Batavia that the Japanese began a big sea attack today against Palembang, the oil center on the southeast coast of Sumatra. It's reported that the Dutch have begun destruction of the oil installations. If completed, it would be the greatest material voluntary destruction the world has known. It's said here that Palembang is the main center for supplying fuel to the Allied navies in these parts of the world. If Palembang falls, the island of Bangka will almost inevitably come under Japanese control. This would cut off the southern approach to Singapore, making the encirclement of the island complete. As you know, there's been a lot of discussion in Britain about the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Commentators have talked about little else for the last 3 days. I've read most of what's been written here, and I've heard what various authoritative quarters have to say. Perhaps the most significant point is that if the German Navy has come up the channel once, it may do so again. There seems to be no real reason why, given proper weather conditions, the German Navy couldn't hold the channel for 24 hours, long enough for a fleet of invasion barges to get across and establish a bridgehead in England. The Germans now have a pretty sizable naval fleet, led by the battleship Tirpitz. With the British and American fleets scattered all over the world, the Germans can put out a naval striking force that might establish temporary control of a limited area. The destruction of big Allied convoys, or the guarding of invasion craft, seem to be the two most obvious ways of using that force. To work in mid-Atlantic would give the British and American navies the chance to concentrate against the German fleet. But working in the North Sea, off the Norwegian coast, or in the Channel under heavy fighter protection would mean the Germans could do their work and get back to shelter before we could challenge them with any power sure to destroy them. Even in mid-Atlantic, the German fleet wouldn't be easy to find. If the enemy did get their whole naval force loose in the Atlantic, it could threaten all Atlantic communications, open up the possibility of a prestige raid against the eastern coast of the United States, and generally challenge Allied control of the Atlantic. Unexpected audacity has paid the Germans well more than once, and it might do so again. The action in the Channel proved not only the value of fighter protection for warships, it also proved that aircraft alone are not enough to stop big naval craft that are properly guarded. The British put between 200 and 300 bombers and between 300 and 400 fighters into the attack. The weather was so bad that the whole attack seems to have turned into an every man for himself offensive. But even if it had been better, there's no reason to think that the attack would have been sure of success. The German fighters had to protect only the small area above the moving convoy. If the weather had been clear, air losses on both sides might have been greater. But the British would have had a better chance of scoring bomb hits. But the torpedo planes wouldn't have had any better chance of getting close enough to make sure of hitting the warships. The Germans are believed to have been helped in predicting weather conditions by the German embassy in Dublin. Weather moves from west to east, and full reports of era weather today certainly help build up the German picture of what the weather will be over the Dover Straits or the North Sea tomorrow or the next day. The Sunday Times writer Scrutator, noting that the Germans met nothing bigger than a destroyer, today says that everyone understands that the Navy's larger units must be stationed outside the narrow waters. But it's another matter that they should be stationed too far off to attempt interception at all. Scrutator says the action serves as a distinct warning that on certain sides, the RAF's efficiency needs keying up. John Gordon, editor of the Sunday Express, says one might reasonably have thought that after 2 years of preparation for an invasion, the British would have an anti-invasion machine ready in the Channel, which would make the Channel an inferno the moment hostile ships moved into it. The instant the Germans were spotted, he says, one might have imagined that clouds of mine-laying airplanes and small ships would have been strewing death in the limited sea path through which they must pass, that oil ships would be setting the sea on fire, that battleships fit to meet them would have been somewhere near to pounce on them. Yet what happened, Gordon adds? Airmen went out to bomb them with most magnificent bravery, but with the wrong machines for the job. This is John McVeigh in London, returning you to New York.
Our next story as received here in New York from Moscow. Russian ski troops on the Central Front are crowding the Nazis backward to the old Polish border. Moscow radio says this morning that 4 more towns have been retaken in one sector alone in this continued drive westward from Moscow. On 3 sectors of this long front, the German dead number almost 3,000 in 2 days of bitter fighting. And now let's hear more about the fighting in the Pacific. For our next report, we take you to the newsroom in San Francisco.
Now we span the vast expanse of the broad Pacific as we go directly to the Southwest Theater of War to pick up Sidney Albright in Batavia, Java.
This is Sidney Albright speaking in Batavia. The time is 8:36 on Sunday evening. Giving details of the attack on Palembang and the destruction of the oil wells and installations in that area, today's communique of the Netherlands Indies Fighting Forces says, as was stated yesterday, the Japanese, on Saturday morning, launched an attack over Palembang. dropping large numbers of parachutists. One Japanese bomber was shot down. At 3 different points, a total of 700 parachutists were dropped, armed with Tommy guns and light mortars. The attack was clearly directed against the oil refineries, but the enemy did not succeed in conquering them. Our troops did a good job and made short work of the invaders. Towards the evening, 2 of the points of attack were completely cleared of parachutists, while at the 3rd point, we had the situation well in hand, with some tens of the enemy still alive. Expecting large-scale landing action, we proceeded the course of the night to carry out the thorough destruction of all vital points in the vicinity of Palembang. Bombers of the Royal Netherlands Indies Army this morning scored 3 direct hits on 3 Japanese transport ships near Muntok, on the island of Banka. The communique also states, "It has been reported from South Celebes that the fight is still being continued in that area, especially in the vicinity of Makassar, where resistance is being maintained with great stubbornness. The Anambas Islands east of Malaya have been occupied by the Japanese. Furthermore, slight enemy air activity has been reported from various places in the outer provinces." End of the communique. As a prelude to the parachutist attack yesterday morning, enemy aircraft attacked the airdrome the preceding day. The attack was made by 6 bombers and 24 Navy O's. Some bombs and many incendiaries were dropped, but the enemy formations were dispersed by Dutch anti-aircraft. Meanwhile, 11 Hurricane fighters of the RAF went into the air and a bitter fight ensued. In the dogfight that followed, RAF pilots succeeded in shooting down 3 Japanese fighters and 1 bomber. One of the Hurricanes is missing. One was destroyed on the ground, and a 3rd crashed, but the pilot of this plane is safe. The voluntary destruction of the Palembang oil fields is one of the most serious disasters suffered by the Allies since the war started. The limited oil supplies available on the island of Java are barely enough to take care of Dutch requirements. Oil for the Allied forces will now have to be carried over long distances to the field of operations. The loss of the oil at Parakan, Samarinda, and Balikpapan fades into insignificance compared to the losses at Palembang from a monetary point of view. And although the actual figures are not yet available, it is known that the value was even greater than all of the Borneo fields added together. Most of the American money invested in Netherlands Indies oil was concentrated in and around Palembang. The reference in the communique to expected large-scale landing actions can be taken to mean that these operations are actually in progress. The 3 enemy transport ships, which were hit by Dutch bombers near Muntok, were most probably headed for the Meuse River, which is navigable by large ships right up to the city of Palembang. If this assumption is correct, it will be the first attempt to invade Sumatra, although various parts of the island have been subjected to frequent raids during the past month. I now return you to San Francisco.
Across the nation to Morgan Beatty, who speaks from the newsroom in Washington.
A week of Axis gains on both sides of the world has raised a storm of criticism in Great Britain, as John McVane has told you. On our side of the Atlantic, the changing situation has brought numerous demands for a checkup of American war strategy and war production. The rubber situation is first on the list. Jesse Jones, War Finance Chief, and Donald Nelson, the War Production Czar, have issued a joint statement urging conservation of rubber. They admit we have barely enough to supply our armed forces for the next 2 years. The statement implies that Japanese advances in Malaya are responsible for the situation. But it is significant that neither Jones nor Nelson came forward until after Wendell Willkie and Senator Ralph Brewster of the political opposition demanded the truth about rubber. The statement probably comes too late to block a Senate committee investigation of the rubber situation, an inquiry aimed at finding out why we did not step up synthetic production before Pearl Harbor. And the demand is growing for a Senate investigation of government agencies. Senator Senator Millard E. Tydings of Maryland fired the opening barrage against the administration. His weekend charge in the Senate that governmental agencies present the problem of an overgrown monstrosity is still ringing in political ears in the Capitol. He also warns against the social reformatory bureaucracy at home in a critical hour of our history. The President had anticipated attacks of that kind earlier in the week. He ordered government agencies to check up their employees and find out how many could be released for war work. But the Senate Appropriations Committee has approved Tydings' demand for an investigation anyway. And the Navy inquiry into the Normandy fire is not satisfactory to some congressmen. They want an authority higher than a naval board to discover the facts about the strange fire aboard the former French liner. Sporadic labor troubles still plague the war production front. 600 men have walked out of the aluminum company plant in Detroit, one of the most important defense plants in the Detroit area. The trouble had its beginning in CIO demands for double time on Sunday. The argument has been underway since January the 8th. And out in Seattle, that strike by independent welders has not been cleared up. But hundreds of AFL men have charged the welders' picket line to enter the shipbuilding plants. All of these domestic worries have been added to reversals in the Far East and in the Atlantic war zone. They indicate a revision of war production upward and a drastic alteration of the strategic picture. The Navy is now confronted with a stronger axis in the Atlantic, a German fleet capable of breaking out into the North Sea and into the Atlantic itself and roaming the waters of the Western Hemisphere. If that Navy could also take over the French fleet, a maneuver the Axis powers obviously hope to carry out, then we actually will be confronted with a two-ocean war and only a one-ocean Navy to fight that war. There's simply no blinking the fact that Japanese advances in the Orient and German threats in the Atlantic actually do bring a two-ocean war within the range of probability, which means the United States has reached a crossroads in history requiring more courage, more sacrifice, and greater determination than any of our pioneer forebears had to put forth. And new reports filtering into Washington reflect our intention to meet this challenge. For example, the executive of a big steel company has just reported that one of the plant's workmen has developed a shortcut to save 5 seconds on each billet of steel turned out. That 5 seconds means 79,000 tons more steel in that plant by the end of this year. That's all for now.
And the news from Washington ends this Sunday morning roundup of news. You have heard John McBain from London, Sidney Albright from Batavia, and Morgan Beatty from our own capital. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the first railroads were built into the western United States, the engineers and men were faced with the constant danger of attack by outlaws and Indians. And their task might never have been accomplished had it not been for the masked rider of the plains. It was his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness that blazed the trail for progress and finally made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the canyon. There's going to be trouble. Oh, Silver!
The advanced construction camp of the new Southern and Western Railroad was 50 miles beyond the railhead town of Warren City. 50 miles farther on, Cavalcade Canyon cut across the right-of-way, and 3, 4, 5 miles a day, the gleaming rails were creeping toward it. Jim Harold was in charge of constructing the bridge across the canyon, and one night he rode out of the camp and headed across the plain toward his own headquarters. A mile to the west, he was hailed from the side of the trail.
What, Rain up!
Oh, whoa, boy, whoa there, whoa. Who is it?
Steady there, Silver. Steady, boy, steady.
A masked man and an Indian.
Now, don't go for your gun.
What do you want? I haven't got any money on me.
Now, this isn't a hold-up. You know Matt Kirby, don't you?
Sure.
You may have mentioned this ring I'm wearing.
A ring?
Yes, here.
Say, is there a secret compartment in this?
I'll show you how it works.
Yeah. Well, then you must be the Lone Ranger.
That's right.
What do you want?
We've had a message from a girl who's helped us out a great deal. John Kimberly is somewhere near your camp.
Ah.
Does that mean anything to you?
Not much. I know who Kimberly is, of course.
Do you know what he is?
Hmm?
I'd better explain. He's trying to slow up the building of the railroad. You see, if it isn't completed to Junction City by the 1st of October, then Warren and Miles will lose their government subsidy and go bankrupt.
But the 1st of October is a long way off.
Yeah, so is Junction City. Kimberly wants to own the Southern and Western. He may try to interfere with the building of your bridge.
How can he?
Well, in the same way he tried to stop supplies from getting through to Warren City.
I've got all the supplies I need. The last wagon's left for camp this morning.
Well, how about your men?
Oh, I got a fine crew. Nearly all of the men have worked for me before.
Nearly all?
Well, the men are all right. Nobody's going to make trouble in our camp.
How about you? How about if something happened to you?
Well, the work would go on. Maybe not quite so fast, but my son Bob's a fine engineer, and Jeremy Stewart can handle the men.
You realize, of course, that no tracks can be laid beyond the canyon until that bridge has been finished.
Oh, I know how important it is that we get finished on time. But you don't have to worry.
With Kimberly around, we all have to worry.
Well, thanks for the warning. I'll keep a sharp lookout for trouble. There won't be nothing surprises.
You watch out on trail back to camp.
Sure thing, Injun. I'll be on guard. Is that all you want of me?
I just wanted to warn you, Harold.
Oh, thanks. Drop in at the camp sometime. Always glad to see you.
You may be seeing us soon.
Good. So long, then.
Adios, Harold.
Him not pay much attention. Not listen to warning.
Yes, he listened, Tonto. But I don't think he realizes how dangerous Kimberly is.
Maybe next time you meet Kimberly, you put him in jail, huh?
We almost got him the last time. Now he'll be more careful than ever.
And that's right.
Tonto, we're going to follow Jim Harold.
That's a good idea.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode after Jim Harold, two men met at the base of the steep walls of Cavalcade Canyon. One of them was Kimberly. His face was hidden by a bandana and a broad-brimmed hat pulled low. The other was a huge man with broad shoulders and a heavy beard. It was Kimberly who spoke first.
It's about time you got here. Began to think you didn't get my message.
I got here as soon as I could, but Hey, what's the idea of holding a 6-gun on me?
Just to keep things peaceful. I wanted to have a talk with you, Butch.
Butch? You got me wrong. My name is Sawyer. Pete Sawyer.
Your name's Butch Rankin as far as I'm concerned. And letting your beard grow doesn't change it.
Hey, Savvy. So you know who I am. Now what?
You were smart taking an honest job with a construction gang, Butch. They'd never think of looking for you here.
Everyone thinks I'm Pete Sawyer.
If you follow my lead, they can keep on thinking that. And you can keep on being safe. At the same time, you can make yourself some easy money. We won't beat around the bush. I'll pay $100 for every day the construction job is held up.
That could count up to important money.
It depends on you.
But how do I know you're on the level? Take off that bandana and let me have a look at your face. Who are you, anyway?
That's none of your business. I'll give you $100 right now. Yeah, you can call it expense.
Well, thanks. But I'd like to know who I'm doing business with.
In this case, it's impossible. You've heard my proposition. You can either accept it or...
Or you'll turn me over to the law.
Exactly. What's your answer?
It's a deal. You got any ideas about what I should do?
The ideas must be yours. But I could suggest one thing.
What?
Jim Harold's in charge. If he were to be eliminated...
Uh-huh. But he ain't in camp right now.
He should be back by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning early. That might be a good time.
Might be.
I only have one warning.
Yeah?
Did you ever hear of a man they call the Lone Ranger?
Hear of him? He sent a pal of mine to jail.
Do you know him by sight?
I'd know that horse of his anywhere.
Well, you may have a chance to get even, Butch. The Lone Ranger wants this bridge finished just as much as I want it delayed. If you do see him, I'd suggest you shoot to kill.
Just before dawn, a heavy mist rolled out of the canyon and over the country toward the east. The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode slowly along the trail. They were unable to see Jim Harold, but they knew he must be nearing the camp corral.
The sun will be up in another hour, Tonto. This mist will start clearing away. We'll find a place where we can camp for a few days.
Do not ride on to...
Tonto.
Shot come from that way.
Near the corral. Rein up.
The white stallion and the paint, obedient to their riders, stopped and stood motionless. In the gray mist, the Lone Ranger stood in his stirrups, keen eyes searching the shadows ahead. Beside him, Tonto rested his hands on the saddle horn, leaned forward, straining to pierce the gloom. The corral loomed vague and almost formless in the mist. Horses and riders waited tensely. Since the distant shot, there had not been a sound. The seconds stretched, lengthened. Then suddenly...
Horse come. You hear it?
There he is. It's Harl.
No rider.
That isn't Harold's horse.
No, him right gray.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up. Come.
At the command, Silver and Scout raced forward, nostrils flaring in the fog that swirled around them. Sure-footed as mountain lions, they galloped unerringly down the slight grade toward the corral. The Lone Ranger's right hand hung at his side, the fingers close to his holster, ready for action. This time his eyes pierced the gloom first.
There's the gray. Right at the opening of the corral. Where's Harold? Steady, Silver, steady.
Somebody on the ground.
Yes, I'm afraid it's... Yes, Jim Harold.
And that bad wound.
He's unconscious.
Tonto, try to fix him.
The men are coming from the bunkhouse. We aren't known here, Kimosabe. This may lead to trouble.
I heard the shot, then I heard somebody right away.
I heard the same thing.
Hard to tell in this mess, but it sounded like it came from the... Hey, what the...
Are you Bob Harold?
Yeah. Who are you?
It was your father who was hurt. Tonto's bandaging the wound.
Bullet catch him in shoulder.
Now that you're here, we'll leave him in your care.
Not so fast. Am I smelling an engine, Bob? It must have been them that did the shooting.
Now, you're mistaken. Jim knows who we are. He'll tell you when he regains consciousness. In the meantime,
you'll stay right where you are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
That draw.
We're leaving. Out up, Tonto. Steady, boy.
Come on, Silver. Get him up. Now, what are you waiting for, Bob? Say the word, we'll class him on the saddle.
Go to it!
Come on, Silver.
3 days passed. Jim Harold had not regained consciousness, but the work on the bridge was directed by Bob and Jeremy Stewart. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. The two men were in the cabin that served as an office, checking the day's progress and planning ahead.
Now, the way I figure it, we'll have to start laying the foundations on the far side of the canyon tomorrow.
I wonder.
What's there to wonder about?
Oh, I wasn't thinking about the bridge, Jeremy.
Well, stop wool gathering and get to work. You're the only engineer we got, and if you don't work out the technical problems, nobody can.
That may be, but if you weren't here to handle the men, we wouldn't get anywhere.
All right. Let's get this settled before we break our arms patting ourselves on the back.
I'm still wondering.
What about?
Just before I came over here, I was sitting beside Pa. He's still unconscious, of course, but his lips were moving. I leaned real close to see if I could pick up what he was saying.
Well?
It sounded like the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah. We've all taken it for granted it was that masked man who shot Pa. But if he was the Lone Ranger, he couldn't have done it. It might have been anyone. Don't you see what that would mean, Jeremy?
We heard a horse galloping away.
Sure, the man that rode that horse, or maybe... Who's there?
Sally Martin.
It's a girl.
Yeah, Sally Martin. She owns the Bar M Ranch to the north.
We'll do something about it. Let her... Never mind, I'll do it.
Good evening.
Gosh.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just never expected to see a girl like you out here in the wilderness.
This happens to be my home range. Are you Mr. Stewart?
No, but he's just inside. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Jeremy, the young lady wants to see you.
Yeah, that's so.
This envelope is yours, isn't it?
Well, it sure enough got my name on the outside, but I don't savvy.
Neither do I. Good night, gentlemen.
Oh, now, wait. Won't you sit down and visit for a while?
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Good night.
Jeremy.
Get up, sir.
Did you ever see anything so pretty in your life? You sure have all the luck. Now, why couldn't she have come to see me instead of you?
Read this.
Sure.
You might as well know there's $500 in this envelope.
Jeremy.
Do you believe what's in that note, or do you believe in me?
You don't have to ask that question. But we've got to find out more about this.
I'm going after that girl.
What could she have to do with it?
I'm going to find out.
I'm with you. This note is nothing but a lie.
No sooner had Bob and Jeremy ridden away than the Lone Ranger slipped into the cabin. He picked up the note that Bob had thrown to the floor and read it.
This is for shooting Jim Harold. You'll get the rest when you finish the job. Now, what could Sally Martin have to do with this?
I'll take that note.
What's that?
I got you covered. Reach for the ceiling.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. At the command from Butch, the Lone Ranger raised his arms and turned slowly toward the door. Then...
I suppose you figured you were going after Bob and Jeremy.
You must know what's in this note.
What if I do?
It explains a lot of things. I've seen you before.
Sure. The night you shot Jim Harold.
You're the one who shot Jim Harold.
You think so?
You shot him, and then you took your quirt to that riderless horse. So he'd gallop away into the night.
Why should I do a thing like that?
Because you had no idea that Tonto and I'd be riding up. You wanted the men in camp to think some outsider had done the shooting.
You got it all figured out, haven't you?
Wasn't hard. For getting a good look at your face.
You think you know me?
I'm sure of it. Butch.
That's good. I want you to know who I am. Because when I pull this trigger, I'll be getting even for Joe. Well, why don't you look me in the eye? Why don't you?
But the Lone Ranger was watching the outlaw's knuckles, watching for the first faint whitening that would indicate he was about to pull the trigger. It came. The masked man dropped like a flash, throwing himself forward at the same time Butch fired. The shot went wide by a fraction. There was no time for a second shot. Sprawled on top of the outlaw, the Lone Ranger held his wrist in a grip of steel. Backward, farther and farther, he forced it until the gun clattered to the floor. Both men were on their feet in an instant, but this time the weapons were bare fists. The Lone Ranger matched Butch's power with the speed and precision of his blows. Outside, he could hear the men from the camp, aroused for the shot and heading for the cabin. He picked an opening and lashed out with a right. Butch staggered back against the door. Swiftly, the Lone Ranger leveled his guns. Butch was shoved aside as the men crashed through.
Don't any of you move. I'm going out this window. First man who follows me stops lead.
Don't stand there. Get after him.
Go on, Silver!
Go on. He's heading south. That's the man who shot Jim Hill. To the south. Good. Me, I'm heading for the Bar M Ranch, and I'll get there before Bob and Jeremy.
Easy, boy. Easy. Hello.
Tommy.
Jim Harrell's men are on my trail. Get away from here before they arrive.
Me hear him.
I led them away from the camp so you'd have a chance to circle back there and look at Jim. He's still unconscious.
Here, Scout.
You may be able to do more for him in 5 minutes than they have in 3 days.
Where you go now?
I'll shake off these men, then ride to the Bar M Ranch. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Is this the ranch house we're coming to, Jeremy?
Yeah, the bunkhouse is about a half mile farther on.
It's taken us a long time. Must be a shorter trail from the camp.
There is, but it's dangerous at night. Oh there, boy. Oh. Hope we'll find out who wrote that note.
Maybe you better have your gun ready. That girl live here all alone?
Yeah, since her pa died.
Awful funny to me.
Don't look like she's going to answer the door.
I don't hear anybody inside.
Try it. See if it's locked.
Oh, should we go in?
Might as well.
What's happened here? A cyclone must have struck the place.
Yeah, everything turned upside down. Must have been a fight.
I don't know what this proves. Is Sally Martin mixed up with some crooked gang? They've been using this ranch house for a hideout? Whatever happened, it wasn't long ago. That lamp's still lit and plenty of oil left.
I give up, Bob.
Well, I don't. That girl may be in danger.
We don't even know she rode back here after she left camp.
Must be something around here to give us a clue.
Somebody just rode up.
Yeah. Look at that white horse, Jeremy. It's the same one the masked man rode.
There he is in the doorway.
Where's Sally Martin, Bob?
Are you the Lone Ranger?
Yes, I am. Where's Sally?
We don't know. We just got here.
You must have taken the long trail.
Yeah, we followed the canyon.
That's nearly twice as far. Sally rode back through the woods, and I think Butch Rankin followed her.
Butch Rankin? Who's he?
One of your men. He's big. He has a black beard.
That sounds like Pete Sawyer.
His right name is Butch Rankin, and he's wanted by the law.
You hear that, Jeremy? And he must be the one who tried to kill Pa.
Yeah.
He is.
What's a girl like Sally Martin got to do with an outlaw?
Nothing at all.
But she just brought me a letter. And whoever wrote that letter was trying to put the blame...
I know, Jeremy. And I'm glad Bob wasn't fooled by it. The letter was written to cause a misunderstanding between you two.
Sally delivered it?
That's because the letter was delivered here.
Huh?
Well, I'm only guessing. But I know that Sally's honest. That's the simplest explanation. The letter was slipped under her door. And when she read the name on the envelope, she rode over to give it to you.
Say, maybe you're right.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I'm afraid Butch has captured her.
Where are you going?
And the ground's fairly soft. Maybe we can pick up a trail.
Then what?
Follow it, of course.
But why would that crook want to hold Sally a prisoner?
For ransom, do you think?
More likely to lead you two on.
Lead us on?
He knew you wanted to talk with Sally. He might be using her to lead you into an ambush.
That don't hold water. How would we know she was a prisoner? How would we know which way he'd taken her?
If he hasn't left evidence behind, well, then I'm wrong.
Well, I don't say I can figure this out any better, but I think you are.
No, Jeremy. Look at the top rail of the corral ahead of us.
Piece of paper sticking on a nail.
Yes. Let's see if it's a note.
Well, sure it is.
You won't get a chance to talk to the girl. Don't try to follow us. It's signed The Claw.
The Claw?
Butch Rankin wrote this. It's in the same handwriting as the other note. Jeremy, would this stop you from following him if you could find the trail?
Leaping cactus, no.
Well, there it is.
That's right, Jeremy. It's plain as day. He rode off that way.
Here, Silver.
We're going with you.
No telling how long it will take to follow his trail to the end. You have to be back at camp early to put your men to work.
We've got to go with you. It's our fault the girl's in danger.
But your work is important, too.
We've got to go.
Very well, then.
Come on, Jeremy.
Keno.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Lead the way.
Come on, boy.
It was just at dawn that Butch reined up in a great circle of rocks at the northernmost end of the canyon. He let the girl, still bound and gagged, down from the saddle, and then dismounted himself.
I guess I'll take that gag out before I start fixing some grub. Sort of lonely with nobody to talk to.
Yellow Coyote, you'll pay for this.
Yeah.
My foreman will be riding up the ranch just about now. He'll find out I'm gone, and pretty soon my whole crew will be after you.
They won't be the first.
What do you mean?
Young Harold and Jeremy Stewart. They ought to be showing up any time now.
You mean that young engineer?
Yep.
What are you after? If it's money you want...
I don't see how I can collect any from you, sister. No. The only reason you're here is to lead Mr. Harold straight up to these rocks.
You're going to kill him.
How'd you guess? What the... Lone Ranger?
The Lone Ranger?
That gag goes
no,
back...
you can't stop me.
Oh, steady, Silver. That scream came from behind those rocks.
Yeah, it's a regular circle of them. Might just as well be inside a fort.
This was the ambush he'd counted on.
We'd have ridden straight into it if the girl hadn't screamed.
What'll we do, charge him?
No, we can't take a chance on hitting the girl.
Well, we can't just stand here.
Quiet, Jeremy. The Lone Ranger's got an idea.
You two ride around to the other side of the rocks. I will cut him off if he tries to make a break for it.
What do you aim to do?
I'm going to walk straight toward the rocks.
But that's suicide.
He'll have to show part of his body if he wants a shot at me. It'll be a question of which of us shoots first. Steady, boy. Stay here, Silver.
You'll be killed.
Get around to the other side of the rocks.
Come on, get up there, boy. Get up there.
The Lone Ranger walked down toward the rocks, slowly but never faltering. Then, when less than 100 feet remained, the outlaw's gun flashed. 2 shots rang out. Butch cried out. The Lone Ranger stopped for a moment, and then quietly slumped to the ground. The sun was high overhead when the masked man opened his eyes. Dimly at first, and then more clearly, he could see Jeremy and Bob and the girl grouped around him.
Oh, thank goodness.
Where's Butch?
We got him tied up.
You shot the gun out of his hand, and before he could get it again, we rode in and got him covered.
Good. I want to talk to him.
You'd better not try to get up yet.
I can manage it now.
Here, lean on me a little.
Golly, he don't need help at all, Bob.
Butch, you were hired to slow down the building of the bridge, weren't you?
That's my business.
Perhaps. But you've always made it your business to get as light a sentence as possible. It's going to help if you tell us who hired you.
I didn't see his face.
You must have.
I didn't. I met him just 3 times. It was always at night. Besides, he wore a bandana over his face.
That's too bad. You'll pay the full penalty for attempted murder.
There was somebody else connected with all this?
One of the worst crooks in the West, Bob. He's doing everything in his power to slow up the building of the railroad.
What's his name?
A name doesn't help without any evidence to back it up. Let's get back to camp.
But are you sure you're well enough to ride?
Yes, I think so. I'm sorry I've kept all of you here as long as I have. Men won't know what to do without your orders, Bob, and you've lost a full day's work on the bridge.
We couldn't leave you. Come on, Jeremy. Help me get this coyote into the saddle.
Keno.
And it's back to camp as fast as we can make it.
Look at the bridge. The men are working all right.
On the far side, too. Just where we figured to send them.
How could they know what to do?
They didn't. That's your father out in front of the cabin.
Oh!
There's an engine beside him.
That's Tonto.
Aye! Welcome home. Ho, boy. Ho there.
Oh, you better, Pa.
I sure am. Tonto gave me some medicine and fixed me up in no time.
We got the crook that shot you. Take a look at him.
Well, that's Pete Sawyer.
His right name's Butch Rankin, and he's going to spend the next 20 years in jail.
You not find Kimberly?
No, Kimosabe. And no evidence against him. We'll have to hit the trail again.
Here, Scout.
Here comes Sally. I thought she was...
Whoa there, boy, whoa.
What's up?
Masked man, there was a stranger stopped at the ranch a couple of hours ago, talked like an Easterner. Is he the one?
Where is he now?
He told the boys he was heading back for the railhead.
What? Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Oh, Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Any Bonds Today, starring Walter Pidgeon, John Percival, and Dr. Frank Black's orchestra on a special recorded program of the United States Treasury Department. By the way, have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today? We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today.
Today, every man, woman, and child is a partner in the most tremendous undertaking of our American history. We must share together the bad news and the good news, the defeat and the victory, the changing fortunes of war. America has been faced with war before, but throughout our history, the spark of patriotism has kindled flame to burn the midnight oil in the lamps of American songwriters. The Treasury Department is happy to present a number which epitomizes that spirit in the hearts of American men of music. 3 great American musicians collaborated in writing our first selection, Abe Lincoln Had Just One Country. The writers, Jerome Kern, Otto Harbach, and Oscar Hammerstein, were inspired by the work and ideals of the man who said,
"With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive to finish the work we are in."
We present now a feature production of Abe Lincoln Had Just One Country with John Percival, Dr. Frank Black's orchestra, and chorus.
Abe Lincoln had just one country and one banner to wave. One union of brave brothers where no brothers enslave others. We're still marching along with Lincoln, with one banner to wave. His union was born in freedom, and his union must live in freedom, and his freedom is when saving and when fighting to Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln in times of stormy weather. Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln. Let's face the storm together. Abe Lincoln had just one country and one banner to wave. One union of brave brothers, where no brothers enslave others. We're still marching along with Lincoln, with one banner to wave. His union was born in freedom, and his union must live in freedom, and his freedom is when saving and when fighting to stand.
We now present a dramatic musical production, What is America?, based on the poem by Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur. Our star of this production is Walter Pidgeon of Stage and Screen. Featured will be a new song, One for All for One, by Man Curtis and Maxwell Rich, sung by Barry Wood with the Treasury Department Orchestra and Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Walter Pidgeon.
What is the USA?
Some people think it's a piece of map shaped like a wisdom tooth and colored like a handful of lollipops. Some people think America is a dollar sign with a halo over it. Some people think USA is an ostrich with a red, white, and blue tail feather. Some people think America is a smokestack and a gas filling station, an adding machine and the Brooklyn Dodgers. Some people think the USA is a skyscraper with a moon hanging over it like a for rent sign. Some people think America is a feather bed where freedom can snooze till the cows come home. Some people think the USA is the gall-darndest collection of railroad ties, window panes, manhole covers, wheat fields, electric signs, apple pies, and steel mills ever assembled within the boundaries of one nation. Nobody can deny that we are all these things. And you can throw in a jazz band and the Wizard of Oz and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, and the inventory isn't even begun. You can keep piling up figures enough to stump Einstein and painting enough pictures to fill the Grand Canyon, and you won't have begun to add up or show our 1,000 faces. But we're here to tell you what this inventory reaching from hell to breakfast is nothing. We're here to tell you that all the smokestacks and the railroad trains, all the gold in all the counting houses and all the boulder dams, electric lights, high bridges, grain mills, and jazz bands, all of these are nothing. They are the window trimming. They are the nickels worth out front. The real show is inside them and behind them. We are here to tell you America is an idea and the USA a dream. On the first day it dawned on the world, it dawned as an idea. And with all its industry and gold, all its power and mountains of materials, it has remained, since it came leaping out of its cradle, a dream. Since the hour it was born and to the hour it dies, if it ever dies, it has been and will remain an idea, the simplest and most difficult idea ever hatched by the human mind, the idea of freedom. America is an idea that people can live in without having the wit scared out of them, without a gag in their mouths or a straitjacket in their spirits. The USA is the dream that a human being is better than a red ant, and the soul of man is a bigger flag than the biggest swastika ever tacked upon a Nazi platform. This idea and this dream were born in the bloodshed at Lexington, and ever since that blood ran, Americans have died in defense of the idea of freedom. No foreign nation has ever held our land, yet we have fought. No nation has come goose-stepping to our shores, as of tonight, and yet we have fought. We have fought because our frontiers have been those of the spirit. Our history is the history of men and women who have fought for the dream of freedom, of men and women who have believed that whatever freedom is threatened, there they stand in danger, of men and women who have believed that wherever freedom perishes, there a part of themselves lies dead. This, say our enemies, is democratic twaddle. This, say our enemies, is the cry of a warmonger. They lie. History proves they lie. History proves that our battlefront has never been the line of conquest, but always, since the barefoot soldiers of Stony Point and Valley Forge, the frontiers of freedom. Our history reveals that Americans have fought, and fought damned well, only for the defeat of things that tormented the soul of man: tyranny, slavery, and intolerance.
Let that Liberty bell ring, ring, ring. While it rings, all is well. Sing, sing, sing. Let a song tell the world. Night and morn, we're united, and we'll carry on. One for all for one, get together.
Never before has there been more reason to sing.
Let's sing.
Heed the
call, one and all stand together, greeting each day, able to say freedom is king.
Freedom is king. There are 3 colors we can be proud of.
One of them red, one of them white, one of them blue.
Red, white, and blue.
Let it ring from every steeple where the luckiest of people neath the sun. One for all.
One for all.
All for one.
All for one.
What is America? It's the house you live in. It's the place where you work at your job. It's the little plot of ground where your grandparents lie in everlasting sleep. It's the school where your children learn to be citizens of the future. This is the America that Hitler would destroy. It's what you have to defend. Only a constant flow of dollars can keep America's war chest filled. Pledge yourself to put every possible dollar into defense bonds now. Every payday, buy more and keep buying. Get defense bonds and stamps at your bank, post office, or savings and loan association. Buy defense stamps from your newspaper carrier boy or your retail dealer. Buy as many as you can, as often as you can. Now another new song, Back the Red, White, and Blue with Gold, written for the Treasury Department by Jerry Livingston and Al Hoffman. Barry Wood sings Back the Red, White, and Blue with Gold.
Back the red, white, and blue with gold.
Back it up with gold.
Make it shine with each bond that's sold.
With each bond that's sold. Your interest in the USA will bring you interest on a future day.
Let the flag never lag on high.
Never let it lag.
So this land that we love won't die.
Show America your spirit with a stamp of defense. Buy yourself a bond and let your dollars make sense.
Build a front that's fearless and bold. Back the red, white, and blue with gold.
Back the red, white, and blue with gold. Make it shine with each bond that's sold. Your interest in the USA will bring you interest on a future day.
Let the flag never lag on high.
Never let it lag.
So this land that we love won't die.
Show America your spirit with a stamp of defense. Buy yourself a bond and let your dollars make sense.
Build a front that's fearless and bold. Back the
red, white, and blue with gold.
Thank you, Jerry Livingston and Al Hoffman, for contributing that sparkling new song to the music of today. We all want to back the red, white, and blue. By the way, have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today? We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Any Bonds Today, a recorded program of the United States Treasury Department for defense bonds and stamps. Our stars were Walter Pidgeon, John Percival, and Dr. Frank Black's orchestra. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the Treasury Department.
From New York City, we bring you Gene Hirschholt in a new Dr. Christian drama called Chains, presented for your enjoyment by the Cheese Bro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. If you want to look your best, don't ignore the early warnings of dry scalp. If your hair seems dry, lifeless, hard to comb, don't let it go untended. For dry hair usually means that the scalp is dry, too. A dry scalp should be checked at once by supplementing the oils that nature intended to keep your hair good-looking and manageable. The way to do this, as thousands of men know, is with Vaseline Hair Tonic. Before each shampoo, take a minute or two to massage Vaseline Hair Tonic generously on your scalp. This helps stimulate the circulation and make up for the natural oils that wash away during the shampoo itself. Between shampoos, just use a few drops of Vaseline Hair Tonic on your hair each morning as you comb it. With this different hair tonic, you will begin to see results at once. Your hair will look better and comb more easily. Vaseline Hair Tonic contains absolutely no harsh or scalp-drying ingredients. A few drops keep the hair natural looking, not slicked down. At the drugstore in handy shaker top bottles, Vaseline Hair Tonic is economically priced at 40 and 70 cents. Get a bottle today and start to guard against dry scalp. The curtain rises on a familiar scene on Main Street in River's End, with a doctor just crossing the sidewalk from the home of a patient to his car parked at the curb. A taxi from the station stops beside him, and a woman's voice calls out,
Paul Christian.
Yes?
Oh, come over here. Oh, you don't know me.
Wait a minute.
The store ride to Luther's Ravine. Remember? They drove off and left us behind.
Maggie Doyle.
Maggie Martin, you mean?
Of course, Maggie Martin. You would marry Bill Martin instead of me.
Oh, you never asked me.
I didn't dare.
You mean you never thought of it till this minute?
How long ago was it?
Let's not tell.
Well, it seems only yesterday. Maggie, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I haven't changed a bit. You didn't even know me.
Oh, I know. Ought to have known you.
Not with all this gray hair.
That's right. Maggie Doyle had a yellow curl right in the middle of her forehead. And when she was good, she was very, very good. And when she was bad, she was horrid.
Oh.
No who wrote that?
Oh, no, of course not.
Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. Get out of that taxi and let me look at you.
Well, I am getting out. I'm going to Lottie's house.
Lottie?
Yes, she's one of my daughters. Don't you remember? Both Lottie and Amy moved back to River's End last year.
Why haven't you been here before?
Well, I've been visiting my other daughter, Florrie, in California. This is my first visit to Lottie and Amy here.
Oh, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Well, I thought about it, but I figured you must be married by this time and that you'd forgotten all about me.
No, I'm not married and I haven't forgotten all about you. Come on, get out.
Well, wait a minute, Paul. I've got to pay the man.
Oh, allow me. For old time's sake.
No, indeed you must.
There. Isn't that right?
Yes, Doctor.
Paul.
Thanks.
Where's your bag?
Here it is.
Well, how did Bill let you go away from him?
Bill died 15 years ago, Paul.
Oh. And you mean to tell me you haven't remarried?
No, of course not. I've been too busy bringing up my girls. And now they're married and have babies, all except Amy. She's a bride. It's been so much fun staying with them.
Oh, that's right. You're a grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Heavens, Maggie. That makes me feel a million.
Oh, it needn't. I'm a young grandmother.
Too young to spend your life with your children this way.
Are you proposing to me, Paul?
Well, now, that's an idea. Maybe I am.
well, don't, because I'd have to refuse.
Look, Mama. There's Granny now.
Granny? Good Lord, Maggie, they don't call you Granny, do they?
Oh, of course. Hello, darling.
Hello, Granny.
My, how you've grown.
Oh, Mama.
Hello, Lottie.
Oh, Mama, darling, why didn't you tell us you were coming on this train? We would have met you at the station. Oh, good morning, Dr. Christian.
Good morning, Lottie.
Thank you for carrying Mama's bag, but you needn't bother to carry it any further. I'll take it.
No, you won't.
Got a packy for me, Granny?
Mm-hmm. Indeed I have.
My, but it's good to see you again, Mama.
That's what I've been telling her.
Dr. Christian and I are old friends, Lottie.
Yes, I know.
When do I get my packy?
Well, give Granny a chance to get her breath, Linda. Don't you look grand, though, Mama?
Yes, she looks just the way she used to look when we went on the stroll ride with us to Luther's Ravine.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Will you come in, Doctor?
I certainly will. Isn't every day that Maggie Doyle comes to River's End?
That's a cute dress you're wearing. Do you mean to tell me Florrie's giving that dress away already? She only got it last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's got lovely material in it, hasn't it?
Yes, but blue doesn't suit me. I thought it might do nicely for you, Lottie.
For me? Oh, Mama, I wouldn't take it from you for the world.
No, of course you will. I can fix it to fit you in no time.
Oh, say, wait a minute. Where does this bag go?
Upstairs to Linda's room.
Right.
Linda, darling, show the doctor where your room is. It's too bad we haven't got a guest room in this little bandbox of a house, but I didn't marry a rich boy the way Florrie did.
Well, now, I'd much rather bunk with Linda. We can have such good times, can't we, Linda?
She wakes up awfully early.
Well, so do I.
I don't mind telling you. It'll be a relief to have somebody in there with her so she won't wake us at daybreak. Oh, Mama, you just don't know how much we've been looking forward to your coming. Jim and I never get a chance to go out nights. We daren't leave Linda home alone, so we have to stay in year-round.
Well, I'm here now, dear, and you and Jim can go out and have a good time as often as you like. And Linda and I'll stay home by our own two selves, won't we?
Come on, Linda. Up we go. You lead the way.
Is that bag heavy?
No, it's as light as a feather.
I suppose Florrie's been spoiling you as usual, Mama. I suppose she rode you around in her new car all day long.
Oh, no, I stayed home more often than I went out, but I managed to keep busy.
You mean she managed to keep you busy?
Oh, no.
I know she was all set to have you make a party dress for Tiny when you went out there. You wrote and told me so.
Yes, dear, I made a party dress for Tiny.
I'll go call up Amy and tell her you're here. I'll be right back.
Now, your bag is deposited in Linda's room, and as a reward for my labor, I'm going to sit here for a few minutes and look at you.
I want my packy now.
Oh, all right, Granny will go and get it for you.
Oh, Granny will do nothing of the kind. Do you like castor oil, Linda?
Oh, no, I hate it.
Yeah, I thought so. Now, if you don't let Grandmother alone, I'll give you a dose.
But Granny said...
Scoot! Before I reach for my medicine bag.
Oh, Paul, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, why not? I don't want it to tire you out at the very start of your visit.
Oh, it means a great deal to Lottie to have me here.
Yeah, so I gather. You're sort of a glorified nursemaid, aren't you?
Oh, how can you say that?
Because it's true. Only nursemaids get paid for staying in nights with children.
But, Paul, I love staying with them.
Are you sure you do?
Why, of course.
Don't you ever want any life of your own, Maggie?
Why, no,
Well, haven't you ever been interested in any man since Bill died? Well?
Amy says she'll be over tonight for dinner with Tom. She's dying to see you, and she'd come sooner, only she has to read a paper at her club meeting this afternoon.
Would you like to come to dinner tonight, too, Paul?
Well, I'd love to.
Oh, you mean come here to dinner, Dr. Christian? Well, I'm sure I don't know how we'll ever get you in. The dining room's so small.
Oh, I'll squeeze in somehow. What time is dinner?
Well, we usually sit down around 7, and don't think I don't want you, Dr. Christian. It's just, well, this is sort of a family party.
Oh, I would have been the family if your mother had married me instead of your father, so I accept your invitation with pleasure. Until tonight, Maggie. Oh, by the way, you've still got that dimple in your cheek, haven't you?
Oh, that's not a dimple anymore. It's a line.
I gather evening dress is not in order.
No, it's just my husband and Amy's, and they'll both come here straight from the office. I don't think you'll enjoy it very much, Dr. Christian.
No, well, wait a minute. I'll enjoy anywhere where Maggie Doyle Martin is.
Where's Mama? She's out in the kitchen. Mama! Oh, Mama!
Oh, Amy, darling.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, sweet. You look radiant,
Well,
dear.
she ought to be radiant. She's only been married 6 months.
Oh.
What are you doing in the kitchen?
Oh, I was just whipping up some cream for her dessert.
Goodness, Lottie, you didn't lose any time putting Mama to work, did you?
Well, now, you don't call whipping cream work, do you?
It's Mama's own idea, and it's a special dessert for her guest, Dr. Christian.
Is Dr. Christian coming here to dinner? What for?
Well, that's what I'd like to know, but Mama went and asked him.
Oh, well, he probably won't stay late. Mama, why didn't you come to my house first? You haven't seen it yet.
It's a good thing she didn't. You'd have her hemming towels and napkins and curtains the minute she got inside the door.
Well, it's no worse than wearing out the soles of her shoes, running from the stove to the dining room and back again the way she's doing here.
Hello, Mother Martin.
Oh.
Something smells mighty good.
Hello, Tom. I see you've been treating my Amy very well.
Well, trying to. I'm here too, Mother Martin.
Well, Jim, it's grand to see you again.
Grand to have you here.
And it's grand to be here.
That must be Dr. Christian.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Christian? What's he coming here for?
Well, I invited him to dinner. I hope you don't mind, Jim.
Oh, of course not. Only we don't know him very well.
Oh, but Mama does. They were old sweethearts, weren't you, Mama?
Very old.
Jim, go open the door. I will. Hello, Dr. Christian.
Oh, good evening, everybody.
I'm Amy Green. Oh, look, he's brought flowers.
For your mother.
Mama, come here. The doctor's brought you a big box of flowers.
Oh, Paul, you show.
I hope you like them.
Oh, I love them, of course. But you shouldn't. Oh, roses. Oh, my, but they're beautiful.
Good evening, Dr. Christian.
Good evening, Lottie.
Well, I don't know what in the world we can put them in.
I'll find a vase.
I haven't got any for such long stems as those.
Well, we'll put them in the bathtub till after dinner. It's all ready. Paul, do you know my two strapping sons-in-law? This is Jim Wetherell, and this is Tom Green.
Good evening.
Sit down, everybody, or everything will get cold. Amy, you can help me bring in the roast.
All right.
Listen to me, folks. I got a big surprise for you. I'm going to blow you all to the double feature at the Reno tonight.
Oh, what fun. Wait a minute.
Well, what for, honey? We got to eat and eat fast.
Well, we can't all go out.
Why not?
Oh, you know Jim as well as I do. I can't leave Linda in the house all alone.
Then I'll stay home with her, and the rest of you go.
Oh, now, you'll do no such thing, Jim. You and Lottie don't get out often of an evening, and I'm going to stay home.
Oh, no, Mama, not on your first night here. We want you to go with us.
Why can't she stay home if she wants to? I'd like to know.
Besides, I'm a little tired, and I'd like to get to bed early.
There. I guess Mama can do what she likes while she's in this house anyhow.
That's perfect nonsense. If it wasn't for that child of yours...
Well, now, here, why can't we all go? Maybe we can get some kid to come in and stay with Linda till we get back.
No, thank you. I wouldn't have a minute's peace. I'd just as soon stay home as not. You all go.
No, none of you four young people are going to stay at home tonight. I tell you, I'd really like to turn in early and...
Yes, and I'll keep your mother company till she does.
Yes, Dr. Christian will stay here a while with me and talk and...
Well,
Now, don't give it another thought. I'd much rather stay home.
Now, don't you go and wash the dishes, Mama.
Oh, of course she won't wash the dishes.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her.
Hurry up and finish your dinner, all of you, so you can get going.
We have a brief intermission now in our Dr. Christian drama, Chains, during which I wish to present a guest who has something to say that we think will interest you.
I guess a lot of mothers like myself are mighty thankful for the dozens of modern discoveries that doctors have made for the proper care of babies. But I notice there's one thing that hasn't changed since I was a baby myself. Vaseline jelly is still recognized as ideal for the protection of baby's skin. I rub Vaseline jelly on my little girl's body after every bath. I've found it wonderful for chafing, irritated skin, or diaper rash. It seems to soothe the skin right away and to assist in rapid healing. Vaseline jelly is a standby at our house. I always feel that I can trust it absolutely.
Yes, mothers, there are two things about Vaseline jelly that you can always depend upon. First, it is absolutely pure. It contains no harsh or harmful ingredients that might irritate tender skin. And second, Vaseline jelly has an important threefold action. It forms a protective film that helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. It soothes irritations and promotes rapid healing. And finally, it softens and lubricates the skin by supplementing the natural oils. Be sure to keep a tube or jar of Vaseline jelly always in your medicine cabinet. It costs only 10 cents at all drugstores. The curtain is going up again on the next act of our Dr. Christian drama, starring Jean Hirschholt in the title role. As the scene opens, we find Dr. Christian with an apron tied around his middle in an unaccustomed domestic role. He is wiping the dishes for Mrs. Margaret Doyle Martin.
But I thought you told him you wouldn't wash a single dish.
I didn't say I wouldn't.
Oh, I've never wiped so many cups and saucers in all my life.
It's good for you. Makes you appreciate your single state.
Whew. That's the last one, isn't it?
Yes, the very last.
Now, don't go dig up any more because I'm all in. How do women do day after day?
Oh, that's only a part of what we do. Come on now, let's go back to the living room.
All right. Shall I turn off the lights?
Yes. Now you can sit down and rest.
Feels good to relax. Well, now, Maggie, we can continue.
Continue what?
Oh, where we left off this morning. Who is he?
Oh, that.
Maggie, you're blushing.
Oh, I'm not.
And very becoming it is, too.
Oh, a woman my age doesn't blush.
Who is he?
Well, you won't laugh, will you?
No, I promise I won't laugh.
Well, it's true. I've met somebody. Oh, it's ridiculous to talk about it. I met him on the train coming east. He got on at Pasadena where I got on, and I met him, that's all.
Love at first sight?
Oh, of course not.
Tell me about him. Maggie, your eyes are shining the way they used to shine.
I'm a silly middle-aged woman who ought to know better.
Well, love isn't the exclusive property of the young. All right. If you won't tell me what happened, I'll tell you. Now, let's see. He sat down in the section opposite you. And you noticed he was very good-looking.
Why, yes, I did. He's tall and gray and sunburned, and his eyes are very blue.
Yes, and somehow you got to talking.
Yes.
You told him all about your daughters.
Oh, yes, of course.
And he told you all about his son.
Well, he hasn't any sons. He's all alone in the world.
No.
He's a widower, a mining engineer. And his name's Richard Bailey.
And being you showed him your grandchildren's pictures.
Well, how do you know that?
I know you.
Well, I did. And I must have talked about the girls quite a lot because he finally said, now, I don't want to hear about them. I want to hear about you.
Good for him. I like him. Where is he?
Why, he's here.
What? Here? In River's End?
Yes.
Oh, no. What's he doing here?
Well, I think he's here on some business. I'm not...
You're the business, aren't you, Maggie?
Oh, I told him it wasn't any use his stopping off here. I told him that I'd been married once and that I...
And so he asked you to marry him, did he?
Oh, Paul, you must never tell this to anyone.
I never shall.
We had those long days on the train, and... Well, you get to talking a lot on a train, and he told me all about his travels. He's been everywhere, and now he's on his way down to Reno. It's hard to explain, but he asked me to go with him. He said he thought he could make me happy. He said he'd spend the rest of his life trying.
What did you say?
It must have been the enchantment of the trip, the mountains and the desert and the moonlight lying so cold and still on the snow.
And what did you say?
I said I knew he'd make me happy. I did know it, Paul. It seemed as if everything was perfect then, but... I said I had to see Lottie and Amy first.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Don't you understand? I couldn't do it without telling them. I mean, I couldn't even think of doing it without telling them.
And when they do know, what do you think they'll say?
Well, I don't know. Now that I'm with them again, I can see how foolish I've been speaking to a stranger and...
Are you sorry you did?
Oh, no.
Well, then marry him, Maggie. Marry him first and tell them afterwards.
But I can't do that.
Oh, well, then tell them tonight and marry him tomorrow.
Oh, but I...
Where's he staying?
At the United States Hotel.
Maggie, let me go and see him.
No,
Let me see him and let me tell him that I want to be the best man, will you? Let me tell him, too, why. Because I fell in love with you long before he did.
Oh, no, you mustn't. Not till the girls know, Paul.
Promise me to tell them tonight. The minute they come home. Promise.
I promise.
Oh, Mama, you did do the dishes.
I knew she would.
You didn't miss much. The picture was awful.
Oh, why, it was not. It was swell.
Say, I thought you were going to bed early.
Well, I was.
Did Dr. Christian stay long?
Yes, quite a while.
I'm going up to bed. I bet you'd be glad to sleep someplace besides on the train, won't you?
Oh, I don't mind trains.
You don't? I should think you'd hate 'em, bouncing you around.
No, I like traveling.
The wanderlust has got her. It's a sort of fever that gets in your blood.
Yes, that's right, Tom. It's a sort of fever that
You don't mean you like to be skipping around, do you, Mama? Like these folks who haven't a real home?
But I haven't any real home, Lottie.
Why, Mama, what a thing to say.
With each one of us wanting you all the time?
Yes, I know, but after all, when a woman once had a home of her own, she...
I bet Mother Martin's got something up her sleeve. Now, what is it, Mom? A trip around the world?
Well, not exactly.
I know what it is. You've up and accepted the mayor of San Francisco, and he's going to take you on a honeymoon to Timbuktu.
Yes, that's just it, Tom. I'm going to be married again.
You're going to what?
You're stark raving mad, Mama. Or if you're fooling us, it's a crazy joke.
But she's not fooling. Can't you see? She's not fooling.
You bet she isn't. Good for you, Mother Martin. I'm all for it.
Keep still, Jim. If Mama's lost her mind, more's the pity, but it's certainly no time to be funny.
She hasn't lost her mind. She's found it.
Well, I knew it would surprise you all, and
But, Mama, you're not serious. You can't be.
Oh, yes, I am, Lottie. I'm very serious. Mr. Bailey has asked
Mr.
me...
Bailey? Who under the sun is Mr. Bailey?
Why, he's the man
Yes,
I'm going...
but who is he? I've never heard of him.
No, of course not. I never did myself until I met him on the train, and then...
On the train? Mama, dear, surely you can't be considering a man you've met on a train.
It just goes to prove that you aren't fit to be out alone, Mama. It's too utterly ridiculous. How a woman of your age...
Oh, Mama, even if you didn't think of us, how could you look at anybody after Papa?
After your beautiful life together.
Why, if I thought any man would dare take Papa's place...
Oh, now, children, if you'll only let me tell you all
yes?
about...
Tell us.
Well, I can't not when you stand there looking at me like that.
Let's talk this thing over calmly, Mama. Now, in the first place, what do you know about this man?
Why, he seemed very nice and kind.
Seemed. That's just it. And you say you met him on the train?
Yes, we... that is, we...
Do you mean he forced his attentions on you?
Oh, child, no, of course not. How could you think?
Mama, we've got to know the truth.
Well, once I thought he was a gentleman.
What's his business?
Well, he's a sort of engineer.
What kind?
A mining engineer. He showed me his card.
His card? Where does he live?
Well, no special place. He travels all over.
You mean he has no house to offer you? No home?
Well, some men's business takes him to different countries.
A rolling stone.
Oh, he's nothing of the sort.
Besides, he's more than likely got a wife in every port.
I won't let you talk about him like that, Lottie.
What other way could I talk about a man who proposes to a woman he's never met before on a train? Of course, you're your own boss, Mama. And if you prefer him on such short acquaintance to your children who...
Oh, can't you understand? I don't prefer him.
We've always done our best to make you happy, Mama.
We've tried to let you know how much we want you with us, but if we fail...
If the first wolf in sheep's clothing who comes along and offers to take you away from us...
Oh, Mama, to think you'd do a thing like this to us.
When we love you so much. And little Linda's just been counting the days till you got me.
Oh, all right. Now, don't cry, Lottie. Don't cry, Amy. I won't marry him if you don't want me to. I won't marry anybody.
Oh, Mama. You mean that?
Mama, darling, I'm so glad.
But why can't I see your mother?
Because she's not feeling well.
Well, I'm a doctor. I'm the one to see her if she's not feeling well.
Besides, she's asleep. Isn't she, Amy?
Yes, sound asleep.
Nonsense. Didn't I hear you say Linda woke everybody up here at the crack of dawn?
She doesn't want to see anybody.
Why not?
Because I'm going to tell him about it, Amy.
Oh, I don't think you'd better.
Tell me what?
We're awfully worried about her. She's never acted this way before. We think she must have lost her mind. Will you believe it? She told us last night that she was going to get married again.
So? Well, people do marry twice.
Oh, yes, I know that, but she wanted to marry a man she knew nothing about. Somebody she'd picked up on a train. A total stranger.
But a very delightful and cultured gentleman.
What do you mean?
I mean, I know Mr. Bailey, and she couldn't have chosen better.
Well, she hasn't chosen him. She's not going to marry him at all. She made up her mind last night, and it's the best thing she ever did.
Mm-hmm. So you succeeded in breaking it off, did you?
Yes. We did everything in our power to keep her from making a frightful mistake.
You did everything in your power to keep her in chain.
What do you mean?
Bound hand and foot to each one of you. Serving a life sentence for being a good and faithful mother.
How dare you talk to us like that?
Well, it's high time somebody talked to you. Your mother is too charming a woman in her own rights to be condemned to slavery for the rest of her days.
Slavery?
Mending for this one and cooking for the other. Minding your babies and washing your dishes. Now she has a chance to be free, to cast off the fetters, to have a beautiful and full life of her own with a man who loves her. What have you done? You hurled words and tears and threats at her until she's so confused and frightened by all of you that she's turned against her own heart. Well, I won't let her do it. Slavery is against the law. She's going to be free. Maggie, come down here or I'll come up there and get you.
Get out of this house.
Maggie, do you hear? Come down here quickly or I'll come up there.
No, it's no use, Paul. I've made up my mind. It's no use.
Yes, you mean that they made it up for you. Well, they can't do it. I won't let them. And neither will Richard Bailey. He's outside waiting for you this minute, and you're going to come.
No. Send him away, Paul. Please send him away.
He's
I don't want
outside. You heard her. Send him away, or if you don't, I will. My mother doesn't want to see you, Mr. Bailey.
I'll have to hear that from her own lips. Margaret, what have they done to you?
Oh, Richard. Please go. Please go.
He's not going without you. You belong to him, Maggie, just as he belongs to you.
That's true, isn't it, Margaret?
I don't know. I don't know.
My mother isn't going to marry you now or any other time, Mr. Bailey. She's going
I'm waiting, Margaret. Do you want me to go?
He's waiting, Maggie.
Oh, children, I can't say it. I can't. I love him.
Good. Go now. Go quickly. You belong together.
And so the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian drama. Our star, Jean Hirschholt, will be out to greet you in person in just a moment. Meanwhile, may I say a word about the products that make the program possible? When you buy Vaseline jelly, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline. It is your assurance of absolute purity. Vaseline jelly is safe to use even on the most tender skin. Absolutely free from harsh or harmful ingredients, and so pure you can eat it. And remember, Vaseline jelly is not only wonderful for baby skin, but for all the family's minor skin injuries, such as cuts, burns, scalds, scrapes, and bruises. Keep a 10-cent jar or tube of Vaseline jelly in your family medicine cabinet, and whenever your skin is broken or irritated, put some Vaseline jelly on right away. Vaseline jelly has been made the base of several specialties. Vaseline carbonated jelly, Vaseline borated jelly, Vaseline camphor ice, and Vaseline lip ice. Ask your druggist about their special benefits. The artists you heard tonight included Gloria Holden as Margaret Doyle Martin, Marion Shockley as Lottie, Perry Wilson as Amy, Barry Kroger as Jim, Frank Butler as Tom, Garnett Marks as Richard Bailey, and Betty Jane Tyler as Little Linda. And now, here is Jean Hirschholt as Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian, tell us the end of tonight's story. Tell us, did Mrs. Martin marry her engineer?
Yes. Maggie and Richard were married and lived happily ever after. And oh, yes. When Richard Bailey turned out to be one of the wealthiest mining engineers in the country, why, the girls suddenly forgave their mother and welcomed them both with open arms on their next trip to Riversand.
And what story have you selected for next week, Dr. Christian?
Next week, I think I'll tell you about my music box. It's one of the loveliest music boxes I've ever seen, and it has a romantic and thrilling story. Until next Tuesday, then, I'll say good night.
We can all spare a dime to help the Fight Infantile Paralysis campaign. Get your March of Dimes button tomorrow. Join the entire country in a yearly drive to raise funds for the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. Make a note on your calendar to listen to Jean Hirschholt's Dr. Christian drama for next week, which is called The Music Box. Miss Rosemary Brancato, brilliant young opera star, will be Mr. Hirschholt's guest on that occasion and join with him in telling you the story of The Music Box. Your announcer, Andre Baruch. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis, Vitalis. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well groomed, and used with a speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair. And it shall be the duty of the district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. Our case tonight opens in a recently completed defense factory located in your district attorney's city. Mr. Winstead, the personnel manager of the plant, is busily working at his desk.
Winstead speaking.
Hello, Mr. Winston.
Yes?
My name is Preston.
Yes?
I'm calling you about that ad you got in the papers. The one where you're looking for skilled workers.
Oh, yes.
Did you get any answers to that ad, Mr. Winston?
Not a single one. Why?
I didn't figure you would.
Are you applying for a job, sir?
No, I'm just interested in your problem.
Well, look, old man, I'm very busy right now,
You
and
want skilled workers, don't you?
Yes, I need them very badly, but
How
if
many
you want an
guys do
applicant...
you figure you need?
Well, at least 100 immediately. But why should that concern you?
I can get them for you.
How?
I got an angle.
Now, look, you're wasting my time. I've spent weeks combing every available source to find men. There just aren't any to be found.
I said I could get them for you, Mr. Winston.
Where?
I'd like to tell you that personally. Could you meet me someplace, maybe?
Well,
Suppose I drop by in my car and pick you up.
You can get me 100 skilled workers?
That's right.
Very well. I'll be ready in half an hour. Where are we going, Mr. Preston?
Oh, we'll just ride around a little.
I can't spend much time with you.
Well, this shouldn't take long, Mr. Winstead.
You say you can get me 100 skilled workers?
Is that all you need?
No, I can use as many as you find. We're working on a very important government war contract.
Uh-huh.
It's being delayed by lack of manpower. I've got to get men.
Well, I'm the guy that can do it for you.
Oh?
Yeah, I got an angle.
What is this angle? How long will it take you?
A few days, a week maybe.
Where will you get them?
I don't know yet.
You certainly make this all sound very mysterious.
Well, you wouldn't tell me your business secrets, would you?
Just what do you get out of it?
Well, I collect what you call a commission like.
Oh, from the workers?
Oh, no. From you.
How much?
Say 10% of each guy's pay.
Their first week's pay.
You kidding? Why, that wouldn't even pay my expenses.
Well, what is your price?
10% every week as long as you use them.
Well, that's ridiculous. They might work at our plant for years.
Sure.
That could amount to almost $1,000 a week.
I know.
That's way out of line, Mr. Preston.
That's my price. No cut rates. So how about it, mister?
Well...
If you stall around, it'll cost you more.
All right. It's a deal.
Okay.
Where can you be reached if I want you?
A friend of mine runs that bowling alley over on West Street. You can get me there.
Very well.
Now, I think we ought to put our deal in writing, Mr. Winston.
Did you send for me, Chief?
Yes, come in, Harrington.
Right.
Let me have that letter on my desk there, Miss Meadows, please.
This one, Chief?
Yes, that's it.
What's up, Chief?
I just received this letter from District Attorney Sanford.
Sanford, West County?
That's right. This is rather important information he's passed on to me.
Yeah?
I want you to hear it, both of you.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Dear D.A., I want to report a condition that has arisen up here in West County and is likely to spread down into your county as well.
Huh?
Due to the war, we've had a rapid expansion of defense industries. Many new factories have been opened up here. We welcome such effort, of course, but this welcome is tempered somewhat by a rapidly rising menace which is undoing all the good the expansion has brought. And this menace is labor pirating.
Pirating? What's that?
Yes, Harrington. And he goes on to explain. Labor pirating is the act of enticing workers from one plant to another by any and all available means.
Oh.
Of course, the real evil resulting from this pirating is that it slows up vital war production.
Gosh.
There's an acute shortage of skilled workers of nearly all kinds, so it's difficult indeed to replace those who are taken from one job to another.
Oh, is that a scurvy racket? Okay. Any more, Chief?
Yes, he says the bait used ranges from the lure of higher wages to out-and-out kidnapping.
Wow.
In most instances, neither the employers nor the workers are at fault. The real offenders are a group of unscrupulous negotiators, usually ex-racketeers. One of these is a man named Barney Preston. He has been indicted by our grand jury because of his activities in hijacking labor. I regret to tell you, however, that Preston has avoided arrest by leaving town. I have information that he may have gone to your city. Undoubtedly, he will continue his practice there. Any efforts on your part to apprehend him will be appreciated. Sincerely yours, George Sanford.
Oh, how do you like that? Something new has been added, huh, Chief?
Yes. Another field has been opened to the racketeers.
That kind of business is practically fifth column work.
Yes, I know.
I never heard of this Preston guy. Did Sanford enclose any information about him?
Yes, a complete description.
Good. I get out a general alarm on him right away, Chief.
Yes, Harrington, I wish you would.
Right.
And, Miss Miller.
Yes, Chief.
I want to send a letter to the heads of all the factories in town. I want to warn them that labor hijacking will not be tolerated here.
A nice one, Eddie. Gives you a spare.
Yeah. Now, how's the bowling going, fellas?
Oh, hello, Mr. Monroe.
Hi, I'm sorry I can't use that other alley. We're short of pinboys tonight.
Oh, that's okay. We can do enough damage to one alley. Right, Eddie?
Sure. How's everything over at the factory?
The same as usual.
Well, you boys better make it while you can, I guess.
What do you mean?
Well, I really shouldn't tell you this, but you fellas been good customers of mine.
Yeah?
I guess it's only right you should know.
About what?
Well, a couple of the big shots from the plant were in here bowling a few strings last night.
Yeah?
They'd also been hitting the bottle a bit, so I guess that's why they were careless about what they were saying.
Uh-huh.
I happened to overhear them talking about the government's going to cancel all the contracts with your factory.
What? Did you hear that, Eddie?
Yeah, how come, I wonder?
Well, I heard this man say something about the motors didn't operate right when they were used on the fighting front.
Well, what do you know? Did they say the factory was going to shut down or something, Mr. Monroe?
Well, if they blow the contracts, what else can they do?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
None of my business, but if I was you fellas, I'd start scampering around for another job.
Yeah, you're right.
By the way, I just happened to hear about a plant that's looking for men right now.
Yeah, where? You did?
Yeah, it's a new factory just opened up on the other side of town. They need fellows in your line real bad.
I think maybe we ought to hop over there, huh, Eddie?
Oh, you said it.
Thanks for tipping us off, Mr. Monroe.
Oh, glad to do it. Hey, but look.
Yeah?
Don't say anything to anybody else about it, will you?
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Monroe. We won't tell a soul. Now, the way I got it was this, see? The government's canceled the contracts, and the plant closes down next week. Sure. I heard it from one of the managers.
The government inspector told me the whole thing. The plant closes down in 4 days. Sure, that's a fact. Now, if you're smart, you'll jump over to that new factory that just opened up over here.
Washington. Yeah, they got orders to close the plant tomorrow. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going over to that new factory that just opened.
And how many men did you say you've lost in the past few days, Mr. Lewis?
Over 100, Mr. District Attorney. And they're still leaving. It's serious. War orders are being held up. That's why I came here to see you this afternoon.
Well, did you tell him there was no truth to the rumor?
Well, yes, of course. But the story has been magnified so by now that there just doesn't seem to be any way of stopping it.
Well, a published statement of denial from the government ought to take care of that. I'll arrange for you at once.
Well, that would help. But it still doesn't get back the men I've lost.
No, I'm not.
Hey, look, Mr. Lewis, have you checked up on where these guys of yours have found new jobs?
Yes. Most of them have gone over to that new factory on the north side.
Are you sure of that?
Yes. They're doing important work, too, of course. War orders, but so are we. They've got no right to hire my men away from me.
Yeah, Chief, I guess that guy's in town, all right.
Yes, I'm afraid he is.
Who's that?
There's a man named Preston.
Oh.
He's a racketeer who specializes in hijacking labor. Say, tell me, Mr. Lewis, do you know why your men left? Is this new plant paying higher wages?
No, they're not. I'm sure of that. We're both paying union scale, and My men were getting plenty of overtime.
I see.
I've already spoken to Mr. Winstead over there. He's the personnel manager.
Winston.
I asked him to explain the coincidences that made so many of my employees go to his place for work.
What did he say to that?
He just denied any knowledge of conspiracy.
I suppose I'd talk to him.
Yeah, his number is Maine 2800.
All right, thank you.
Yes?
Miss Miller, would you get me Maine 2800, please?
Yes, sir, right away.
I want to talk to a Mr. Winstead.
Right, Chief.
Have you any idea how this rumor started, Mr. Lewis?
No, I haven't been able to trace it at all.
And it sure don't take much to make them spread, does it?
I should say not.
All right, I'll take it. Yes?
I have Mr. Winstead for you, Chief.
Oh, fine. Put him on.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Winstead. This is the district attorney.
Oh, yes. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, I have Mr. Lewis, the president of Amalgamated, here in my office.
Yes?
We're trying to track down the source of this rumor that's robbed him of some of his best workmen.
Oh, I see.
I understand that most of his employees have gone to work for you. Is that correct, sir?
Well, I guess we have hired some of his former employees.
Well, why did they select your plant?
No, I don't know, Mr. District Attorney.
The reason I ask is that we believe there's a man named Preston behind all this. He specializes in hijacking labor. I wondered if he'd been to see you.
Why, no.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Winstead. I may call you again if anything develops. You see, a serious offense has been committed against Mr. Lewis's factory. I intend to prosecute whoever's at the bottom of it.
Yes, of course.
Well, good day, sir.
Goodbye.
Did you get anything out of him, Chief?
Oh, nothing definite. But he did seem rather upset by my questioning.
Yeah?
I think I may call on Mr. Winstead. Huh? A good personal talk with him might accomplish a lot.
Yeah.
I'll see him the first thing in the morning. Looking for me, Mr. Winstead?
Oh, hello, Mr. Preston. I didn't think you'd ever get here. I've been waiting almost 2 hours.
Oh, that's too bad.
Never mind that. I've got to talk to you, privately.
Okay. We'll use the office here in the back. Come on.
Yes, thank you.
Why didn't you try a little bowling while you were waiting?
Well, I did, till I got too tired.
Oh. We'll go in here.
Yes, very well.
Now, what did you want to see me about?
Well, it really has to do with a misunderstanding.
How's that?
I had no idea that you'd use the methods you employed to get those workmen from me.
No?
No.
How'd you think I'd get them? Pick them off trees?
I thought you were going to use legitimate means.
You already tried that, didn't you?
Yes, but...
But what?
Now, look, Preston, we need workmen badly. We've got a lot of government contracts, and they're important in winning the war.
Yeah?
But I know somehow you've been...
What?
Well, stealing men from the amalgamated plant.
Stealing?
Their work is important, too. I don't know how you got those men to leave, but I'm against getting them your way, that's all.
You're a little late with that idea, ain't you?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
I'm doing the only thing a patriotic American can do. I'm sending those men back to their original jobs.
You're what?
I'm calling the deal off.
That's what you think.
Now, see here, Preston. I don't want to have any trouble with you.
No?
You see, I happen to know something about your background.
Uh-huh.
I learned that you make a specialty of hijacking labor.
Where'd you find that out?
The district attorney told me.
Oh, now I get it. You're trying to wiggle out from under to keep your own nose clean.
I'm merely trying to do the right thing, that's all.
Look, Winston, you made a deal with me. You're going through with it, see?
I intend to do just that. I'm going to pay you the commission on 1 week's salary for those men.
That's strictly for chickens. My payoff comes every week.
That's impossible.
Don't forget I've got a contract with you, my friend. The DA might like to see that.
That contract is not binding if I don't keep the men.
Now, look, sucker. I don't want to waste no more talk on you. The deal stands.
Oh, no. I'm not going to let you blackmail me. I'll go to the district attorney and tell him everything.
Wait a minute. You stay right here.
Get out of my way.
Stay here, I said.
Put down that bowling pin.
Sure, where do you want me to put it?
No, don't.
Well, I guess they better set him up in the next alley.
This labor pirating situation is a very serious one for all of us because of the way it cuts down on war production. And now, with Winstead murdered, your district attorney's job becomes doubly difficult. Before we hear from him again, though, you know, men, in these busy days when so much depends on the work we turn out, it's very important to keep physically fit. And that's why we get as much outdoor exercise as we can. It's so good for our general health.
But it can be mighty bad for your hair, for the hot sun bakes it and makes it look dry. And the shower bath or swim afterward drenches your hair, making it look lifeless and stringy.
Yes, that's true. But there's an easy, speedy way to help overcome the damaging effects of sun and water. A 60-second workout with Vitalis. V-I-T-A-L-I-S. Vitalis.
This brisk massage with Vitalis loosens your scalp, stimulates the circulation, routs unsightly, embarrassing loose dandruff, and helps to prevent excessive falling hair. The pure vegetable oils of Vitalis come to the rescue of your oil-depleted scalp. So when you comb your hair, it lies smartly and smoothly in place and looks well-groomed.
That's why thousands of men in all walks of life use Vitalis and the 60-second workout, in spite of summer sun and soaking water. This famous Vitalis workout helps you to keep your hair for the days to come and keeps your hair good-looking every day. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. Winstead's body was found early this morning, Miss Madame.
Where, Chief?
In a ditch beside a road on the outskirts of town.
Well, how was he killed?
Hit on the head with a blunt instrument.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes.
Were there any other clues?
And the police are working on that now.
Oh.
The thing that bothers me is I might have prevented this if I'd gone to see him last night.
Oh, I doubt that, Chief. I honestly do.
Yeah.
Where's Harrington?
He went over to Winstead's factory to see what he could pick up.
Chief, do you suppose this man Preston killed Winstead?
That's quite likely he did, yes.
Well, the police still haven't been able to find any trace of him.
I know.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, come in, Harrington.
Okay.
How did you make out?
Well, I picked up some very tantalizing information.
Good or bad?
Well, one thing is very good. You can make book now, Chief. That the killer was this Preston guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got that from Winstead's secretary.
Well, how did she know?
Well, she didn't. It's what she told me that adds up to that.
Yes, and what was it?
Well, right after you called Winstead yesterday, he made another call. He dialed the number himself, but his secretary happened to overhear him ask for a Mr. Preston.
I see.
Well, Preston wasn't there, but he was expected. So Winstead told whoever was on the other end of the line that he'd be right over. Then he grabbed his hat and hightailed it out.
Well, does the secretary know what number he called, Harrington?
No, she don't. There's no way of checking it either.
I see what you mean by tantalizing information. We know everything but the whereabouts of the murderer and the location of his hideout.
Yeah.
Well, where do you go from there, Chief?
Well, there's one thing we can try to trace to its source.
What's that?
The origination point of that rumor. We can be reasonably sure now that Preston started it. That might lead us to him.
That's right, Chief.
But how do you find that source?
And I think Harrington can help us out there.
Me? What do I do?
Yes, I want you to go to Winstead's factory.
Yeah?
I'll arrange for you to get a job there.
All right.
And try to talk to every man who left Lewis's plant because of the rumor.
Right.
One of those men must know where that rumor started.
Hi, Miss Miller. Where is he?
Well, he's still at police headquarters, Harrington.
Oh, boy, I got a red-hot lead for him.
Really?
Yeah, I think I found out where that rumor was started.
Where?
Well, I got it from two guys. They didn't want to tell me at first. I had to flash my tin before they'd even talk.
Well, what did they tell you?
Well, it seems they got the story from some guy who runs a bowling alley right near Lewis's factory.
Yes?
He handed it out to them as very confidential stuff.
Well, that's how all rumors are planted.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going over and see that guy right now.
Well, what'll I tell the chief?
Well, just give him the information I just gave you and tell him that I'll call back as soon as I make sure I'm on the right trail.
Well, when will that be?
Just as soon as I make that guy in the bowling alley talk.
Come in. Yes?
Are you Mr. Monroe?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, good. My name's Harrington. District Attorney's Office. I want to ask you a few questions.
Okay. Sit down, Mr. Harrington.
Thanks.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, I'm on a kind of a tough assignment.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm chasing a rumor.
See any laying around here?
No, but that don't prove nothing. They never show up till you get them in the light.
Oh, that makes it tough, huh?
Yeah, well, not always.
What made you look here?
Well, I got information that this is the place where the particular rumor I'm chasing got started.
Is that so?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Mr. Monroe, I understand that you were the guy who put it underway.
What was this rumor?
Well, it had to do with the factory across the street closing down. You spread that report, didn't you?
No.
No?
I might have talked about it, but that was only because of what I'd heard some other guys say.
But you did talk about it to men who were working in that plant.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
They were good customers of mine. I didn't want to see them wind up on the limb.
No. Monroe, did you ever hear of labor pirating? Well, suppose I ask you another question. Did you ever hear of a guy named Preston? Barney Preston?
No. Don't know the answer to that one either. I'm doing very good this quiz game, am I?
No, you ain't, but don't let that worry you, brother. I ain't got to the jackpot question yet.
What's that?
Well, it has to do with a guy named Winston. His body was found in a ditch outside of town.
Winston?
Yeah, he was doing business with Preston. Preston was hijacking labor. Mm-hmm. He was able to do that because of a rumor. Now, you started the rumor. Now, give me the answer to that one, wise guy.
Well, I'm sorry. I got to blow that one, too.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, suppose we played this game in a new location.
What do you mean?
I'm going to take it down to headquarters. The DA will ask the questions from here on.
Hi, Monroe. Who's this?
My name's Harrington. Who are you?
What's it to you?
Your name wouldn't be Preston, would it?
Why?
I've seen pictures of a guy by that name that looks just like you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Don't reach for that gun, copper. I got you covered.
What?
Nice going, Monroe. Who is this guy?
Cop from the DA's office.
Well.
He's been playing a game, trying to get some answers.
I got my answers.
Sure, only they ain't going to do you any good.
No?
Sit down again, copper.
Sure.
We're going to play another game, only this time we ask the questions.
Is that you, Chief?
Yes, Miss Letter.
Well, how'd you make out at headquarters?
Oh, very well. I examined Winston's body and found what may be an important clue.
Really?
Yes, it more or less identifies the type of place in which he was killed.
Oh, that's swell, Chief.
Have you heard from Harrington?
Well, yes, he came in about an hour ago. He seems to have found something, too.
Well, the source of the rumor?
Yes, at least he thought so.
Mm-hmm.
He was on his way to investigate when he called.
Who is he after?
The proprietor of a bowling alley located near Lewis's factory.
A bowling alley?
Yes.
You say he went there an hour ago?
Well, yes, Chief. What's wrong?
Well, the clue I found revealed that Mr. Winstead was murdered in a bowling alley.
What do you want to jockey around with this guy for, Monroe? Let me knock him off now and get him out of here.
No good. They came up with that Winstead guy before he was cold. Just because you were in a hurry.
What do you think we ought to do?
Put him on ice till the joint closes. Then you can put him away for keeps.
Don't you guys know it's rude to talk about somebody when they're right in the room?
Keep quiet, copper.
You mean just because you tell me to?
Shut up, I said.
Oh. Brother, if you didn't have that gun in your hand...
Look, Monroe, I can't wait around here till the joint closes. There's too much heat on me.
You want to get rid of this guy, don't you?
Sure, but why can't you take care of him?
Because that ain't in my line.
Nice, clean fella.
Well, I ain't hanging around, see? Look, suppose I give it to him now, then you can get rid of him. You can do that, can't you?
Well, okay. But no guns. I don't want any noise.
I'll give him the same thing I gave Winston.
No, you won't, brother.
You ain't got nothing to say about it.
I got this much to say. You're going to have to use a gun on me and use it now. I ain't waiting for that bowling pin. Get away from me. Give me that clock. Get rid of it, Monroe. Show me.
All right, you two. Stand where you are. You're covered. Take that gun away from him, Harrington.
Right, Chief. Thanks for the lift.
Who are these men?
Well, this character here is Barney Preston.
Oh, this is a pleasant surprise. Harrington, you may arrest him for the murder of Mr. Winstead.
Of course, we know Preston murdered Mr. Winstead. But how can your district attorney be so certain of it? Well, we'll hear the unusual clue that gave him the solution of the case in just a moment. First, men, when you crawl out of bed these August mornings and your face feels hot and sticky, Enjoy a quick, smooth shave with Ingram's. Yes, with Ingram's shaving cream. Because Ingram's lather is purposely made cool to make your face feel cool and keep it feeling cool for hours.
But that's not all this cool lather of Ingram's does for you. It piles up on your face in great velvety billows. It conditions your skin and softens and wilts your whiskers. Gets your beard and skin all ready for your razor. So with Ingram's shaving cream, you shave quickly.
Yes, some men say that by using Ingram's, they cut minutes off their shaving time.
Also, you shave smoothly and cleanly and look younger when you're finished. Finally, you shave pleasantly, for the cool lather of Ingram's makes your face tingle with a feeling of delightful coolness. And it keeps your face feeling cool long after you put your razor away.
So, men, why don't you use Ingram's? That's Ingrams. Ingram's shaving cream. It's that famous shaving cream that you can get in either a jar or a tube, whichever you like. Now, why not get a jar or a tube of Ingram's from your druggist tonight and enjoy a quick, clean, cool shave with Ingram's tomorrow? Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing you should know is that we were able to get a conviction against Barney Preston for the murder of Winston. And he paid for this crime with his life.
Oh, Chief, I think you should tell the folks about the clue that you found when you examined Winstead's body.
Very well, Miss Miller. That clue was some powder-like substance that I found under one of Winstead's thumbnails. On examination, this substance turned out to be a special kind of chalk that bowlers use to keep their fingers dry when they handle the ball. I was then able to establish that Winston must have been in a bowling alley at some point just before his death.
And that's why you came running over to Monroe's alleys on the double, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington. I knew there was a good chance of your meeting the same fate.
Oh, I'm glad you sent that Monroe guy away, too, Chief. He was getting a cut from Preston. He'll have time of 15 years to think up some new rumors before he gets out.
Yes, and speaking of rumors, Harrington, I'd like to repeat at this time a message that I sent to every employer and war worker in our city. And these were the words. If you are engaged in any work that will help our nation win this war, stay with your job. Don't listen to rumors or offers of better pay or even seek easier work. The production line is the front line here at home. Anyone who disrupts this line is guilty of sabotage, just as Preston was. This is the people's war. By your effort, we can win it.
Right, Chief. And if a guy's looking for a job where he can help win this man's war, the place to find out where he's needed is the nearest United States Employment Service Office. They give all the dope on all kinds of defense jobs.
Yes, indeed they can.
What about next week, Chief?
Well, next week we'll have another dramatic case. The case of the phony payoff. It's a colorful and exciting story. I hope you'll remember to join us again next Wednesday, and until then, thank you and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Jay Jostin was featured in the title role. Len Doyle as Harrington, Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeten, and the authors were Ed Byron and Jerry Devine. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol Myers Company, makers of Vitalis, used by more men to keep their hair well-groomed than any other preparation of its kind. Just think of the word vital and add I-S. Vitalis, Vitalis for your hair.
Friends, the sponsors of Mr. District Attorney cordially invite you to hear radio's most popular modern songstress, Dinah Shore, in person, over another network every Friday night. Consult your local paper for time and station. Hear Dinah Shore next Friday.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story.
Certain that the unknown man who has been secretly trying to purchase the Barrow Ranch is responsible for the ghost car accident, Clark Kent and Ed Jenks, the real estate agent, set a trap to catch him. But the attempt to lure the mysterious stranger to an abandoned gold mine failed when Steve Graham, the ranch owner, came in on them unexpectedly. Graham warned them not to stay in the mine, but Kent and Jenks decided to explore the main tunnel. Tracing the source of a strange tapping noise, they found Lois Lane investigating the mine on her own hook. Suddenly, an ominous rumble echoed through the tunnel. Hurrying to the exit, they found that a cave-in had blocked it with tons of rock and debris. With their only flashlight broken, Kent, Lois, and Jenks are imprisoned in the pitch-black depths of the mine with no possible means of escape.
We'll suffocate down here. There's no air.
She's right, Mr. Kent.
Don't worry, we'll get out somehow.
How can we? Clark! Oh, Clark, there's no use trying to fool me. This mine is our tomb.
Oh, nonsense.
I can't stand this darkness.
Take it easy, Lois.
Mr. Kent, we're in a tough spot. There's no other exit from this tunnel.
You sure?
Dead certain.
Well, then we'll just have to start digging.
Well, how? With our bare hands?
Say, wait a minute. I just remembered something.
What?
That tool shed down the tunnel away where it branches off.
Yes.
There's a chance we might find some old picks or shovels there.
Well, can you find your way in the dark?
I reckon so, if I keep my left hand on this wall for direction.
All right, we'll go with you. Lois, keep behind Jenks. I'll follow you.
All right. Suppose we don't find any tools when we get there. What then?
Let's not worry about that until we have to. Say, Jenks, isn't that the branch of the tunnel off to the right?
Yeah, should be about here.
How can you see when it's so dark? I can't see my hand in front of my face.
Well, I didn't see it. I felt a draft coming from that direction.
Draft?
Yes.
No drafts down here.
I'm not so sure, Jenks. You go ahead with Miss Lane. I'm going to explore this other tunnel.
Clark, you mustn't. You'll get lost.
I'll be all right.
Please don't leave us.
Don't worry, Lois. Now, you two go ahead.
Sure. He'll be safe enough, miss. Come on.
I'll see you in a little while. Now that I'm alone, I don't have to pretend I can't see in the dark.
Let's see what Superman can do about getting out of this mine. I'm going back to the cave-in. Now, let me look this over. If I push this big boulder out of the way, we can get out of here easily enough. Well, I'd better work fast before they return. All I have to do is get my shoulder under the corner of the boulder and heave. There. It's moving. Once more. That does it. Plenty of room to get out now. Uh-oh. Here they come.
I've got to remember, I'm Clark
Where are
Kent.
you, Clark?
Here I am, Lois.
Oh, we couldn't find... Look! Look, light! There's an opening!
Well, I'll be jiggered.
We're free! Oh, let's get out of here. Come on, don't stand there gaping. We're free!
I told you we'd get out.
Oh, it's good to see the sun again and breathe some fresh air. But Clark, how in the world did this boulder move? You didn't do it, did you?
Well, it looks harder than it really was.
Yeah, shucks, man. That boulder weighs a couple of tons.
Yes, I know, but it just happened to be balanced very delicately. Luckily, I was able to roll it out of the way.
Oh, I'll say it was lucky. Come on, let's get away from this place.
No, wait a second. I want to see if I can find out what caused that cave-in.
Steve Graham warned us the timbers are about ready to give. I guess that's what happened.
I wonder.
What else could it have been?
Well, there have been other mysterious accidents around here, you know.
Clark, you don't think someone actually caused the cave-in?
It's possible.
Well, how, Clark?
Well, now, let's see. That heavy beam supported the roof of the entrance. If that could have been pulled out of position. Let's take a look at it. Well, see that?
What?
What do you say to this, Jenks?
I don't see what you're referring to.
That mark around the beam.
I'll be jiggered. Looks like the mark from a rope.
Exactly.
I wish you two would stop being so mysterious. What are you talking about?
This mark is important, Lois. Someone must have looped a rope around the end of the beam and pulled it out of place.
Well, maybe Superman could have done it, but nobody else.
Any man could have done it if he had a horse.
That's right. He just winds the other end of his rope round the pommel of his saddle and get the horse to do the pulling.
Now, let's see about that. There should be some hoof prints around.
Here they are.
No, miss. Those prints are from a horse that was standing still. They want prints from a horse that was doing some hard pulling.
Here, look at this.
Sure enough. You see that, miss? Those prints are deep. Dirt's all dug up where the horse strained to get in the rope.
Yes, and that same strain must have left a pretty clear mark on the pommel of his saddle. Now, if we can find a saddle pommel with fresh rope marks on it, I think we'll be a long way toward solving this case. Let's get back to the ranch.
What about my horse?
He'll find his way to the bar, old man.
Yes, you better come along with us. Here we are. Rose? All right.
Well, now, what do you reckon pulled that there beam down, Mr. Kent?
I think we'll find out before very long. Well, here we go.
Back at the Bar O, Clark Kent, certain he is on the trail of whoever is responsible for creating panic through a series of mysterious accidents, engages Nelson Blaine, the ranch manager, in conversation.
When did you last see Mr. Graham, Blaine?
Graham?
Yes.
Oh, about an hour ago. He went off riding.
And he hasn't come back?
No, not that I know of.
You've known Graham for quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, it's about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you ask, Mr. Kent?
Clark, what about the saddle?
Just a minute, Lois. Blaine, someone has been causing accidents around here in an attempt to drive people away from the Bar O. Can you think of any reason why Graham would be doing that?
I don't quite understand.
Mr. Kent is suggesting that Mr. Graham is responsible for the accident. Oh, I'm afraid it doesn't make sense, Clark.
I know it doesn't make sense, but there are a few points I'd like cleared up about Graham. First, he kept Jimmy from calling me. And he wasn't too gentle about it either.
Well, he explained that. He just didn't want the story of the ghost car to get out.
Yes, that's what he said. And then he was at the deserted mine this morning.
Well, what of it?
Someone caved in the entrance and imprisoned us.
Good heavens, Mr. Kent. How did you get out?
Fortunately, I managed to dislodge a boulder.
If it weren't for that, we might have been there now, suffocating.
Well, surely you don't suspect Mr. Graham.
He was there just before it happened.
But, Clark, look, what would Mr. Graham have to gain by killing us?
If I could figure that out, we'd have a good case against him.
I think you're on the wrong track, Mr. Kent.
Looks to me as if somebody wants to hurt Graham. Someone with a grudge, perhaps.
Do you know anyone, Blaine, who might have a grudge against Graham?
No, Mr. Kent. As far as I know, he hasn't an enemy in the world. Of course, there's the gaucho, but that's been cleared up.
Who's the gaucho?
Oh, you haven't met Alfredo, have you? Mr. Graham hired him as a sort of special attraction for the guests. He thought a real South American gaucho would be a novelty on a dude ranch.
Mr. Graham ever have any trouble with him?
Yes, but it wasn't much. You know how hot-tempered those Latins are. Well, Alfredo had a run-in with Graham about a month ago. But it's all been straightened out.
A month ago? And the first accident happened about 3 weeks ago.
That's right. Where is this gaucho now?
Oh, somewhere around the ranch.
I want to meet him, Blaine. And soon.
Well, certainly, Mr. Kent, but I'd like to caution you. Alfredo's a fine fellow, but he's pretty touchy sometimes.
Oh?
If I were you, I'd be very careful when you question him.
Why?
Well, he might lose his temper.
I think I can take care of myself.
Well, no doubt, but Alfredo's one of the best shots I've ever seen. Well, you see what I mean.
Mr. Blaine's right, Clark. You've got to be careful.
Don't you worry, Lois. I will be.
Hey, say, that looks like Alfredo now. Riding towards us.
Oh, good. Introduce us.
Okay. But remember what I told you. Hey, Alfredo.
Si, senor.
Hey, come over here, will you?
Si, un momento.
Alfredo, I'd like you to meet two of our new guests. Miss Lane, Mr. Kent. This is Alfredo Marqueda, our South American gaucho.
How do you do?
Senor.
How do you do?
Senorita, I am charmed to meet one so lovely as you.
Oh, thank you. Are all the gauchos so gallant?
Even a rough gaucho becomes, as you say, gallant when he has the honor to meet the lovely senorita.
Really, this is too much. I'm not used to such flattery.
Well, if you see enough of Alfredo, you'll get used to it.
That's quite a horse you have, Alfredo. Bring him with you from South America?
Si, senor. Blanco was raised in the Pampas. That is where the best horses in the world come from.
Looks as if you've been doing some hard riding.
When Alfredo is in the saddle, he rides hard. But Blanco does not mind.
He's a beauty. Will it be all right if I pet him? He won't mind, will he?
Blanco is a true son of South America, senorita. With the ladies, he is always gentle.
Oh, what a beautiful saddle.
Tell me, Alfredo, when you were riding, did you pass the old mine?
The mine, senor?
Yes.
Pop, just look at this saddle. It's simply magnificent.
Yes, very nice.
You haven't looked at it.
Yes, I did.
Come over here. It's worth seeing.
In a minute, Lois. I just want to have a few words with Alfredo.
You can talk to him later.
When the lady insists, a man can only give in, no?
Yeah, it looks that way. Excuse me, will you? I'll be back in a minute.
Go right ahead, senor.
All right, Lois. Now, what's so remarkable about this saddle?
Pretend to admire it.
What?
Just look at the workmanship. Look at this, too.
Look at what? Yes, it is remarkable.
Look at the pommel. Those marks.
Lois, you're right. Those are rope marks.
Same sort of marks we saw on the beam at the mine.
And they were made recently, too. Lois, this may be the break we've been waiting for.
Well, it looks as though Lois has found the first important clue to the mystery of the Bar O. Fresh rope marks on the pommel of Alfredo's saddle. Is the hot-tempered gaucho responsible for the accidents that have been plaguing the Dude Ranch? And how will he react when Kent accuses him? Don't miss the next revealing episode. Tune in and follow the story with the Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.